this process was intended to reflect a sense of urgency that we should be taking positive action. As Councilmember Kennedy has said, this is not viewed as the end of the process, but rather the end of the beginning of the process. And I hope that we recognize that it's important, while it's very important to get started on the road of civilian oversight and independent oversight, that it will evolve as conditions evolve and as we gain information from this experience. So that is my very brief report. I don't know if the council feels it would like to take a lap now and have discussion about my comments or what the agenda report has to say, or whether you want to, we're obviously going to have an hour's worth at least of public commentary read to us. So I welcome your suggestions in terms of whether you want to have 2 laps or 1 lap or what you'd like to do. Councilmember Wilson, followed by Councilmember McAustin and Madison.
So thank you, John and Mayor, for continuing to provide leadership on this. I didn't want to get into the substance, but I had just a process question so we're all on the same page. There's still a number of open questions around committee composition, size, what the mix would be, maybe how the selection process gets, kind of articulated. I had some questions about training, and then how this committee or commission would work with public safety. Those are all open questions. I guess I'm trying to figure out if we take action today, how do we kind of get the granularity of how this would work mechanically from where we are today to something that actually could be operational? I'm just not clear.
Well, it's my, in response to that, it's my expectation that we haven't concluded as a body that we are motivated or in agreement that we should even have a commission. And I felt that before we began to do the, as you say, the granular, the sort of granular level decision making about whether it's 9 or 13, who gets, apart from the threshold issue of having a commission that would be appointed by the council, that some of those more granular decisions about the specific number and what the public process might look like, because I think what I'm looking for, what's been suggested, is a somewhat innovative process. Before we dove into those details, and that the staff could come back with those by way of alternatives and recommendations to us. But unless we can get past the sort of first lighting that we think this makes sense at this time, it didn't seem that it made a lot of sense to engage in some of those details. So those would be forthcoming. Today's vote, if we take one, will be just on the issue of whether we should in fact have a community police oversight commission and whether we should have an IPA. If we can establish consensus on that, then I think the rest of the details can follow.
In your senses, I know you and John have partnered on kind of getting this together. This would be, the granularity would be delegated to staff to start kind of working on that type of, if we hopefully move forward, I'll just show my cards, that would be staff assignment to come up with kind of a more detailed operation.
Yeah, some alternatives for further council discussion and decision making.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. I'll save my other comments for after the public.
All right, I think Ms. McAustin was next.
Thank you, Mayor. I intend to respond to your initial question, but just following on what Councilmember Wilson said, if we were to take a vote, let's just say early enough in the evening that we weren't all worn out, we would still, would it be possible that those of us that have further ideas and suggestions, if the threshold decision was taken, that we could put those on the table for staff to deal with tonight?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So then in terms of your question about how the meeting should unfold today, I think I would recommend that we hear all the public comment first, and then we have our council discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. McGostin. I think Councilmember Madison is next. Forgive me, I'm trying to keep notes on the queue.
First, thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Hinn.
I have some questions, and what I'd like to do, I have some questions for staff and then some questions for the proponents. And if it's okay, I'd like to ask them now so that if there's homework, as it were, perhaps that can be at least begun while we're handling other parts of the meeting. So the first question was, I mean, I have to say, Mayor, I was surprised at the agenda report. It's two pieces of paper on what is undoubtedly, I think we could all unanimously agree, is a substantial, significant, important new policy direction for the council. And so I was disappointed that we didn't have the benefit of all the other material that we've received on this. And apropos of that, I mean, I think many of us do have the prior staff reports, or we can access them online. But, you know, just for these two pieces of paper, I had asked that staff pick up the phone and call the consultant from 4 years ago and see if there was any update to best practices. You know, we've covered a lot of ground in this country in the last 4 years, and certainly even in the last year around police oversight. So may I ask the city manager, was an effort made to update the data that we had from 4 years ago?
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Yes, two things to report related to that. We made contact with the consultants that did the work back in 2016. They gave us a price quote to go back and update their analysis. We did not engage them further. Separately, the staff of our library department were good enough to take the cities that were listed in the 2016 analysis and try to update the analysis to see whether there's been any changes or not. I regret that I haven't been able to finalize what they put together to share that with the council for today's discussion. I was quite swamped last week with other matters, but I'll try to, as we sit here, and certainly while the clerk is reading the voluminous public comment, I may be able to see if it's in final form so we can share that with you for your discussion today.
What was the quote from the consultant?
I'll need to double check, but I think it was somewhere in like the high, just under $20,000 to go back and update the information, but I'll have that in a moment as well.
And I take it that you did not engage the consultant to do that?
No, there was no way to get that turned around in order for this meeting. If the council wants that work done, we can certainly do that, but it was not going to happen in time for today. So I thought that the library using the web-based some research was the best way to go, and just regrettably wasn't able to review it prior to this meeting, but I think I can do it now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mermelt. So the memo from the mayor and Mr. Kennedy asks for a recommendation that an ordinance be prepared and come back to the council within 30 days for discussion and adoption, I guess. And the memo concludes in part that the proposal is intended to be implemented immediately. So that sounds a little bit to me at odds with the idea that there'd be a lot of granular details that would be decided later. And I think respectfully, even moving beyond that, you know, the devil is in the details around police oversight. I know we've talked before about what a complicated legal environment this is. So, you know, the details are extremely important to being able to do something not just robust and progressive, but also legally sound, and to not expose the city. So I'm concerned about that. And one of those points is, if I could ask the staff, Mr. Mermel, or perhaps now this is over in Ms. Bonarice's bailiwick because of the recommendation, but what's the fiscal impact of the recommendation that sits before us today?
Councilmember Madison, that hasn't really been analyzed with any at any great length. Obviously, if we were to establish a commission, we would need to staff it, so there is some cost associated
Hold
with
on,
that.
Steve, I don't want you to do this on the fly.
Okay,
I mean, if you look at the rest of our agenda today, and it's a light one, we've already adopted 2 items. One has a fiscal impact statement. Number 2 has a fiscal impact statement. In fact, I think it may be a legal requirement for a council to take an action that there be a fiscal impact. Am I correct about that? A statement of fiscal impact?
that would be a legal question. I defer to
It's not a
Michelle.
legal requirement. We've set that up as the procedure in our agenda reports to have that as one of the model provisions, but it's not a legal requirement for something like this.
So there's no legal requirement that cities, before taking action, have a statement of fiscal impact. Are you sure about that, Michelle?
Well, I haven't researched it, but I know for many years, many public agencies have approved items that don't have a fiscal impact specified. There are probably some that would require that. I don't think this falls in that category.
So then going back to our procedures, this report would not comply with the procedures that the staff holds itself to in terms of including a fiscal impact.
Sometimes the fiscal impact says unknown at this time. So when I say a procedure, it's a template.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good practice to have the fiscal impact of whatever it is we're describing. And I'm not saying that that's controlling here, but I don't know, again, on a report that says it shall be implemented immediately, and the next step would be an ordinance that we approve. It doesn't sound like there's any opportunity for us to have a fiscal impact. When ordinances come back to us, there's no fiscal impact statement. It's simply the ordinance is presented for first reading. So, and it sounds like nobody's done the work to try to calculate, even on the back of the envelope, what the fiscal impact is here.
May I speak, Mayor?
My questions are for the staff, Mayor, and
When you initially, excuse me.
I'll give the proponents the opportunity
When
to.
you initially said that you were going to speak, you said they would be for the authors.
Mayor, really, I have limited time here, Mayor. Can I keep the floor?
Let Councilmember Madison finish his question.
Sure.
So am I right, Michelle and Steve, that nobody's calculated the fiscal impact of what's proposed?
Councilmember Madison, I think you're correct. It would depend on, the greatest cost would be associated with the independent auditor. If it's a contract auditor, that cost would be different than if it's a staff position. That discussion hasn't been determinative as to how that function would be provided. Again, I think it's a negligible cost as it relates to establishing a commission, but that goes with it would have to be analyzed to determine the cost. Obviously, if the council felt it was an important enough matter to proceed with, the cost would be, to some extent, just a fact.
And in terms
Whatever
of,
cost. Yeah. Sorry, Michelle.
I was just going to say, in terms of the fiscal impact as a result of an independent police auditor in the city attorney's office, we'd have to look at how broad that authority would be, the scope of that authority, as well as what types of ethical walls would need to be in place, and looking at outside legal expenses, et cetera. So it's undetermined at this time, though.
Okay. And is that something that your respective departments could calculate for us if we ask you to?
We could certainly try, based on whatever the scope is.
My next question for the staff is about the sort of the legal contours of this proposal. And here again, I have to confess, it's not clear to me what we would be implementing immediately, as the memo says, and what the ordinance would say that would come back in 30 days. But I mean, the first step is, who would the independent auditor report to? Ms. Bonaris, do you have a sense of that, since it's apparently being put, the passive voice is used in the memo, but near as I can tell, it's being put under your direction.
It does
That-
appear to be proposed to be under the direction of the city attorney. And it's not clear whether that would be a contract and someone who's not a city employee or a city employee. So that would depend on how it's, directed from the council. And then there's also a reference to the commission being involved. So we would just desire to have better clarity on that.
Yeah, because, and I want to be clear here in my questions, and I'll have comments later, and I'll have a specific alternate proposal later. But, I think we should move forward. But I believe that the city council has the powers to run the city, nobody else. And Michelle, would you agree under the charter that's the case?
You say run the city, that I'm not sure. We have a city manager form of government. We have a city council. So it depends on what area you're referencing.
Well, so for example, the charter provides that all powers of the city are vested in the city council, subject to the provisions of the charter.
Right.
So my preference, and I think what people are talking about when they write to us, and I've gotten many communications from my constituents in opposition to the proposal that's before us today, is that it's not independent enough. And to me, the truest independence, given that all powers to run the city are vested in the council, would be to the council. So, I mean, do you, under the charter, Michelle, and under the code, do you view this as being consistent with your duties as city attorney to supervise an inspector general who would be exercising oversight over the police department? Because I can't find that anywhere in the charter that would be consistent with your powers.
I don't read this as giving the city attorney oversight over the police department. And the charter does say, as well as the municipal code, it outlines certain responsibilities and other duties and responsibilities as directed by the council. So it would depend on what those responsibilities and roles are, but there are potential bases for an independent police auditor to be housed in our office, subject to very carefully defined and implemented ethical walls that would have to be carefully crafted and consistently applied.
So are you referring to both divisions of your office, the city prosecutors who work with the police department to investigate and prosecute crimes, and the civil divisions, the police department in litigation?
Yes.
So aren't there inherent conflicts there in your office in purporting to have robust oversight of the police department with an inspector general?
Some may view that as a perception. As I said, it would require, it is conceivable that it could happen and not result in a conflict, but it would require very carefully crafted ethical walls be in place. And we have to.
You're understanding. I'm sorry, forgive me.
No, I was just going to say we would have to determine the extent to which additional staffing would be required to ensure that everything is segregated that needs to be segregated, or if more is referred outside, if the independent auditor is a contractor as opposed to an employee. So there are some other factors that would come into play.
And I mean, just to be clear, what I'm reading in the memo isn't that there would be privileged advice, legal advice from the inspector general. The purpose, I would hope, would be for there to be reports that would be made public, that would come to the council, for example, and to the city manager and the chief about the way that we're conducting ourselves. Do you agree with that?
That's my understanding.
And so what is it, like, what I'm struggling with, I guess, is in your view, Michelle, what is it that the city attorney's office, what role would the city attorney bring to that pursuit?
I think we would be the department that would, if it's a contract, enter into that contract. My understanding is they would do more of their reporting to the commission and or the city council. I'm not clear what the role would be if it were a city employee. That would potentially be more challenging. It would be potentially overseeing to ensure that the contract is implemented and followed consistent with its terms and other legal requirements followed.
So, and then would you review the performance of the inspector general, in your view, and make the decisions to hire and fire?
I would take direction from whatever the council's ultimate direction is.
Well, the council can't give direction about employees
No,
of our floor.
I'm at council's direction in setting it up. So if it's,
Okay.
Again, it depends if it's the contract or if it's an employee, but in setting up the arrangement.
So my reading of the charter that outlines the powers and duties of the city manager, to me, make it pretty clear that if this is a staff function, as opposed to something that will report to the city council, which is where I would like to see this be, that it really has to be the city manager. I mean, the city manager has the exclusive power to exercise supervision and control over all departments, divisions, and offices of the city, except for the city attorney, city prosecutor, and city clerk. So the police chief and all of his or her employees, sworn and unsworn, ultimately report to the city manager.
That's correct.
About that. So, I mean, really, this position should reside, and I think this was one of the original proposals, but perhaps it's changed because of opposition from some of my colleagues. But originally, this was viewed as being part and parcel of the position. Am I right?
With the city manager, yes.
Opportunity to address this at a staff level, direction and supervision, just as the chief does.
Sure, Councilmember Madison, I'll answer it this way. I have my opinions as to what I think is optimal. This is a policy level decision for the council to make. And I know that the council's considering public input. There's perceptions on the part of people. But as I say, I do have my own opinions. Perhaps you'll shield me from not having to disclose those because I see this as really up to the council.
Well, I don't want to put you in an awkward spot, but I'd be disappointed reading what I'm reading in the charter and the code and knowing that the chief and his department report. I'd be disappointed if you weren't discomfited by the notion that the council is going to hurriedly set up some system where we put this into the city attorney's office, even though it really isn't part of the city attorney's role under the charter.
I do think, and I know that there will be people who disagree with this because of what they perceive as conflicts of interest or what have you, but if the police chief reports to the city manager wants to ensure that the police department is operating properly. And just as it does with our internal auditor that is resident in the city manager's office, but freely reports to the audit committee. So nothing's held back. But in terms of having that sort of circle of accountability, I think there is merit to having it report to the city manager, because it's the city manager's neck, if you will. And if the police department's coming up short, they want the information, they want it straight.
Well, and I agree with that, although I think optimally the city council, again, in whose hands all powers are vested, should be the principal recipient of the work of an auditor or inspector general. I mean, if you look at, for example, the county of LA, they have a different system, to be sure, because they have an elected sheriff who has certain state constitutional authorities and responsibilities, but they've established an inspector general who, in a titular sense, reports to the executive officer of the county, but whose reports really are for the benefit of the Board of Supervisors and the community at large. And I think we should be aiming for the same kind of thing. And I'm really troubled by this idea that we're putting the city attorney on the spot as sort of a quick Band-Aid for the concern of some about true independence. And I think, you know, at the county and LAPD has a completely different model. Of course, these are much bigger departments from ours. But, you know, I'd like to see us move in the direction of true independence, which for my money, and I know I keep coming back to that, is the city council, we're the ones who are accountable to the voters. And so either the person reports through the city manager's office to the council and the commission as they come online, et cetera. But the idea of putting it in the city creates a lack of independence, and perhaps a real simple. Michelle, if you look at 20, it outlines all the powers and duties of the city. It would include an inspector general to be reporting on some department that's within the city manager's rubric. And 2.40.030 is the city manager. It clearly does include that kind of thing as supervision of the departments that the city manager. And I think, Michelle, I'd look to you here again. What I'm reading that as is the public safety and the commission will now take the place. And I appreciate it. I'll come back later with some more comments, and I have an alternative proposal that I'd like to put on the table at that time. Before I conclude, I would just say, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about the genesis of this proposal, and you know, I want to give Mr. Kennedy, you and the mayor an opportunity to tell us how the proposal actually came together. I mean, whose living room were you sitting in? What was the discussion? Where did you get the ideas that you got? Because I don't think that's how this council should fashion policy on something so significant as this. And again, you may choose to continue to remain silent about that, but I think it's important information we should have. Just as we would tell and ask the staff what the genesis of their discussions and deliberations were in coming forward with something. So, thank you.
Mr. Kennedy, I'm going to ask not to have a dialogue at
I
this.
will, I will, I will allow Mr. Kennedy to respond to that. I mean, it was a direct question to him.
I think it would be more fruitful to allow the questions to all sort of surface and then try to, because there may be some duplication.
So
if you-
I think I think that there was a question, and I think it's a fair opportunity for there to be an answer to that question.
Very good.
I'm not,
Mr.
I'm
Kennedy?
not, am I recognized, Mayor?
Yes.
I'm not seeking to answer, Mr. Madison's question necessarily. I would just simply say that on the issue of budget, if we as a council have had an opportunity to read the, I think it was voluminous report that came from, I think, Attard and Olson, in that report, they provided some budget possibilities. And I had thought that all the members of the council, either 4 years ago or recently, because each iteration of our discussions related to the possibility of community oversight of the Pasadena Police Department, had shared that report, so it's readily available to all of the council members and the mayor. As it relates to any proposal, I think it's been done in the light of day, and the argument that anyone would raise on this council that it has not been in the light of day goes out the door, because you've had an opportunity and continue to have an opportunity to share what your brilliant thoughts are. And particularly as it relates to the comment from Councilmember Madison, he says to all of his colleagues that he has an alternate proposal. I welcome his alternate proposal. And again, the subtlety of the attack, it's okay. I understand how we can be undermining of good behavior, of responding to issues that affect one ethnic group more than any other ethnic group or ethnic group. But the fact of the matter, at the city council level, and there are modifications even now that the council will say yes, no, and like Mr. Madison says, I have an alternate proposal, and I welcome that proposal. I think that's in keeping with good government. That's how we move forward as a council. Thank you.
All right, I will give a quick response to some of these issues since they were posed to us. There is no fiscal impact statement, nor is there a CEQA finding, because it was not the expectation that this was going to be the final action that the council takes. This is intended to be a kind of a policy level determination to see if there was an appetite to move ahead with something approaching this proposal, not the final dispositive proposal. And I thought I responded to that in the context of Councilmember Wilson's question earlier. In terms of the IPA, the independent police auditor, would report to, it was the expectation, and I think it is the expectation, that the IPA would report to the city council and to the Civilian Oversight Commission. Part of the value of this function is that it would provide staff support and expertise to the Civilian Oversight Commission. And it is indeed the expectation that the Civilian Oversight Commission would take on some of the responsibilities that is currently vested in the Public Safety Committee, on the basis that they would be single purpose, devoted just to oversight of the police department. They would meet more frequently than the Public Safety Committee does. They would have a laser-like focus on the department. and ultimately they would bring their recommendations to the city council. So the council would not be abdicating its responsibility, but the Public Safety Committee would not duplicate the work that the Civilian Oversight Commission was doing on a more intensive and shorter interval basis. In terms of this whole issue of where the function is lodged, the original recommendation was indeed that it be in the city manager's office. Seemed that that would be the logical locus. The problem is that the public reaction to that recommendation was so overwhelmingly negative, from the point of view that having the same appointing, having that function, having the IPA function lodged in the city manager's office, which is the same appointing authority for the police chief, seemed to be insurmountable in terms of gaining the public's confidence that there would be some different and some truly independent perspective here. And so the recommendation in terms of an alternative was moving it to the city attorney's office, which has a series of other limitations. It's another imperfect hometown for the IPA. But I think that the crafting of the ethical walls that the city attorney was referencing can minimize that inherent conflict. The city attorney's office is engaged in that kind of those kinds of ethical challenges already, in terms of as we've discussed, in terms of the ethical walls that have to exist between the city prosecutor and the city attorney. So that is a process that they're familiar with. In terms of the overall genesis of the proposal, we've been through this a couple of times. The genesis of the proposal came from the very detailed and lengthy and controversial discussions that we started back in 2016 and have bubbled up intermittently. The process that we've gone through is not to go back to the beginning, but to try to build on that discussion and extract, as some of you have already divined, to extract from the recommendations that came in the 2016 report, one version of what it could be, and use that as a jumping off point for where we might be headed. And that was done in an effort to try to expedite the discussion and have us do in a couple of months, rather than a year or more, what our process would ordinarily yield. And I think that sense of urgency is more acute than ever. And I think that while updating the all information would be of interest and would be of value, I think the council has been and is pretty well informed. And it's ironic that one of the opening criticisms is that it's only 2 pages. In fact, it's 4 pages. But the last time the criticism was that we got hundreds of pages because the attachments were so voluminous, because they were all the attachments that came from the 2016 study. And we also have, of course, the attachments that come from Council Member McAustin in terms of her district comments, and all the 600+ comments that came to the city's website that we've all seen, and the 5 or 6 supplements that came, and we're going to hear many of in a few minutes. So I think there's not a shortage of exposition of public commentary here. And I think that the range of opinion on this issue is exactly what you would expect on an issue of this consequence in a community like Pasadena. And that is that there are those that feel that we can't do enough fast enough, and those that feel that we probably shouldn't tinker with our public safety construct because it serves us effectively, and everything in between. So I hope that we can have affirmative discussion. I look forward to the suggestions that come from tonight's discussion among the council members, and as well as the public commentary that we're going to hear soon. And so the sequence now is Vice Mayor Hampton, followed by Councilmember Gordo.
Thank you, Mayor. So today we're talking about oversight, and since we're talking about oversight, and most of the times some of my colleagues believe that we are that oversight. And since we are talking about oversight, I would like to make a few comments. As it relates to, and I just want to make it clear to the public, as it relates to the video footage that was released with the incident of Mr. McLean, how the aftermath video was released first. No city council member made that decision. At least me as one city council member did not see that video before it was released. Also, the releasing of the video and the way it was released, you know, with the criminal background of Mr. McLean, I want everybody to know that as one city council member myself, I didn't see any of that footage. So I just want to make that clear, because if I was to see that footage and also was able to have a discussion about how videos were released, I would have not said that that would be the best order to release videos. And also, I don't think Mr. McLean's background actually has anything to do with what happened. The young man was shot in the back. And that, of course, has changed from the flank to the back. So I do appreciate the police department and the city acknowledging that. So with that being said, while we are acknowledging things, I have had the opportunity to see a series of emails from lots of different sources that have shown what the silver object is, or what the belief of the silver object is that is shown in the video that is being called a gun. There is an M&K, and it's very bright, and I'm sure all of my colleagues got that email last night. At least I thought everybody got one of those emails last night. If you haven't received it, you probably received some email similar to that from the clergy. And so I think it is important that the city, if that is the case and that video was not altered, the city needs to state that that could have been his belt buckle and not calling it a gun, because there's no guarantee that he had a gun. We just don't have that guarantee at this point. There is a gun that was found, but without DNA evidence, we don't really know if that is his gun. With that being said, I have a couple requests while we're talking about oversight, because if we want people to trust in our system, then it's important that we as a council, and definitely me as an individual who's an individual council member, also make these requests publicly noted. So one, my request is stopping cars for not having license plates. This weekend, I just drove out all across the city of Pasadena, and I just sat in Hastings Ranch, and I wanted to see how many cars in Hastings Ranch had no front license plates. Then I just sat on my street, and I wanted to see how many cars didn't have front license plates. If the Pasadena Police Department went around stopping everybody with license plates, we would need thousands of officers on the street. So I think that is a practice that actually should stop. That's just, I know that that is a code, but I mean, you could get a parking ticket, and we have parking enforcement that actually enforces that. The fact that Mr. McLean was the passenger and not the actual driver, the reason why he was getting out of the car, the reason why they were questioning him or even chased him is questionable. And so, City Attorney, I would like to understand, and you don't have to answer this right now, understand why the officer decided he needed to chase the passenger who actually had nothing to do with driving with a suspended license. How would he know that his friend he was in the car with had a suspended license? Number three now. The officer who shot Mr. McLean did not have his body-worn camera on and had plenty of time, based on the video that I watched, to actually do that and turn that camera on. So that is one check of being out of policy. Also, he shot at Mr. McLean. He shot Mr. McLean in the back. That's two, because I don't believe shooting someone in the back is actually our training. There's no training that I found that shows that. And so, City Attorney, if you could show me that there's somewhere that says officers could shoot people in the back, please send that information, and the public should have that information so that I could check that off. Also, public endangerment. One of the shots that he fired, because he didn't have the grace of aim, actually went into someone's home. And if that person was standing at their front door at that moment, they could have actually been killed by that shot. And there are pictures of that are circulating, just in case no one has seen the pictures of the bullet that has actually made it into someone's home. Also, he turns on his body-worn camera at the end, so he knew his body-worn camera was off. Kind of interesting. I think that's out of policy as well. During the, I'm just looking at everything I watched over the weekend. I watched this multiple times. During the investigation of trying to figure out where the gun was, I mean, if someone threw a gun clearly across the street, and I can't, I'm not going to try to get in the mindset of anything. If someone threw a gun clearly across the street, I believe you would be able to see that action happening if you're running behind them. That's just coming from a sports background. So with that being said, he turned the camera off during the investigation. My recollection about that policy that was, of course, the city council didn't have anything to do with during the presentations, public presentations, that during investigations, unless it is very sensitive, they're talking to a rape suspect or a rape victim or someone who does not want to be on camera, that the officer does not have the ability to turn off their camera. During the investigation, this officer turned off his camera, and that is another check. I'm checking this out because the reason why I'm mentioning it is because if we are the oversight right now, I would like to know why this officer has not been fired for being out of policy on not one occasion, but multiple occasions. I know that there's an investigation underway, and I have a question for the city manager, and hopefully you have an answer to this. Has the officer been fired or been put on leave?
Vice Mayor, the unfortunate incident of last week is currently under investigation. And so pending those multiple investigations, I don't think it appropriate for me to comment any further. Thank you.
Well, Christopher Blue's matter is under investigation, and from my understanding, every public safety meeting, I ask what is going on with the officers that were involved in the Christopher Blue matter, and the police chief's response to that is they are on light duty. They are not actually working the street. So the fact that you can't tell the public what has happened to this officer at this time is a bit alarming, and the reason why people are wanting oversight. And that's where we're at today, and we're discussing oversight. And as we're discussing oversight, yes, things have changed, and people could talk about what has happened now. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Support what you just said, Vice Mayor.
Go ahead.
I want to understand why City Manager Steve Ramel, in light of the investigation, that you can't share with the Vice Mayor if an officer is placed on administrative leave with pay, light duty, or some other designation. I don't think there's anything that would hinder the investigation for the full council to have that understanding that would not in any way jeopardize the ongoing investigations. And I would support what the Vice Mayor has requested. He just wants to know a status. We haven't reached, some of us have not reached final conclusions, but we want to be as transparent with the community as possible. And I would request humbly that you answer the Vice Mayor's question.
This is Michelle Bonarise. And as we have mentioned before, those statements would require revealing information involving the personnel status of an employee. And at this point, it would be inappropriate and perhaps violative of rights to specify that information in a public forum.
I think it is extremely disappointing to hear. I mean, it's not even disappointing to hear that. The fact that a suspect, let's say I'm a suspect, I have to prove that I did what I did. And the fact that we can't even hold those that have the most power accountable and throw up our hands and say it's the legal law, will let that person fight for their job back. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say on that matter. And what I will say is to the public and to my colleagues, this young man, regardless of what rhetoric and what spin the city actually sent and put out a video on this man, whatever that rhetoric is, this man was shot in the back because his friend did not have a front license plate, and he was the passenger of the car. He was not the suspect. So I think that my colleagues need to realize that, and everybody gets on this whole entire George Floyd thing. This is happening in Pasadena. Open your eyes up. This is happening in Pasadena. Now, do I think that we have bad officers? I do not think that we have bad officers. I think we have some officers that make bad decisions. And this is a poor decision that will change that officer's life forever. But it's also a decision that changed a young man's family's life. And this young man is never going to be able to come home. And that young man could be me. That young man could be my nephew. That young man could be my next door neighbor. Unless we start holding people accountable, and I say that again, unless we start holding people accountable, then this will continue to happen. And oversight without people wanting to hold people accountable is nothing. Do not throw your hands up and do not see another African-American man or a person of color slain and shot in the back and be okay with it. Make this man fight for his job back. Fire this officer. By the way, I'd also like to let everybody know who is protesting that it is rightfully so that you are out there protesting, and I'm all about that. Because some of my colleagues don't understand it. Some people in the city don't understand it. I get that. But when it becomes illegal, it is important that we have law to actually correct that. So if there are unlawful assemblies, I hope that our city does all in its power to stop those unlawful assemblies. For people that are protesting peacefully, we should allow them to do that without, and we have allowed them to do that. And so I want the public to also know that there is a place for law, and there's also a place for law to step out and let people breathe and let people think about what they would like their elected officials to do. And I will tell you one thing that is abundantly clear from each and every email that we've received, each and every time I go to the market, is no matter if you are conservative or liberal, people have to be held accountable. And shame on the city and shame on my colleagues that will not hold these people accountable.
Vice Mayor Hampton, I just should clarify, I wasn't suggesting that anyone not be held accountable. I was just saying the status of their employment and the procedure isn't something that could be discussed right now. It was a very unfortunate and heartfelt.
The status of Mr. Blue, I'm sorry, I apologize. City Attorney Michelle Bonaris. I just have to say that the officers that were involved with Christopher Blue's matter, they have mentioned to us multiple occasions what these officers are doing, and that is the status of their employment. And so I think it's unfair that you can't, I think it's not correct that you cannot say what the status of this employee is. If you want people to feel like there's confidence in government, the government needs to hold people accountable. The purpose of policies, there's no reason to have policies if no one is even checking those policies. There's no reason to have night ordinances to say that people can't have music really loud at night at a certain time if no one's actually holding those people accountable. What is the purpose of us putting all these policies together when no one does anything about it? I appreciate everybody giving me the time to say what I have to say about this matter, but we're talking about oversight, and as we're talking about oversight, we have to look at each other. And we have to hold people accountable, because I guarantee you, if a trash truck driver came down the street and dumped your trash in your front yard, you would want that person fired. And I guarantee you the city would do it. But when it comes to people that have lost their life in other states and other places, they're holding people accountable. And people are coming to us looking. That's the reason why there's so many protests, because we're not doing it. And I'm beating on the drum, and I'll keep on beating on it. I'm in no ways tired. I am in no ways tired. I'm wide awake.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Gordo, followed by Mr. Masuda.
So let me just start by saying that this is public safety and policing is probably the most sensitive responsibility in every community, and it's needs to be handled seriously. And when we're talking about and fairly to the community, fairly to the hardworking men and women who, as Mr. Hampton says, patrol our city every day, working to keep us safe. But there has to be accountability. There has to be independent accountability. I'm disheartened that some of us have asked for some time for an analysis, a thorough analysis of what it would look like to have true independent accountability away from the city manager's office. I've asked for it. I've asked for the analysis for some time, that it not be in the city manager's office. The vice mayor has. We've asked for the city attorney to provide that analysis on the record here. We've asked the city manager to provide the analysis, and yet we still have with us or in front of us today, it is a two-pager. There's the cover sheet, there's one, a memo, that's the cover sheet, 2 pages written, and then what's basically the end of the memo signed by 2 members of the city council. When I hear our city attorney say that things like, it's conceivable certain things would or would not happen when asked by Mr. Madison. It's conceivable, but there's no clarity. City managers say things like, in response to not just a member of the city council, but a member of the public safety committee, Mr. Madison asks a question of the city manager, and the city manager is hesitant to express his view. And I'll quote him. He says to Mr. Madison, "I hope you'll shield me from having to answer that. I hope you'll shield me." What's going on here? Why is our city manager asking to be shielded from whom? From whom? This is, as we're talking about transparency, we have our city manager saying to this body, to the full body, that he wants to be shielded from expressing his opinion and his view. How, colleagues, is that possible? So, we're talking about one of the most complex issues facing not just Pasadena, but facing our nation. We're talking about fairness. We're talking about transparency. We're talking about accountability. I do believe as I have stated, every time we've discussed this matter recently during these discussions, that it needs to be outside of the city manager's office. Yet we have no staff analysis, a memo from 2 members of the city council. I guess later on, as politics sometimes reveals, we'll find out why that is. That is to be revealed, why 2 members have put a memo in front of us instead of a thorough staff analysis. When that memo in this issue is used further down the line. With regard to the fiscal analysis that Mr. Madison raises, I do recall this being a policy of the city councils. I recall this being a policy that decisions have a fiscal impact statement. And so I think the city attorney and city manager ought to look at that carefully. I don't recall when it was adopted, but I do recall it being an adopted policy. When we talked, Michelle, about the complexity of this issue, has there been any analysis? I mean, wouldn't you agree that there are multiple complex issues that come along with oversight? Has the staff reviewed this proposal for purposes of its interplay with the administrative investigation that takes place in every use of force sentencing? Has there been any staff analysis with regard to that?
Mr. Gordo, we have looked at the proposal, and as mentioned previously, I think it's still being finalized what it actually would entail, and our role would be to ensure that there is no impermissible overlap or review that's not allowed. And I would note that August 3rd, I submitted a memo to the council, which was made public, that responded to a number of the questions regarding police oversight and an independent police auditor. And that was, I think, in a prior agenda packet. It did not get included with this, though.
And in terms of well, let's stay with this. In terms of the complexity, so there's the administrative investigation, correct?
Yes.
But the memo, the 2-page memo, we'll call it 4 pages with the signature page and cover sheet, doesn't address the administrative investigation, does it?
I don't believe it specifically does.
How about the internal affairs? There's also an internal affairs investigation that takes place, correct?
Yes.
And that's not addressed. Now, potentially there's a criminal investigation. Is that addressed anywhere in this memo?
I thought there was a reference to the criminal, but I'm not certain.
It's a 2-pager.
Number 4. Say it. I don't know. I think I saw that in here, I thought, but.
Councilmember Gordo, this is Javon on the.
Yeah, Javon Rad can address that perhaps.
There was a question of could the auditor position be created who reports to the city prosecutor? And there's just a reference, not directly responsive to the question, but just a reference to if the auditor's report finds potential criminal violations that could be considered the equivalent of a criminal referral, then it could be referred to the prosecutor for potential prosecution of a crime.
Right. But there's no discussion about the interplay in the memo that I see between these 3 levels of investigation, correct?
There's not that level of detail.
Now, with regard to compelled statements, well, how does this proposal, can you, Javon, explain to us what a compelled statement is so that the public understands clearly?
So when when there's an officer that's being interviewed by internal affairs, an example would be in, let's say, an officer-involved shooting or another critical incident. The detectives might interview the officer. The officer has an opportunity to give what's called a voluntary statement, but the officer could also decide to exercise his or her Fifth Amendment rights and decline to give that voluntary statement. And regardless of whether an officer gives a voluntary statement or doesn't to detectives, as internal affairs conducts their investigation, when they interview the officer, when they begin the interview, they tell the officer that that statement will be used for internal affairs for personnel purposes only, but cannot be used against the officer for the criminal investigation. The other thing is that the officer has to answer questions and cannot exercise his or her Fifth Amendment rights. So that's why it's compelled.
And so explain to us under this, in this memo, does this memo address, does this memo provide any analysis as to how those compelled statements would be handled by an auditor reporting to a commission or even to the city council?
There's a little bit of a reference in item 4 about mentioning that the auditor's use of the compelled statements would be limited because of not necessarily because how they're taken, but rather because they're a personnel file, so they're confidential personnel files. So the use of them couldn't be offered up for purposes of criminal referral.
Well, so let me ask you this: could this auditor even look at the compelled statement?
We could structure it such that the auditor could look at the compelled statements, but the auditor really is limited by the charter in the sense that the auditor can review and monitor how the statements were used by investigators and by the chief in rendering a decision whether the officers were within policy, but the auditor cannot play an advisory role if the auditor were a position that were appointed or created by the council.
Could the auditor share that information from the compelled statement with the commission, the public, or anyone else?
With the commission, I think we can structure it so the auditor could share that type of information with the commission, not with the public, at least for the immediate term for critical incidents like officer-involved shootings and uses of force causing great bodily injury. So that's something that in recent years is something that does make it out, but that's after the criminal investigation's completed and well into the internal affairs investigation.
Now, with regard to subpoena powers, some of us argued that we did not need a charter amendment to achieve subpoena powers, but it was a pretty strong view of your office, Michelle, and I believe the city manager's office that we did. And here we have now presumably in view. But how far does that subpoena power extend in this instance? Could that subpoena power be used to secure pitches material? I want you to explain what pitches material is, and then answer if the subpoena could be used to.
So, Councilman Regoda, I think some of what the subpoena power can, how far the subpoena power can go also depends on what the council would intend that the records that or testimony that would be sought from the subpoena could go to. But you're asking about could the subpoena power be used to access pitches material? We could draw up an ordinance to allow for that, but the way the charter is structured, if the auditor were to get that information, the auditor could use that for review and monitoring purposes only and could not play a role in the personnel process.
But that material could be made known to the commission?
We could structure it that way. As to the public, we'd have to put some rules on what the auditor can do in terms of merely talking about whether the process was thorough, fair, and impartial and unbiased, but without specifics as to the involved officers.
And with regard to the issue of the Public Safety Committee, so what are the modifications that are made reference to? Has staff analyzed those modifications? It says that we will modify, and Mr. Madison's question made reference to it, modify City Council and Public Safety Committee roles. What are those modifications?
Councilmember Gordo, I don't know more than what's in the agenda report necessarily, and I think some of what those modifications could be depends on how, say, a commission were set up. But I don't know that there can be a lot of flexibility in what the commission could take on for its jurisdiction and what the Public Safety Committee could take on. So in large part, it would be a council policy discussion about what it envisions the role of the Public Safety Committee to be, assuming a commission were created.
Councilmember Gordo, if I may, this is Steve. Based on some of the conversations, let me give you my understanding of it. At the Public Safety Committee, once a month, the chief provides a chief's report. Also, on a every 6-month basis, he provides a use of force report and discipline report. My understanding is it was envisioned that much of this information would be presented to a commission if in fact the council created a commission. The concern on my part is that if the chief is now spending an additional amount of time making presentations to the Public Safety Committee and then making the same presentations to an Oversight Commission. So I think that the reference there is just a recognition that if there is a commission, some items that have previously been presented to the Public Safety Committee would be presented to that oversight body. There was, beyond that, no particular specificity. If you look at the code section on the Public Safety Committee, it's fairly broad. There'd still certainly be a role for the Public Safety Committee, but from the staff perspective, there was a concern about effectively doubling reporting.
All we've seen and all the public has heard about, what's intended here is what we're hearing today and what we've seen in these meetings publicly. And that's not made clear in the report. Steve, where do you get your understanding? Have you had private conversations with Mayor Tornick or Mr. Kennedy or both together? Have you had any private conversations with them involving this?
Well, I've shared with them that if we had a commission, I would expect that some of the things that I just mentioned would be reported to the commission instead of the Public Safety Committee.
So that's a yes.
Yes, sir.
Do you have had private conversations? Not in public, but off camera and away from the Public Safety Committee and the council.
Council member, I speak frequently with all members of the council on the phone, more so these days than in person.
And with regard to the doctrine of non-delegable duties, Michelle, there are some duties that a elected body cannot delegate. Have you analyzed that? And can you give us your view on the delegable duty, non-delegable duty doctrine and how that plays with what we see in front of us in this memorandum?
Yes, I'll turn it to Javon Rad, but we have looked at the extent to which what is contemplated based on our understanding. Those are duties and responsibilities that could be delegated. And I also think part of it, my understanding was they would still report to the city council, but I'll turn it to Javon for further amplification.
Councilmember Gordo, I guess I'm not sure this is the concept you're speaking of, but basically under the charter, the city manager is in charge of administrative service and personnel to report to and through and to him, including police officers. And so If the question is, would the establishment of a commission or an auditor do something on the council's part that would take away from the manager's authority? I would
No,
say,
That's not my question, Javon.
Okay.
My question is the city council and the city council committee is, the public safety committee is charged with essentially overseeing the police department, looking at policy, much like Ed Tech is charged with certain jurisdiction, legislative policy committee of the city council has other jurisdictions. Are we in a position to delegate that jurisdiction, if you will, to anyone? And have you looked at that?
This is Michelle Bonarise again. I would note that
There's some responsibilities that cannot be delegated. And you know, when we're asked to take an action, I expect that the staff will have looked at this issue. And so have we looked at that issue?
we do believe that what is proposed and our understanding of what is proposed is something that can be delegated. The council's public safety committee jurisdiction as established in the code essentially says the public safety committee shall review matters relating to public safety, including police and fire services and crime prevention programs, as well as other related matters which the committee chair, city council, or city council appointees determine are within the scope of the committee's review. So that is a broad scope of what could potentially go on an agenda and be within the jurisdiction of the Public Safety Committee. The creation of a commission to give recommendations on policy matters, on certain administrative matters, as I understand this is proposed, would be something that's within the possibility of being delegated to a commission, as you do with some of your other advisory bodies.
And Michelle, your understanding come strictly from this memorandum, or have you or your office, members of your office, had private conversations regarding this policy matter with Mr. Kennedy and/or Mayor Torney?
Whenever any council member asks questions, whether at a council meeting or outside, we do try to answer them. I have answered questions from multiple members of the city council, at least 4, or so, who have specific questions with respect to this proposed item. So we do have a general understanding of what authority can be delegated and what can't. Our charter establishes certain responsibilities and duties that cannot be delegated, such as contracts over $75,000. Those kinds of responsibilities cannot be delegated. They need to be acted on by the council. But here are generally those that could be delegated based on what we understand on this report.
I think anytime the council and the elected representatives of this body are asked to delegate any authority, the community, the public, and every member of this council has the right to see that analysis in writing. And we don't have that. Now, at the last, or at a few meetings ago, actually, I asked that a model be looked at where we could place it. And I argued, Michelle, you'll recall, and Mr. City Manager, I argued that we should look at a model that doesn't require charter reform, that we could achieve it without charter reform if we placed it in the city attorney's office, if we looked at individuals who could be retained, contracted for by the city attorney's office that would report to the city council. I raised that issue. In fact, I recall Mayor Torney saying, I get it, and we'll look at that. Why isn't that analysis provided the mayor agreed, my colleagues, and I requested that analysis. Mr. City Manager and the City Attorney, is there any reason why you did not provide that analysis?
I think that's in line with what's proposed.
Well, no. I asked for an analysis from you, not a memorandum from two members of the City Council. And I recall Mayor Torres saying, we'll look at that at the end of the meeting. I get it. I see what you're saying. But yet, that analysis from your office, from the City Manager's office, is not here. Instead, we get, the memorandum from two members of the council.
Well, and I would note that the August 3rd memo that I referenced a short time ago, that was written by our office and given to the council, that did provide a brief summary and analysis that was available for members of the public on oversight and independent police auditors reporting through the city attorney's office. So that was a memo that was given to the council.
So I asked for specific analysis, and I'm not going to belabor the point other than to say it's not here. And City Manager, did you provide any such analysis or conduct any such analysis of that model?
Councilmember Gordo, no, I did not. I would need to rely on the assistance of the city attorney's office. I want to make clear, staff did not prepare the report that's in front of the council. This is from two members of the council. If the council so directed, staff would go off and prepare whatever analysis the council requested. I think it's important to understand this is a policy level discussion that's been generated by members of the council for the council to consider. To the extent the city attorney's office and my office can be a resource in providing information and answering questions, we've done that. We try to do that with all the council members, but please don't confuse a proposal from a couple members of the council as staff work. They're two different things.
I understand that completely, and that is my point. That every member of this council was entitled, and we represent people throughout the city, and every one of our constituents is entitled to that. Instead, what we have coming back to us over and over is the view really of two members of the city council. This is a moment in time when this council should be united, when the tone should be, let's do the right thing. We do need independent oversight that's fair, that's transparent. But the tone should be one of bringing us together for that purpose. Instead, at the commencement, there was a wedge, a division, right at the Public Safety Committee, where two members of the Public Safety Committee, Vice Mayor Ham and Councilmember Madison, are excluded. That's the kind of tone in our local government that we can't have, because that set the tone for a very divisive process. And we need to fix that, colleagues. I think we need to work together on this issue. We need an independent, truly transparent auditor. We need to get it right, because the community is owed that, and the hard-working men and women of the police department are owed that. And this moment in time, in our city and our country, demand it. And so I'm asking that we do the right thing, we do it together, and that we oversight, that we commit ourselves to public input through a commission, but that we do it together with the appropriate staffing and information that each and every one of us as elected representatives deserve and that our constituents deserve. Information.
Gordo, Mr. Masood, I think, was in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a lot of different a lot of activists. And the last thing I want to say is that I heard from a few council members early on that there's a sense of urgency now because of what happened last weekend. You know, we have to get it right, which I think is very important rather than trying to rush something through. And I don't think that we should rush this. So I'll listen to all of you and hopefully that we can make a good decision at the end of the day or evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Masuda. I think maybe this would be a good time to since everybody's had if there's no objection, I'd like to ask the city clerk to begin to read the public comment.
You know, Mr. Mayor, I'm so sorry. I did have one question that, okay, thank you. My one question that I did not ask is, and this is to the city attorney, if we were to contract, actual employee of the city of Pasadena.
Vice Mayor, it wouldn't be an employee if it were reporting directly to does report to the city council and give their reports and information to the city council. And I would also note that we did specifically answer the question about that Mr. Gordo asked about delegating authority, et cetera, in that August 3rd memo. So we have looked at the ability to delegate, and there are limitations on it. So that would be factored in to whatever contract if we did.
That individual could essentially be reporting to the city council and not the person who's actually issuing the check to them.
If they're not an employee. Not a
If they're
city
not, if we give them subpoena power,
yes, again, it would be limited as we've described previously, depending on who it's through. If it's through the city manager has control and authority over the personnel of the police department, so they'd have perhaps broader scope and authority. So it depends on what the scope of that authority would be.
thank you. And this is you know, part of, I think the reason why there should have probably been more discussions, because that was not presented, or at least that was not I like to hear the public comment, but I think that if the public would have known that the council could actually hire someone, we may be having a different discussion today. Thank you.
Well, if I could, Mr. Vice Mayor, that's the direction that I'll be going with my alternate proposal later.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What you just outlined.
All right.
Report out that we received 55 letters of correspondence, 42 in support of civilian oversight, 7 expressing support for a community police oversight commission, but not as proposed, and 6 letters received expressing concerns regarding the actions of the Pasadena 216 of the 253 from Pasadena were in support against a submitted civilian over the a sample of that kind of a submittal, and then read the names. Dear Mayor, the commission would review, monitor actions, and hold police officers accountable for their actions when necessary. Now is the time to vote yes. Everyone, our neighbors, and the Pasadena Police Department will learn to appreciate civilian or community oversight in an independent auditor. This proposal is a step in the right direction, a basic platform on which the City Council will be able to improve as time moves on. I am hopeful that each member of our City Council will stand on the right side of history. Please vote in favor of the proposal by the Public Safety Committee for a Community Police Oversight Commission and Independent Auditor. And then I'll read the names of those that fall into this category of a comment. Beverly Bogar, Michael Warner, both Pasadena residents. June Diarra, Pasadena resident. Is June Diarra and family. Mimona Diarra, Pasadena. Leslie Caldwell, Pasadena. Geraldine Kennedy, Pasadena. Julian Spratling, Pasadena. Miss Rosalinda Spratling, Pasadena. Arnold Siegel, Pasadena. Exola Jones, Pasadena. I believe I said Leslie Caldwell, but Pasadena. Zoila Herrera, Pasadena. Monet Adams, Pasadena. Elizabeth Ray Ellis, Pasadena. Marcia Talbert, Pasadena. Letitia Uko, Pasadena. Jamal M. Ellis, Pasadena. Shalise Ziegler, Altadena. Jarius Q. Ellis, Altadena. Riddell Ellis, South Pasadena. Anita Atano, Pasadena. Joni Sykes Flemings, Altadena. Barbara McFeeters, Pasadena. Leanne Moore, Pasadena. Maya Taylor, Pasadena. Anise Jackson, Pasadena. Reverend Jared McDaniel, Pasadena. The next is a grouping of emails that have similar comments, but a different comment than what was just read. This is, I'll read the first one here that sort of encompasses this group. This is actually from Bonnie James, Pasadena. My name is Bonnie James, and I'm a Pasadena resident in District 3. On Saturday, August 15, 2020, Pasadena officers shot Anthony McLean in the back, killing him. The details of his death demand a thorough and independent investigation of the officers involved with Anthony's killing. I am asking you, our elected officials, to create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members for the commission with subpoena power. There is no ambiguity in this on NAACP. As a gun violence survivor, I'm acutely aware of the trauma that comes with the gun deaths. I watched the police camera footage where my neighbors, who were understandably upset after witnessing this incident, get shot with a taser gun and maced. What happened on August 15 was unacceptable, and the residents of Pasadena should not live in fear that a traffic violation stop could end in death. For any kind of trust or reconciliation to be built between the community and the police, there needs to be accountability and an independent investigation. I'll read one more from this stack. Juliet Ryan Davis. My name is Juliet Ryan Davis. I'm a Pasadena resident. Pasadena policing needs changes. There has not been enough done to prevent police power to the detriment of citizens, ending in unnecessary violent killing on your hands, our public servants. The entire community does not approve. I am asking you, our elected officials, to create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members with subpoena power. There is no ambiguity. Align a proposal with the Community Bill of Rights. And others that fall into this category, Daniel James, Pasadena. Carlos Chan, Pasadena. Paul Slocum, Pasadena. Alana Dunn, Pasadena. Someone with the initial CP in San Marino. Samantha Kinney, Pasadena. The Reverend Peter Wong, Pasadena. Jocelyn Lai, Pasadena. Zayla Rahimi, Pasadena. Claire Marco, Pasadena. Stephen Williams, Pasadena. Alexandra E. Hartman, Los Angeles. Carly Lopez, Pasadena. And Annette Bizal, Burbank. And the last of the grouped emails. I'll read the first one here. Number one, make available and release to the public all records of use of force investigations, conclusions, and complaints made by the police or the city council within the past 5 years, and provide mechanisms for regular release of such materials. In case of number two, in case of officer involved shooting, release unedited body camera footage to the family of the deceased or the family's legal counsel within 24 hours after the incident. Number three, do not grant nomination power to the chief of police to appoint a member of the Oversight Commission. Number four, permit Black Lives Matter Pasadena the right to nominate one member of the Oversight Commission with the right to increase the number of nominees proportionally if the number of the commission increases. Number five, disqualify nominees or appointees of the Oversight Commission who have financial, personal, political, or other business ties to real estate developers or police unions. Along with immediate actions to amend the Oversight Commission, Black Lives Matter Pasadena demand that the city of Pasadena commit to immediately dropping charges against Nafisa Kaba, whose 11-year-old son was maced by a police officer moments after Anthony McLean's death. Another comment that's similar to this is Maya Porcelli from La Crescenta, Stephen Gibson from Altadena, Oliver Stevenson from Pasadena, David Mankawa from Pasadena, Ira West from Pasadena, Peggy Renner from Pasadena, and Catherine Kroger from Pasadena.
Alan Shea from Pasadena. This public comment is being provided because on August 20, 2020, at 7:44 p.m., I submitted a public comment to make a motion to modify the oversight plan for an independent auditor plan because there is an existing commission called Northwest Commission with the same functions. As of Saturday, August 22, 2020, I learned that the agenda information posted on Thursday, August 20th, 2020, was changed on Friday, August 21st, 2020, and did not reflect the specific section as included in the agenda documents on August 20, 2020. I was not able to retrieve the agenda documents from the August 3rd, 2020 City Council meeting as well. I believe the city of Pasadena has been tested after the release of the Pasadena Police Department release of their videos on August 20, 2020, and how the city officials have responded in the aftermath of the police shooting of Anthony McLean. The residences have communicated their demands to take effect on August 24, 2020, that the city officials terminate the two officers, modify the current oversight plan to consist of an independent auditor only without the authority, input or oversight of any city officials, including the city manager, in order to be fully independent and completely transparent in the investigation and reporting process. John from Pasadena. Well, another Black man has died at the hands of PPD who indiscriminately fired into a residential neighborhood, this time because of a license plate. Anthony McLean was running when he was shot in the back, which is clear from the body cam. PPD admittedly violated its own policy when the officer who shot didn't activate it properly, and Chief Perez has the audacity to say, oops, it happens all the time. I know Councilman Madison has ilk or two chicken bleep to make real efforts at oversight. But make no mistake, more of us are seeing through your bull bleep, and we will be outside your houses protesting. No justice, no peace. Jay from the city of Pasadena. Police oversight now. Jennifer Collins from Pasadena. Anthony McLean's death is tragic and timely reminder that we cannot rely on police to supervise themselves or on those connected to police to be unbiased about police actions. Law enforcement's pro-slavery origins continue to influence how police interact with Black people. By establishing a community police oversight commission and an independent auditor function, Pasadena has an opportunity to fight the legacy of anti-Black racism in law enforcement and increase public safety and community equity. Catherine O'Neill Peterson, Pasadena resident. The events of last week and the murder of Anthony McLean by Pasadena police officers show the need for an oversight more than ever before. The police cannot police themselves. This has been proven over and over again. The oversight model you are putting forward is not strong enough. We need a community police oversight commission that is made up of all city residents. If the duty of the Pasadena Police Department is to serve the residents, then it should not be all controversial for the residents to have a say in the actions of the department. You also need to hire a paid, full-time independent police auditor who selects the Oversight Council, has subpoena power, and reports to the City Council. How many more Black people have to die at the hands of the Pasadena Police Department before the city government stops serving itself and instead serves the citizens it is supposed to protect? From Genia Q, I'm sorry if I mispronounced her last name. I support a police oversight commission and an independent auditor with subpoena power. I also ask that the Pasadena PD release the names of all the officers who shot Anthony McLean in the back. The family deserves to know who killed their loved one. There needs to be an independent investigation of his killing. Phyllis Chastain. I suggest the Police Oversight Commission and Independent Oversight Auditor as presented by the Public Safety Committee be approved and instated within 30 days or less. I also suggest that the salary should be $91,000 to $117,000. Time is of the essence to address the public health, safety, and welfare concerns of all our residents in the city of Pasadena. Note, these jobs are not listed on your HR site and should be added. Stephanie Bolton from Pasadena. Hello, I want to urge this body to support the creation of a Community Police Oversight Commission. If there was any doubt before, the events of this week demonstrate that Pasadena is not immune to acts of violence and abuse of power from the people who are meant to protect us. Citizens deserve the right to ensure that officers of the law are not above the law and that the laws work to protect all of us. From Rachel Abelson, from Pasadena. I've lived in Pasadena for nearly 40 years, and both my spouse and I work in the city as well. I'm writing to oppose placing the independent auditor for police oversight under the city manager's office. Doing so would negate the very independence of this auditor and will forever jeopardize their impartiality and their power. I support Vice Mayor Hampton's plan to place this auditor within the city attorney's office instead. Pasadena has long shameful history of systematic racism and police brutality. For so long, the Pasadena Police Department has been left unchecked. The disturbing footage released this week of Anthony McLean's killing underscores the urgent need for independent oversight of use of force reviews. Such independence will never be possible if this auditor is managed by the very same office that oversees the police department. From Margaret Starbuck, Pasadena resident. I urge you to reject the Civilian Oversight Commission proposal put forward by Mayor Tornick. This proposal does not establish an independent investigator, nor does not give the commission subpoena power, and houses the Oversight Commission within the city manager's office, which is in the same chain of command as Pasadena PD. I urge you to adopt a fully independent Civilian Oversight Commission with subpoena power. With the recent murder of Anthony McLean by Pasadena PD and the subsequent targeting of Black Lives Matter protesters outside of City Hall, the need for an independent Civilian Oversight Commission to hold Pasadena PD has never been clearer. I'm Jess Joswick, Pasadena resident. I am writing in support of a Community Police Oversight Commission, an independent auditor for the PPD. The PPD has operated with impunity and immunity in our community for years. Our Black community is over-policed even as crime decreases. We need an external committee to review actions and hold police accountable. Justice for those killed at the hands of PPD officers must be served.
Ivy Lewis, Pasadena resident. Pasadena council members, I viewed PPD videos of the McLean shooting. I am disturbed. While there are good police, there are not so good or poorly trained officers. When an event happens like the one last Saturday, I would expect the city to act swiftly with the help of a community oversight commission. As a result of council member stubbornness, we have yet another officer involved shooting and no oversight commission. We're back in the news in a negative manner. Vote yes for the sake of the city of Pasadena. Alicia Legans Farmer, Pasadena resident. Dear council, dear city council, I watch Anthony McLean videos posted on the PPD website. I'm frustrated and confused. After watching several videos, I can't imagine doing the job of a police officer. Between a wounded citizen and the various groups of people, it was overwhelming to watch. Again, a Black man shot, and again, Black people angry and frustrated. We are back at the why. The McLean officer involved shooting event should be the first reviewed by the Community Oversight Commission. The time is right now. Do not waste another minute for your own underlying agendas. Vote yes, the entire city is counting on you. Elsa D. Santiago, Pasadena resident. Mayor Tornick and City Council, thank you for posting videos of the McLean officer involved shooting. I am saddened by the event. Was this shooting justified? Was this shooting justified? The Police Oversight Commission is needed immediately. I have 3 kids and are Hispanic. We want oversight and trust. A vote yes will let me know that you care about Pasadena residents as a whole. Anna Wilches, Pasadena resident. Mayor Tornick and Council, the latest officer-involved shooting is overwhelming. We must get the proposal approved today. If you had acted years ago, the commission would have been on track, signed and in place for the Anthony McLean shooting. Don't let police unions control your vote. Stand on the right side of history. Vote yes for a Civilian Police Oversight Committee. German Farmer, Pasadena resident. Mr. Mayor, council members, I couldn't believe it. Another officer-involved shooting. The Civilian Police Oversight Committee isn't even in place. I am a Black man with a son and a daughter. I am concerned that the city council has procrastinated for years. So here we are, again, Black and brown people, angry, frustrated, and confused. This always happens to us. Can we trust the city council to pass the Police Oversight Commission? Most of you have taken money from the police union. Prove that you work for the citizens and not the union. Vote in favor of a police oversight committee. Alkebulan Cultural Center, Pasadena. Alkebulan? Oh, Alkebulan. Okay, thank you. Greetings. As the ACC director, I have observed a community with anger, frustration, and disenchantment. I reviewed the video several times. The traffic stop of Anthony McLean occurred 2 doors north of the Alkebulan Center, and the officer-involved shooting happened across from the center. This week, non-residents have protested with total chaos. The voices are loud. There is littering, profanity, and disrespect for the community. The police have not patrolled on a regular basis. La Pintoresca Park is ground zero for the McLean protests. The city council should visit the area as a group to advise the community that a positive change is being developed. It is time for the city council to come together for the good of the city. I would like to join the Civilian Oversight Committee as a community member. The loss of this man's life saddens me. I pray that you vote yes for the Civilian Oversight Committee with an independent auditor. Jay Doyle, Pasadena resident. Dear City Council, it is time to part ways with City Manager Steve Mermel. He has shown that he is not capable of managing the police department, securing adequate resources for the health department in the middle of a pandemic, understanding the definition of affordable housing, or pushing Pasadena Water and Power to its use of fossil fuels. We cannot move toward a 21st century Pasadena with a manager that does not share the vision of its council or its residents. Mr. Ramel has stated that Pasadena cannot provide $89,000 in COVID relief to small business owners. He is unaware that 95% of African-American businesses are single employee, in parentheses, primarily from lack of capital, and did not qualify for COVID relief. He wants to deny funds after spending $300,000 on body cameras that officers, quote, allegedly, end quote, do not use. Why not fire the officer for not following protocol? Maybe the officer did have his body camera on. Maybe the footage was conveniently deleted. We will never know because there is no oversight, and clearly Steve Mermel does not get this. The police budget is $90 million, $15 million in insurance, and he feels the city does not have dollars to help in the middle of a pandemic. Carolyn A. Jacobson, Pasadena resident. Since whoever hires these bad actors can't vet well enough, we need real civilian oversight and an independent auditor to hold these bad, racist, trigger-happy cops accountable and make sure they can't be rehired somewhere else. They shouldn't be above the law. These cowards give the PD and all good cops a bad name. Enough with empty words from politicians. Corey Esperanza, Orange. Please act now to provide effective police oversight that Pasadena desperately needs. Please use your position of authority in your city to do justice for those who need it. Oversight is a reasonable and simple request that will be a step toward restoring harmony to your beautiful city. Please don't delay. We don't want to hear about any more lives being lost at the hands of police. Samantha Robinson Bloom, Pasadena resident. Please support the creation of the Civilian Oversight Commission and independent police auditor with subpoena power. Our country must make changes in how we approach managing the peace. This starts at the local level with how we manage our peace officers. As a homeowner raising a small child here in Pasadena, I am desperate for a future where I can teach her to trust the police, and I don't feel I can teach her that right now. The recent unprovoked shooting of Anthony McLean just blocks from my home, and the subsequent lack of appropriate action from the department has solidified to me that we must make change. I believe a civilian oversight and independent auditor can help create change and rebuild that trust.
Dan Hune, Pasadena. Dear City Council and Mayor, when hundreds of community comments asked for your support several weeks ago in creating an oversight commission and independent police auditor, we were asking that you ensure these bodies remain impartial to political and police influence. Because we understand that the power to determine who gets policed and how they are policed has always belonged to the city. And while the city will continue to hold such power, these two measures represent and function as a space where the community can begin to trust the process of justice. I hope you understand and trust that you are helping to heal by uplifting the community's demands for, one, a community police oversight commission made up of community elected commissioners, and two, an independent police auditor with subpoena power. I strongly urge you accept and support these demands. How you bring about justice for Anthony McLean, Kendrick McDade, Reginald Thomas, Chris Blue, and Margarita Perez will be remembered. From Io McNaughton, Pasadena. Dear council members, young Black men continue to die needlessly at the hands of police in Pasadena. If the members of the City Council and the Pasadena and the Police Department truly believe they are acting for the health and safety of our community, you will take the step today to establish a Community Police Oversight Commission and an independent auditor. There is no earthly reason not to do this. It is obvious that the community needs more transparency and participation in the systems of public safety in our city. We are not asking to abolish the police department. We are not asking for anything that professional public servants would not provide willingly if they were truly interested in serving the public. Thank you. Terry Ann Johnson, Altadena. To the Pasadena City Council, prior to the latest officer-involved shooting in Pasadena, I was passive in community matters, but not anymore. The time is now for a Pasadena Civilian Oversight Committee. The city has procrastinated long enough. This proposal is a step in the right direction. I have lived in Pasadena or Altadena my entire life. All of my business is done in Pasadena. My dad lives in Pasadena. Please vote in favor of the proposal by the Public Safety Committee for a Community Police Oversight Commission and independent auditor. My Black life depends on it. Thank you, Terry. Petria B. Sandel, Pasadena. Please support the creation of a Civilian Oversight Commission and independent police auditor with subpoena power. Pasadena has an opportunity to lift itself in the nation's esteem. I believe that the following language creates a weak rubber stamp for criminal behavior, and I would like to make a recommendation. This language renders a commission useless and still allows police officers to commit crimes without suffering the consequences. Quote, any information obtained or reviewed by the IPA, as well as any reports issued by the IPA, could not be used to impact any disciplinary or personnel decisions. Any information obtained or reviewed by the IPA, as well as any reports issued, used to impact any disciplinary or personnel decisions, end quote. Therefore, I recommend changing the language to say that the IPA, quote, IPA information and reports may be used except where prohibited by law, period, end quote. Thank you. James Triplett, Altadena. Pasadena City Council members, I am concerned for my safety. Our family doctor, dentist, grocery, Target, Marshalls, and places to eat are all in Pasadena. We cannot avoid Pasadena. You are happy to take our dollars, but yet there is no police oversight committee to help us. The independent auditor is important to Black/brown people to have faith in Pasadena's fairness. Vote yes for the Civilian Oversight Committee with an independent auditor. Thanks, James Triplett. Michael Tulsky, Pasadena. Good afternoon. My name is Michael. I'm a Pasadena resident, Air Force veteran, and I live in District 6. I am asking our council members and officials to support the motion to create a Community Police Oversight Commission and an independent auditor function. I strongly believe this is a step in the right direction for our community. Thank you very much for your time, attention, and hard work. Sue Chang, Pasadena. Pasadena residents need and support the creation of a civilian oversight committee and hiring an independent police auditor. It is a consequence of the repeated violent actions of the Pasadena PD that Pasadena residents have lost faith and trust in the police. We need an unbiased group with the oversight and subpoena power that reports to the city council and is a conduit to the concerns of Pasadena residents. Clementina Benitez, Pasadena. Dear Mayor and City Council members, I live in District Number 1 and support the proposal for a Community Police Oversight Commission. After the officer-involved shooting in District 1 on August 15, it is very important that the basics, the quote, basics are approved as a starting point. The commission will monitor actions and hold police officers accountable. The time is now. The city has procrastinated long enough. Now is the time to vote yes. Thank you. Clementina Benitez. Susan Rickman, Altadena. Mayor Tornick and City Council, I am writing because I support police oversight. I am of Asian descent and I have Black and brown friends. I get household items in Pasadena. I was shocked that an officer-involved shooting happened again. A police oversight commission is very, very important. Do not waste more time. Vote for police oversight to protect the lives and civil rights of the citizens of Pasadena. Vote yes. Thank you. Susan Rickman. Robin Javier, Pasadena. I'm a faculty member at Caltech and a proud resident of Pasadena. I love this city, yet I'm deeply troubled by the lack of accountability when police actions result in the harm or death of a civilian. This is not some intractable national problem. It's happening right here in our community, in our own community. And you, yes, you, absolutely have the power to do something about it. Tackling issues of systemic racism and insufficient social services will, of course, take time. But a crucial first step toward restoring justice in our community is to create a civilian oversight commission and independent police auditor with subpoena power. Pasadena residents of all economic and cultural backgrounds have had enough. I urge you, please, take action and support these important reforms. Thank you. Dr. Robin Javier.
James Rickman, Altadena. Dear Mayor, Council members, I support the Pasadena Civilian Oversight Commission. There was another officer-involved shooting in Pasadena. I read the paper, but would like an independent review. Minority people have had to fight for fairness forever. What has taken Pasadena so long to get an oversight committee? Please vote yes for an independent oversight commission with an auditor. Thank you, James Rickman. Gina Samad, Pasadena resident. Dear Mayor and Council members, it is difficult to understand why a civilian police oversight committee isn't established in Pasadena. August 15th wasn't the first officer-involved shooting of a person of color. Did Pasadena drop the ball? All lives are important in Pasadena, right? How shameful that many of you felt the oversight wasn't important, as long as it wasn't your people or family. Support this important cause. Be the city that the world thinks that we are. Vote yes. Thank you, A. Samad. Laura Brody, Pasadena. We desperately need police oversight now. Mary Christine Boomhauer, Pasadena. My name is Christine, resident of District 6. I urge you to create a civilian oversight committee that allows an independent auditor and community members to check the actions of police with subpoena power. If the police break the law or violate codes of conduct, there should be a way for the community to hold them accountable. I think this is a simple way to ensure the rights and safety of all members of the community. And I am incredibly disappointed my council member did not vote for this the first time it was presented. David Johnson, Pasadena. Dear Mayor and council members, I am a Black man who is concerned about the McLean shooting. Officer-involved shootings are why Black men fear the police. The shootings are always justified. The cops are never wrong. If I run from a cop, am I causing my own death? We run sometimes because we die for breathing. It is past time for Pasadena to have a civilian police oversight committee. I ask that you vote yes for the commission. The time is overdue. Thanks, David Johnson. Wendy Roskin, Altadena. Yes, there should be an oversight of the police department and its activities. However, the independent police auditor should in no way be reporting to the city manager, who is in charge of the police. This is not independence nor having transparency. The wording should be changed to reflect total independence from any outside influences. Thank you. Kamisha Savage, Pasadena. Dear Mayor and City Council members, I support the proposal for a Community Police Oversight Commission. After the officer-involved shooting on Saturday, August 15th with Anthony McLean, we need an oversight commission now. The commission will monitor police actions, making police conscious of their actions. You all have procrastinated too long. The Black people always seem to continue to suffer. Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy, for trying to help the council see into the future. This would have been done already, but here we are, another officer-involved shooting. Please vote in favor of the proposal by the Public Safety Committee for a Community Police Oversight Commission and Independent Auditor. Seriously, Kamisha S. Kate Kessler, Pasadena. My name is Kate Kessler, and I am a Pasadena resident of District 6. I'm asking the council members to create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members for the commission with subpoena power. This time is now. We're creating a more transparent and accountable police force. Samantha Bennett, Altadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council, I am writing because it is important to have a civilian police oversight committee. I have seen the McLean officer-involved shooting video and I am troubled. Although I live in Altadena, our cities are intertwined, so this event of August 15 concerns me. There is no more time to waste. Get the job done. Vote yes for Police Oversight Committee. Thank you, Samantha Bennett. Hermal Bennett, Altadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and Pasadena City Council, I am writing to ask you to vote yes for a Civilian Police Oversight Commission. The officer-involved shooting videos are disturbing, and I'm concerned. I'm a Black woman who lives in Altadena, but our cities are intertwined. So this McLean event of August 15 troubles me. The time is now, not later, to get the job done. Vote yes for the Civilian Police Oversight Commission. Thank you, Hermal Bennett.
Darla Tompkins, Altadena, Pasadena City Council. I must be honest, but I don't have faith in the police department. Some cops are good and some not so good. When events happen like the one last Saturday, the city must act quick, talking to the community in person and with the media. The Civilian Community Oversight Commission would be a city tool that will make officers be accountable for their actions. Please vote in favor of the civilian oversight. You no longer have time to hesitate. Vote yes. Laura Owen, Pasadena. I am incredibly saddened and angry that yet another Black man has been murdered by the police without just cause, and no less in my neighborhood, where I take my children to the park and library. The police actions are responsible for taking my children's feelings of safety when we visit our park and library. I cannot imagine how the Black community must feel. It is evident from the video. I'm sorry, it's repeating. I apologize. It is evident from the video, the body cam recordings that was released, that the turn of events claimed by the police is completely false, a far-reaching lie. Yes, Anthony McLean Brand, but that does not justify his murder. That officer has no business holding a firearm, nor being in a position of power if his first instinct is to kill. And this is all on the tail of the vote against civilian oversight of the Pasadena Police Department. I hope you see now how necessary it is to have civilian oversight. Why is a Black man so threatening that the first instinct is to kill him? Terry Tornick's response has been incredibly lacking and disappointing. Do better. China Star Spratling, Pasadena. Hi, Mayor Terry Tornick and council members. I live in Pasadena, and it should be a safe place to live, whether your zip code is 91103, 91104, 91105, 91106, or 91107. Shouldn't every resident be safe? I want the police officers to look at me as a citizen, not a Black person who they fear as a threat. The color of my skin should not dictate how you treat me. Look at me as a citizen and a human. Don't instantly think danger when you see me. If a non-Black person breaks the law and runs, would their life be in danger? Or would you take another course of action? Would you shoot to kill? Or would you shoot to stop? Or would you shoot at all? What is equity and who determines that? I don't have the answers, but a civilian police oversight committee could evaluate these actions and determine justice and equality. Councilmember Kennedy has been pushing for civilian police oversight for over 5 to 6 years. Today is the day to vote yes on the proposal before you. Don't give us a justified no. Do the right thing. Vote yes. We cannot wait. Lorinda Hawkins Smith, Pasadena. I am a concerned Pasadena citizen in District 5. I watched the video of Pasadena police killing Anthony McLean, and I am beyond appalled, hurt, and frustrated. Why are officers able to turn on and off their body cams? Why are the vast majority of mass shooters and bombers able to be taken into custody alive while Black and brown individuals die from simple traffic stops? I demand empowered oversight of the Pasadena Police Department. This oversight must include investigatory authority, subpoena power, policy review, and reform authority, appropriate funding, multifaceted training, including civil rights, bans on members with conflicts of interest, and an enforceable disciplinary role. The independent police auditor should be housed in a separate city prosecutor's office, not the city attorney's office, due to the grave conflict of interest there. The commission and IPA should have explicitly stated authority to both conduct and review investigations. The police chief should enact recommendations made by the Community Oversight Board unless such recommendations are deemed illegal. I stand with my focused policing. Please act now to provide Pasadenians with an empowered police oversight body before more preventable deaths occur. Edwina Dunlap, Pasadena. Greetings, Mayor Tornick and council members. I am part of a family with a rich history and footprint in the Pasadena community, and I am asking you to please approve the proposal created by the Public Safety Committee under the leadership of Councilmember John Kennedy. Kennedy has been fighting his entire life for social justice, and while serving on this city council for over 5 years, he has been pushing forth the agenda to have a civilian police oversight committee. As a senior, community volunteer, a Black woman, a mother, and grandmother, I ask you in the name of my children to do what is right. Hold the police accountable. If the city council wants to hold the police accountable, you have the power to do so by taking responsibility and voting yes on the proposal, which is before you, that was submitted by the Public Safety Committee. Please have the courage to do what is right. Jan McFarland, Pasadena. I find it hard to comprehend how stopping a car for a minor traffic violation and the occupant is so afraid that they run can justify the use of lethal force by a police officer, taking out a gun and shooting to kill. As a white woman, 77 years old, I grew up in the Deep South in a time when a sign would go up regularly saying, quote, "A Black man was lynched today," end quote. Are we going to have to go back in history and start putting up signs again that say, quote, "A Black man was killed by police today," end quote? Enough is enough. How about using strategies for community policing that use common sense, that do not immediately go for physical and lethal violence to deal with conflict? Resorting to brutality as a first response is quite frankly not very smart, is unimaginative, and keeps inciting more violence in return. Thank you for listening. Wei Min Chu, Pasadena. Please pass the police oversight structure proposal, amended with the independent police auditor subpoena power through the city attorney's office as soon as possible. The injustice of the shooting death of Anthony McLean is known far and wide and discussed among family, friends, and coworkers in Pasadena. I live and work in Pasadena. This kind of injustice is not acceptable. Thank you. Lindsay Barnett, Monrovia. My name is Lindsay Barnett, and I am a Monrovia resident who works in Pasadena District 5. I am concerned about actions I have seen Pasadena PD officers take with residents, and I am aghast at the police killing of Anthony McLean, who was shot in the back while running away and presenting no threat to officers, who was a father, family member, and friend, and he could be any of us. But of course, we know that Black members of our community are far more likely to be harmed by police than white community members. I am asking Pasadena's elected officials to take long overdue action to create an independent police oversight body comprising an independent auditor and members of the community who are unaffiliated with police. This independent body must have subpoena power. Such an oversight body is absolutely necessary to investigate misconduct like that which resulted in Anthony McLean's senseless killing. We cannot trust the police department to investigate its own staff. For members of the community to be able to trust that they will be protected and their rights maintained, independent oversight is sorely needed. Thank you very much for your consideration. Thomas J. Martin Murr, Pasadena. Tomas, I think that's how you say it. My name is Tomas Martin Murr, and I have been a Pasadena resident since 1999, living currently in District 4. Enough is enough. The Pasadena Police Department cannot keep on killing African-American people with impunity. We need a police oversight body with an independent auditor and community members that have the power of subpoena and adequate resources to fulfill their job, especially in reviewing discriminatory enforcement and abuse of force by officers of the Pasadena Police Department. Kate Shar, Pasadena. Dear Margaret McGostin and fellow council members, I am a resident of District 2 and am asking you to work together to create an independent police auditor position and institute a police oversight commission populated by members of the community. I serve on several governing bodies of professional societies and understand that the details can be tricky if they seem dull to the outside. I am writing to encourage you to develop these positions expediently, but in such a way that they have as much, quote, teeth, end quote, and independence as possible. From reading newspaper articles on the draft proposal, I favor that they report to the city attorney rather than the city manager, as subpoena power is clearly needed given the power of the police department and its union. In the future, I do think the council should change the city charter so this group can get results rather than just make recommendations. However, Anthony McLean's death by Pasadena police makes it clear that Pasadena must rethink how it spends its tax dollars on community and safety.
Eugenia Anderson, dear Pasadena, dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, I support the proposal for a Community Police Oversight Commission and presented by the Public Safety Committee. After the officer-involved shooting on August 15, it is of the utmost importance that the council approve the proposal. There must be some accountability. The time is now. Our community is crying for justice. Vote yes. Bob Snodgrass, Pasadena. Recent events require additions to my August 1, 2020 comments to this body. Christopher Ballou was stopped in November 2017 for tinted windows and missing front license plate. He drove from Pasadena into an Altadena gas station and may have been disrespectful to police PPD officers. He suffered facial injuries and a broken leg. Did his actions justify the PPD response? No, a citation would have been adequate. PPD officers stopped another car missing a front license plate on 8/15. Anthony McLean, a passenger in the car, ran from the PPD and was shot in the back. The PPD shooter only turned his body camera on after the shooting. McLean may have had a gun, disputed. Does the gun in the police video have his fingerprints? Nobody claims that he pointed a gun at police. I foresee continuing distress, litigation, and racial tension. The police should not shoot someone running away. They can call the helicopter. Pasadena has an ongoing problem. We need an independent police oversight commission. Citizens of all races want it. Amend the charter. Dr. Rosalind Dauphin, Pasadena. Letter in support of the Public Safety Committee proposal. Dear Mayor Tornick, Mayor Terry Tornick, and City Council members, I write this letter in support of the proposal for a community police oversight as presented by the Public Safety Committee. The recent police officer involved shooting of August 15th and the community's response to the events highlights the importance of such a commission and the need for swift approval by the Pasadena City Council. Now is the time to ratify the proposal presented by the Public Safety Committee. A police oversight committee will restore the community's confidence in our police force, will foster trust in our men and women in uniform, and will create a long-lasting partnership which will make our community safer. Our community, as well as the Pasadena Police Department, will benefit from the work of the commission. This proposal is a step in the right direction and a basic platform on which the City Council will be able to improve. I urge each member of the City Council to take this bold and crucial step and vote yes for the proposal submitted by the Public Safety Committee. Sincerely, Rosalind Dauphin, MD. James Clark, Pasadena. While this council has debated and delayed on meaningful police oversight, another Black community member has been killed by police. Do not allow Anthony McLean's death to mean nothing. We have an opportunity to create a seismic change in Pasadena's policing that will address historic racism, provide a meaningful path forward toward healing in a thriving community throughout our city. but we cannot waste this opportunity on short-sighted half measures. We must enact meaningful, strong, independent civilian oversight now. I urge the council to reject any proposal that does not provide true independence by creating a commission without undue influence from law enforcement agencies. To do that, the commission cannot have current or former law enforcement officers. It cannot have members appointed by law enforcement agencies, and it cannot have appointees with financial. The commission must also guarantee that any footage of lethal uses of force by Pasadena police is released to families within 24 hours. Do not continue to delay and do not waste this opportunity on a measure that will fail to live up to the community standards of accountability and transparency. Elena Johansson, Pasadena. Mayor Tornick and council members, the community is reeling behind this last Pasadena officer-involved shooting. I watched videos and my question is, would he be dead if he were white, yellow, or brown? Was skin color a factor in making a deadly decision? I am a nurse who treats disadvantaged youth. Are the black kids already marked for death because of their skin tone? Are shoot-to-kill tactics used for white people? For these reasons, a civilian oversight commission is needed immediately in the city of Pasadena. Vote yes for the Civilian Police Oversight Commission with an independent auditor. Thank you. E. Johansson. Jason Johansson, Pasadena. Thank you for releasing some of the videos regarding Anthony McLean. I just don't understand why black people are killed in disproportionate numbers. Maybe McLean wasn't a saint, but did he need to die? I pray that you band together and save this city. Vote yes, because Pasadena needs civilian oversight, police oversight with an auditor who is independent. Remember, the world probably has their eye on us. Vote yes. Thank you, Jay Johansson. Thomas DeJean, Pasadena. A community with a police oversight committee is a good thing. It monitors the activities of the police in order not to bias towards minorities, as all of us have seen lately on local, national, and international television broadcasts. The purpose of the police is to protect, serve, and maintain the peace, but not to murder minorities with impunity. Ed Tashinari, Pasadena. My name is it's not Ed, it's I. My name is Tashinari, and I am a South Pasadena resident, and I live in District 4. I'm asking you, our elected officials, to create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members for the commission with subpoena power. There is no ambiguity in our ask to align our proposal with the Community Bill of Rights. This is similar to this. How can you let the same injustices and police brutality continue? How are we to accept the same excuse to be used again and again? Make the change happen now. Gloria Yors Lufroy, Pasadena. I fully support the creation of an oversight committee for Pasadena Police. I believe that we all have a responsibility to advocate for transparency. I want a fair, impartial, and just approach to evaluating the actions of both our police and our citizens. There have been far too many gray areas of action in past cases. Why would we not want to be certain that we are holding the right parties accountable? Please vote for an oversight committee. Thanks. Ben V, Pasadena. My name is Ben V. As a resident of North Pasadena, I am deeply concerned and saddened about the reports of Mr. McLean's murder. I demand empowered oversight of the Pasadena Police Department. This oversight must include investigatory authority, subpoena power, policy review, and reform authority, appropriate funding, multifaceted training, in parens, including civil rights, bans on members with conflicts of interest, and an enforceable disciplinary role. Please do not give us a glorified complaint board with no power to act. The independent police auditor should be housed in a separate city prosecutor's office, not the city attorney's office, due to the grave conflict of interest there. The commission and IPA should have explicitly stated authority to both conduct and review investigations. The police chief should enact recommendations made by the Community Oversight Board unless such recommendations are deemed illegal. August 15th showed us again the deadly results of PPD's training policies and procedures. I stand with my community and demand safe, accountable, transparent, community-focused policing. Please act now to provide Pasadenans with an empowered police oversight body. Power to the people.
Kyle Lefroy, Pasadena. I am in support of an oversight committee for the Pasadena Police Department. I am a young African-American male. I grew up in Pasadena and encountered the Pasadena police many times over my teen years while hanging out with my friends from St. Francis High School. More often than not, I was approached because I was in Old Town Pasadena with my white friends. Firstly, I should never have been approached as I am not doing anything inappropriate. Secondly, I should not have been questioned more vigorously than my white counterparts. I personally would be a lot more comfortable knowing that if things had gone south, there would be a committee to give me a fair and reasonable chance at evaluating the truth. I 100% support an oversight committee. Renee Ulrich, Pasadena. We the company, we the community of Pasadena, California, demand a federal investigation into the Pasadena Police Department. Too many murderous cops and illegal activities in the police force. Rudy Lefroy, Pasadena. I am in support of Pasadena Police Oversight Committee. I am an African-American male with 2 young college graduates. I believe that I have done my part to groom responsible and productive citizens. Things happen and not always so good when it comes to interactions with others. I would like to know that my kids have not been put themselves in a position to fear for their lives when dealing with the police. I'm of the opinion that if we all know that there are consequences for outcomes, that the actions would sometimes be different. An oversight committee may be the answer to making certain that the correct party is held accountable for their actions. I support an impartial third eye with no invested or political interest to make this call. Thank you. Maxwell Miller Blanchard, Pasadena. I am writing because the recent actions of the Pasadena Police Department surrounding the murder of Anthony McCain have been completely unacceptable, and I would like the vote on the Civilian Oversight Committee to be postponed until it better reflects the needs of the community. To this effect, I would like to see the following amendments included. No current or previous law enforcement officer should be allowed on the committee. How can one take seriously a police civilian oversight committee that includes police on it? Law enforcement should not have the ability to appoint or nominate anyone to the committee. Again, law enforcement should not have the ability to oversee themselves. All available footage of any event where law enforcement uses force should be made public within 24 hours. The public needs the ability to hold their own police department accountable. I am seriously concerned about the police department's ability to continue functioning within their community without serious oversight. Their actions have completely eroded my trust in their effectiveness. Heavenly Hughes, Altadena. People are human, understood? Humans such as police officers must be held responsible and accountable for their mistakes and bad choices. When will the officers responsible for the murder of Anthony McClain be charged and prosecuted? Also, what action of accountability will the Civilian Oversight Committee have in an officer involved with a shooting in a case such as Anthony McClain's murder? Donna Lefroy, Pasadena. I fully support the creation of an oversight committee for the Pasadena Police Department. In the climate of what is happening in our country and now, even in our own city, why would we not want 100% transparency? I do not want to see the destruction of my city as we have seen in many cities because the people did not feel the actions of those in charge was just. Pasadena is a beautiful city with great many features. I would not want to see that destroyed. An oversight committee should not be seen as a negative. It is an opportunity to employ another set of eyes to make a call. It is done on my job with an auditor. I also see an opportunity to save the city money with fewer lawsuits and payouts if the police have done their jobs correctly. If we find more often than not that this is not the case, then there's need for further training and discretion in hiring practices. It is definitely a win-win because we will be closer to the true truth. Thank you, City Council, for hearing me. Mary Etta Knox, Pasadena. Honorable City Council Member Margaret McGostin and City Council members. I reside in the historic Highlands neighborhood in the city of Pasadena. I am proud to the many neighbors proudly display their support for Black Lives Matter, immigrants, and many other noble causes. My neighbors have big hearts and giving spirits. Councilmember McGostin, we are the people you represent. We are believers in treating everyone with dignity and respect and that no one is above the law. Councilmember McCostin, I am requesting that you support the proposal for a Community Police Oversight Commission as presented by the Public Safety Committee. My support of a Community Police Oversight Commission is in no way a lack of support for our great police department and its leadership. However, I believe that the police department needs to be accountable to the community by way of a Community Police Oversight Commission. Since a police officer involved shooting on August 15, I feel an urgency in the development of a Community Police Oversight Commission. The proposal is what our community needs now. All citizens need to truly feel that every officer is there to protect and serve all residents, not just some. Olden Denham, Pasadena. I'm submitting this public comment because the city of Pasadena needs an independent auditor plan, not another commission, especially after the shooting of Anthony McLean by the Pasadena police and how the city council, and the police department has shown that it will cover up the mistakes of its police while telling the voters that the proposed police oversight plan will provide complete transparency. I think not. The only possible plan that the city council should approve today to place on the ballot for November 3rd, 2020 is one that does not allow for the influence or authority of the city council, city manager, or certainly not the police department. We need an independent auditor plan, like back when a 19-year-old Black college student named Kendrick McDay was shot down by Pasadena police in 2012. Remember, that's when the community started to seek an oversight model, and after another killing of a Black man by police, we still have no real plan. Pasadena, let's not look like the city of Minneapolis after the death of George Floyd and what that did for race relations, civil unrest, and call for defunding of police. Anne Marie Colwell, Pasadena. My name is Anne Marie Colwell. I live in District 6. For years, we have heard that the Pasadena Police Department is, in quotes, working on their relationship with the Black community of Pasadena. We have waited long enough. I watched the community meeting with Police Chief Perez last week, and it was obvious that the message is not getting through. We cannot tolerate or excuse any more profiling and violence against the Black men of our local police, period. By our local police, period. This is not a matter the police can manage by themselves. The fact that the police sent officers in riot gear to disperse citizens at a vigil for Anthony McLean last week tells me that the default response of our police department when dealing with Black citizens is still violence and intimidation. I'm asking you, our elected officials, to create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members for the commission with subpoena power. Thank you.
Jeffrey Fenstermaker, Pasadena. I live in Northwest Pasadena and was horrified by the action of the Pasadena Police Department with Anthony McLean's brutal execution and the subsequent violent tactics used by the Pasadena Police to subdue the rightfully frustrated crowd that gathered at the scene. I have attended several of the more formal protests in Pasadena, where the Pasadena Police Motorcycle Division did a remarkable job directing traffic and allowing citizens the right to express themselves productively. I even emailed Max Dahlstein, the head of the traffic division, to thank his officers for the good work they were doing. However, we can't have a double standard where one group of diverse protesters is treated by the police department like a mini rose parade marching down Fair Oaks, while a group of predominantly Black citizens is met with the full force of institutional racism and state-sponsored terror when they gather spontaneously one block over on Raymond after a violent provocation. I am again calling on the City Council to support and pass the Civilian Police Oversight Committee with subpoena power. We claim to be better than this, so let's put that into action. Candace S., Pasadena. I'd like to remind the council of the reason why hundreds of people and I are calling for change and accountability. It's not from a desire for, quote, unity, end quote, and it's not because we want to, quote, vent, end quote. It's because we are sick and tired of Black people being stopped, harassed, and killed by police in situations that would not happen to people of other races. We are tired of going along with a city that says Black folks deserve this, inherent in our failure to act when this last came up in 2016, pointedly ignoring the last 100 years of slavery, disenfranchisement, redlining, racial covenants, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. Do you truly want unity and peace? Listen to the Black and Latinx folks who are telling you that they don't feel safe or valued in the city. Note how the signs refer to the police, not planning. If you're using this moment to bolster homeowners, you're not listening. Then act, acknowledge harm, build accountability, reevaluate, and improve. This ordinance isn't perfect, but it's a start. Please move to create Civilian Oversight Commission and an independent police auditor with subpoena power. Jim Berry, Pasadena. No one thinks having an audit is fun. It's just a reality of an honest, responsible business. I still can't believe we don't have a, quote, Community Police Oversight Commission and independent auditor, end quote, yet. Darlene Royal, Pasadena. Hello, Mayor and City Council. My heart is heavy. Another officer-involved shooting of a Black man. It draws to mind my son, a college-educated Black man at 6'9", 6 feet 9 inches tall. I watched the video. Was Mr. McLean shot because he was Black or because he ran? This always seemed to happen to the Black men. In Pasadena, do Black lives matter? Their life struggle is a struggle on steroids. This doesn't happen to white men. I ask that you vote for and implement a Pasadena Civilian Oversight Commission ASAP. Your delay could set us up for another tragic event, piggybacking on something that could have been solved. Don't delay any longer. Vote yes for Civilian Oversight Commission. Bridget Connors, Pasadena. The disappointing behavior by the Pasadena Police Department surrounding the unnecessary murder of Anthony McLean has made the need for community oversight with subpoena power even more urgent. Up until a week ago, I commended officers for showing up peacefully to beat Black Lives Matter protests, choosing not to enforce the curfew when protests went late, and how Chief Perez has actively tried to reform his department. However, the reversal of these peacekeeping tactics, lost my place. However, the reversal of these peacekeeping tactics this week have eroded any trust I had. In the released video, I saw a Black man running away out of fear of getting pulled over. If he had a gun, he was clearly trying to dispose of it, not use it. Rather than chasing Anthony, using a taser, or shooting at his leg, the officer shot to kill. Rather than providing life-saving treatment, the officers callously proceeded to handcuff a man who was dying. Following this unjustified death, our neighbors were exposed to pepper spray, a chemical weapon banned in war, and tasered by Pasadena Police Department. Black Lives Matter protesters have been met with officers in riot gear, several with obfuscated badge numbers and name tags. These shameful practices have no place in our beautiful city. Jason Rabinovich, Pasadena. My name is Jason Rabinovich, and I am a Pasadena resident living in District 7. I am asking you, our elected officials, to create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members for the commission, with the oversight body also having subpoena power. Sandy Lee Shaw, Los Angeles. In light of the recent shooting of Anthony McLean, I want to urge you to adopt the Pasadena Community Bill of Rights. His death was careless and unnecessary. He was running away in such a body position, there is no physical way he could have shot at the officer. It sounds like from you, should be yours. Sounds like from your own report, he was throwing his gun to the ground. So again, he was not endangering the officer. This incident once again shows us the great news for this Bill of Rights for this community. Although I don't reside in Pasadena, I have many friends who do live there, and they fear for their lives or the lives of their kids. It is the responsibility of our Pasadena mayor, city council, city manager, and police chief to do whatever is possible within their authority and resources to address the injustices made visible in recent weeks. It is an opportunity to respond to the calls for justice and action rising in communities nationwide and here in our own city. We are at a tipping point, and our communities demand a change for justice. We are tired of seeing our sisters and brothers being killed. Charlotte Butler, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council, again, I ask that you support the Civilian Police Oversight Commission. I must be honest, I have not been able to view the McLean videos in the entirety. They are too overwhelming. I can't understand why the council will not agree in the community. I only mention Black people because we are dying as a result of officer-involved shootings more than any other race. It saddens me that the City Council has chosen to procrastinate for years, thinking that an oversight commission wasn't necessary. Well, I want to say it is necessary. And I ask that you vote yes for an independent auditor and the Civilian Oversight Commission. Oh, sorry, one more. Next one is Katie Townsend, Pasadena resident. Dear Mayor Terry Tornick and City Council members, an officer who is doing the right thing on a daily basis would want to have a camera on them and would not mind having a Civilian Police Oversight Committee. There are a lot of different types of oversights of the police, and I feel strongly that the proposal the Public Safety Committee has structured will allow us to feel a level of confidence and will allow the city to begin moving in the right direction. I support the efforts of Councilmember John Kennedy in pushing the police oversight. in pushing for police oversight. His leadership and policy positions are steady and don't waver based on the populism. He has my trust and the trust of many other in the community. Now we want to trust the Pasadena City Council members to collectively do the right thing and vote yes on civilian police oversight as presented. I do not want a council member marching with Black Lives Matter because of a political election agenda, yet they take money from the police unions and they vote contrary to their pretentious ceremonial marching. Show me action by your vote. Vote yes.
Butler Elder Daycare. Hello, City Council. I'm the proud owner of Butler Elder Daycare in Pasadena. The parents are essential workers, nurses, store clerks, postal employees, etc. The latest shooting has caused the parents to feel uneasy within our city. I ask that you put the stall tactics to rest and vote for the Civilian Oversight Commission. Some of the parents shop in our community as well as work. For the sanity of our city and guests, vote yes for the Civilian Oversight Commission. Thank you, S. Butler, owner. Alice Custance Baker, Pasadena. I am a Pasadena District 5 resident. I am asking you, our elected officials, to create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members for the commission with subpoena power. There is no ambiguity in our ask to align in the proposal with the Community Bill of Rights. This is more crucial than ever following the murder of Anthony McLean at the hands of the Pasadena police officer on August 15. Salamike Elder, Pasadena. Hello, Mayor and City Council. The City of Pasadena will absolutely benefit from a police civilian oversight committee. Coupled with the independent auditor, the basic framework can be further developed. This committee will review officer behavior, a check and balance system, but there has to be visibility, no side deals, and no backdoor tactics. Isn't this latest officer-involved shooting a concern for you? I'm very concerned and a little afraid for the safety of family and friends. As you can tell, my family is Black. Protests, protests, protests. Do Black Lives Matter? The time is now. Vote in favor of the Oversight Committee. Thank you, Salamike Elder. Fabian Doran, Pasadena. Dear Pasadena City Council members, I am a Pasadena resident who cares about the health and safety of everyone in our community. I am writing today because I am concerned about the current state of the proposed Civilian Oversight Committee. The events of Saturday, August 15, 2020, in which Anthony McLean was shot 3 times while running away from the police, in parens, who later pepper sprayed a justifiably angry crowd of family members and friends, including children, and close parens, clearly demonstrates the need for accountability in the Pasadena Police Department. However, the proposed Oversight Committee does little to ensure that policing in our city will change. I urge you to postpone the vote on the Civilian Oversight Committee until it can be amended to integrate the demands of the community. This committee should include a representation from Black Lives Matter. It should not include police officers or law enforcement appointees. Any and all video footage from police-involved shootings or other police misconduct should be released within 24 hours of the incident. Thank you. Greta Banks, Pasadena. Hello, Mayor and City Council. The officer-involved shootings are becoming the norm. I believe the reason is because of the lack of police oversight. Saturday's event is unfortunate, but was it the only option? I would like the city to act swiftly with the help of a community oversight commission. This city council should no longer hesitate. I've read that some of you have accepted funds from police unions. Now you can fix a systemic problem and vote yes to a civilian oversight committee. Sincerely, G. Banks. Janika Briggs, Pasadena. My name is Janika Briggs. I am a Pasadena resident, District 2, a mother and a teacher at a PUSD school in Northwest Pasadena. I am concerned for our city. I am concerned especially for the marginalized in our city. Our city needs healing. Our residents need to be heard. Our city needs trust. I once again ask you to create a police oversight committee with an independent auditor and elected members from our community with subpoena power. This commission could not include any law enforcement, current or retired, friends, and should have direct authority over the independent investigator. Given the tragic death of one of our residents and the pain and questions it has left behind, I once again urge you to move on this swiftly. We don't have any more time to lose. Druselle Bolton Ford, Pasadena. Greetings, Mayor and City Council. The time has come for you to create a Police Oversight Committee. I have seen the video and it is very disturbing. Don't you use better behavior when you know that you will be reviewed? This will be for the good of the city because the city will adopt an independent auditor. Please help the city to feel safer and to sleep better. Vote in favor of police oversight. Thanks. Drusil Bolton Ford. Kathy Hennigan Batista, Monrovia. Pasadena should create a citizen oversight commission made up of community members most impacted by police violence, inclusive of those living in Northwest Pasadena, selected by the city council in an open, transparent, and public process. Pasadena should hire an independent police auditor, IPA in parens, who does not report to the city manager, in parens, to whom the chief of police also reports, close parens, who has subpoena power to provide true oversight in the review and investigation process along with the commission. The city council should insist that an investigation take place regarding the aggressive actions of the Pasadena police and their partner police departments towards peaceful protesters who are expressing their civil rights.
Jessica Valentine, Mayor Carrie Tornick, and council member. I am pleased to write a letter urging the Pasadena City Council to vote in favor of the proposal submitted by the Public Safety Committee chaired by Council Member John Kennedy. I am over 90 years old and safety is a priority. I am not, and not just for me, but the community, my neighbors, young people, and the Blacks who are in fear of fair treatment by the police department. We need our police department as they are to protect and serve. I believe it is the police department, and I think we have a fine police chief in John Perez and wonderful deputy chief Cheryl Moody, but we must find ways to create healthy relationships that are built on trust. The Civilian Oversight Committee will be a good start. I am grateful that John checks on me to make sure I'm safe and okay. We are blessed to have his leadership. Tonight, I ask you to please vote yes on the Civilian Police Oversight proposal. Karen Clayton, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, I support the proposal for a community police oversight submission. The Public Safety Committee has worked to get the proposal to the City Council. After the officer-involved shooting event of August 15, it is very important that the basic steps are approved as a starting point. Residents are feeling uneasy. Please vote yes for the Police Oversight Committee. Sincerely, Karen Clayton. Helen Carter, Pasadena. As I voice my support for the proposal for a Community Police Oversight Commission as presented by the Public Safety Committee, it is clear to me that a yes vote by each member of our city, Collier, Altadena. Dear Pasadena City Council, my life is dedicated to serving my neighbors, friends, family, and those who I don't know. I have watched the McLean video. Officer-involved shootings are very disturbing me. It would be in the city of Pasadena's best interest to vote yes for a Civilian Police Oversight Commission. Why wait for another incident to happen? Vote yes without delay. God bless Jackie Collier, your next door neighbor. Tony Collier, Altadena. Hello, Mayor Tornick and City Council. I'm disturbed by the shooting of Anthony McLean. Even though my family resides in Altadena, we are all God's children. Black men are dying at disproportionate numbers. I ask that you do something. Cast a yes vote for the Civilian Police Oversight Committee. Save some lives, work with the young people, offer training and jobs. Correct your ancestors' wrong. Do what's right. Vote for an independent auditor and police oversight. God bless, Tony Collier. Wesley Ruderman. Preventable injuries in Pasadena. Preventable injuries and fatalities, families torn apart, lifelong psychological impacts, millions in legal settlements. Regardless of legality, the status quo in Pasadena over the past decade remains a no-win situation for all parties. We can do better. As a community that values science, evidence-based public policy, and good governance, Pasadena cannot look at recent events and say, this is the best we can do. As a community that has experienced and force incidents for years, taken little formal action, Pasadena cannot pretend doing the same thing will result in better outcomes. Other communities have managed to prevent dangerous and life-changing interactions between law enforcement and members of the public. Effective policing need not come at so high a cost to human life, public health, and municipal finances. Your first step should be avoiding further delay, supporting item 6 before you, and formally starting the process to item 6. Thank you. Delano Yarbrough, Pasadena. It is requested that the City Council approve the proposal for Community Police Oversight Commission as presented by the Public Safety Committee. The needless OIS on August 15, 2020 is just another example indication that PPD needs objective oversight. The proposal is a starter that provides a beginning platform for further development. The time is now, as officers are killing or injuring Black males needlessly. PPD policy should also be addressed such that it would be a win-win situation for officers and the victims of needless OIS. A yes vote by the council moves the city of Pasadena, the PPD, and the citizens that distrust the PPD toward building a more effective and approved relationship. Vote for acceptance of the proposal by the Public Safety Committee for a Community Police Oversight Commission and independent auditor. Sincerely, Delano Yarbrough. Pamela Gasper, Altadena. Hello, Pasadena Mayor and City Council. The death of Anthony McLean is very upsetting, but it is even more disturbing that your city council can't work together for the better of your city. I'm responding because I patronize your city, but some actions are uncalled for. For instance, it has been reasoned you don't want to vote for police oversight. The time is now. Altadena, La Cañada, Flintridge, Alhambra, South Pasadena, Arcadia, and others are watching your choices. Why not take the high road? Vote yes for the independent auditor and the civilian oversight committee. Show that Pasadena can and will do what's best for its residents and neighbors. Sincerely, Pamela Gasper. Thaisa Moray, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, Maya Angelou said that courage is the most important of all the virtues, because without courage, you cannot practice any other virtue consistently. Please capture the courage that is required for you to step to the dais and vote in support of the civilian police oversight proposal, as presented by the Public Safety Committee Chair, Councilmember John J. Kennedy. This proposal is a step in the right direction and a basic platform on which the City Council was able to improve. My 12-year-old son, Christopher, joins me in asking for your vote. Let us show him that you want to invest in the future by yielding a yes vote. When we read about officer-involved shooting that took place on Saturday, August 15, our heart was shaken, but our faith remains strong in believing that we will have a positive outcome tonight. Again, please vote yes. Thank you.
Ann Hassett, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, I am writing to express my concern for passage of the proposal for a Community Police Oversight Commission as presented by the Public Safety Committee. Once again, our community is facing turmoil after an officer-involved shooting on August 15th. It is critical that the council approve the proposal. The Pasadena Police Department has agreed that we need the civilian community oversight and an independent auditor. This proposal is a way for us to begin to work together. Councilman John Kennedy has presented a thoughtful proposal for Pasadena Civilian Police Oversight Committee. Now is the time to vote yes. Therefore, I suggest that each member of our city council vote yes for the proposal before you submit it by the Public Safety Committee. Tracy Glover, Pasadena. Greetings, Mayor Tornick, City Council. This last officer-involved shooting should be your last straw. Vote yes for an independent auditor and civilian police oversight committee. After the Anthony McLean shooting, we need a viable committee more than ever. Oversight is a good thing. Civilian police oversight is better, and it's best with an independent auditor. I recommend that you vote for the civilian police oversight with independent auditor without hesitation. Thank you. Maya Porcelli, La Crescenta. In this historic moment, City Council must rise to the occasion and dismantle racist systems within the government, such as police brutality and the mass incarceration of Black and Brown people. To work towards that goal, the City of Pasadena must commit to immediately dropping charges against Nafisa Kaba, whose 11-year-old son was maced by a police officer moments after Anthony McLean's murder. She was only protecting her child, as any other parent would do. Lisa Henderson, Pasadena. Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm not exactly sure why we're afraid to put a civilian oversight committee in place. With all that has happened in the country and the city of Pasadena, for that matter, I vote for transparency. Thank you. Barbara M. Williams, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, I support the proposal for a Community Police Oversight Commission as presented by the Public Safety Committee. I feel that we need this to happen after the officer-involved shooting on August 15, 2020. Mayor Tornick, there must be some kind of accountability, and I support Councilman John Kennedy. He envisioned the need for a Pasadena Civilian Police Oversight Committee many years ago, and now it is time to vote yes. Our community is crying out for justice. A yes vote is a step in the right direction. I am hopeful that each member of our city council will stand on the right side of history. Ia Brown, Pasadena. Support the Pasadena Community Bill of Rights. George Floyd's killing by Minneapolis police reminds us of Pasadena's own need for police reform. Pasadena has its own list of recent victims of police abuse, including, but not limited to, Leroy Barnes, Kendrick McDade, J.R. Thomas, Paris Holloway, Rashad McCoy, and Chris Ballou. Protests across the country are a call to action for all of us. We need local race reconciliation. We must do our part to lift up this movement nationally and to establish a new path forward that we can all be proud of. It is the responsibility of our Pasadena mayor, city council, city manager, and police chief to do whatever it is possible within their authority and resources to address the injustices made visible in recent weeks. It is an opportunity to respond to the calls for justice and action rising in communities nationwide and here in our own city. Today, we call on you to adopt the Pasadena Community Bill of Rights. It is time to rethink the role of police in our community. What we mean by, quote, public safety, end quote, and how the police interact with our communities, particularly communities of color. Catherine Hunter Blyden, Pasadena. Hello, Mayor and Council. I am a Pasadena resident and have been for a long time. Things became clear to me after the Anthony McLean shooting. The time is now. I believe that an oversight committee is in order. Vote yes for the Civilian Police Oversight Committee. Thank you. Angela B. Jones, Pasadena. Hello, Mayor and City Council. I have been an observer of the recent Pasadena police incident. It only makes sense that the Pasadena Police Department and citizens have an objective third party in place. I am in total agreement with an oversight committee. Thank you. Dory LaRusso, Pasadena. Hello, Mayor and Pasadena City Council. As a tax-paying citizen, I believe in a non-political, unbiased third party to make some decisions and recommendations. Therefore, I am in favor of the Pasadena Civilian Oversight Committee. I am a close neighbor who patronizes Pasadena most days. Thank you. Charmaine Mills Ely, Altadena. Dear Pasadena Mayor and City Council, I am your neighbor who loves visiting Pasadena. After the Anthony McLean shooting, I am 100% in favor of a police oversight committee. The he said, she said, the police said, the citizen said does not work for me. Your untimely decision could make you appear biased. Vote yes for a Pasadena Civilian Oversight Committee, honestly and sincerely.
Stephanie Meyer Robinson, Pasadena. Greeting mayors and city council. An observer reading the paper and listening to the news, I never know what to believe. I am totally in favor of the oversight committee that will assist me with the facts and unbiased opinions. I want to support my city, but I need to know what to believe. Please put the civilian oversight in place, adding the independent auditor. Thanks. Stephanie Robinson. Alicia Gardner Moore, Altadena. Greetings. After the Pasadena police incident of August 15, 2020, I've started following the latest developments. With a case like this, you need a civilian oversight committee. What the African American citizens of Pasadena need right now is trust. Trust in the facts that the case will be delivered fair and correct. Please toss your full support behind an oversight committee. Both Pasadena and Altadena residents will benefit with your yes vote. Thanks, Angela Moore. Helen Nicholson Dotson, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council, thank you for knowing that if something were to happen, a civilian police oversight commission was in place. I'm confused by your hesitation and delay. I presume that this was done years ago, but I learned recently that it was stopped in its tracks. I am hopeful that you will vote yes this time. Another officer involved shooting and no independent committee. Shameful. I am 100% in support of Civilian Oversight Commission with the independent auditor. Thank you for your time, Helen Dutson. Leslie Richard, Pasadena. Hello, Mayor and City Council. As a Pasadena resident, I don't believe that the citizens are always right, nor the Pasadena Police Department. We need an independent oversight committee to help define who's right in each instance. It's time to vote yes for civilian police oversight. Thank you, Leslie Richards. Joyce Ritchie, Altadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council, way too many African-American men are dying, whether at the hands of their community or by the police. I recall a mention of Pasadena having an oversight committee, but it didn't get traction. It would make sense to get on board and to make it happen. If you need an excuse to do the right thing, the McLean officer-involved shooting is the perfect excuse to vote yes. Thank you, Joyce Ricci. Allison Williams, Altadena. Dear Pasadena Mayor and City Council, I'm disgusted by the death of someone who I've never met. My neighbors are confused and my Pasadena family is angry. When events happen like this, when events happen like the one last Saturday, it is best that the city be fair in their response. A community oversight commission does just that. The best way to get answers is with an independent oversight committee. Thank you, Allison Williams. Kathy Yonker, Pasadena. Hello, Mayor Tornick and City Council. I support a civilian oversight committee 100%. What I don't understand is why some of you have worked against this idea. African-American men are dying. The AMA published a report urging lawmakers to act on police reform to protect public health. Police reform can begin with a police oversight committee with an independent auditor. I urge you to vote yes on police oversight. Thank you, Kathy Yonker. Johanna Fontenot, Altadena. Hello, Mayor and Council Member. Thank you for posting the videos of the McLean shooting. I can't believe what I was seeing. It was sad. I agree that you should implement an independent auditor and civilian police oversight committee. Please work with the community, vote in favor, vote yes. Thank you, Jay Fontenot. Lourdes Gonzalez, Pasadena. To the city of Pasadena, I reside in District 3 of the city. I urge the city to create an independent oversight committee. In light of recent fatality with officer-involved shooting, it is imperative that we have an independent body to investigate the death of Anthony McLean. This is owed to us, specifically those living in Northwest Pasadena. We need a transparent investigation. Since the age of 5, Northwest Pasadena is home. Have witnessed over the years how many friends and family interactions with the police led to negative outcomes resulting in long-term harm on our community. We are owed independent oversight for situations like the recent killing of Anthony. I demand that our city and police department reimagine and can change how they interact with residents in our community, those who come from lower socioeconomic status, and most often also identify as people of color. Self-monitoring equipment like video cams is not going to create a more conscious police officer. What we need is for our elected officials and police force to use us as human, to see us as human and value us, represent us, and fight for us. If you can't do this, then look forward to getting a new career. From Reverend Argola Haynes, Pasadena. I support the Tornick Kennedy Police Oversight Proposal.
Kristen Ruderman, Pasadena. Good afternoon, Mayor Tornick and council members. I speak to you today as a city resident to once again call upon your timely action to create an independent police oversight commission made up of community members. I strongly urge the hiring of a full-time independent police auditor with subpoena power. The fact that you have actually discussed the haste of the process is disturbing. Discussion of greater police oversight has been on the table for years. Over the past few months, you have received more comments in support of reform than for any other issue the council has considered in the past decade. It is disappointing the tragic deaths of community members has not resulted in action by the city council to reduce the chances of such fatal incidents. Other cities have managed to reduce fatal interactions between law enforcement and residents. Approving agenda item number 6 is the most basic step the city council would take to demonstrate that the city's elected leaders actually care about the safety and well-being of residents who have suffered from decades of systematic racism. Community support for reform has been overwhelming. Now is the time for you to take action. Thank you. Lester Strada, Pasadena. My name is Lester. I reside in District 3, and I urge all of our elected officials to have an outside independent oversight committee in the matter of Anthony McLean's death at the hands of Pasadena police. This must be done for the well-being of our community and the integrity of the police department. Thank you. Bridget, Pasadena. We demand justice for the murder of Anthony McLean. Please release the camera footage from all officers at the scene from the night he was murdered. The police are in urgent need of oversight. The commission should be more representative of the people who they work for and include at least one BLM representative. Thank you, Bridget. Mary Villanueva, Pasadena. Dear council members, as a Pasadena resident, I love and care about the health and safety of our community. I urge you to support the creation of Civilian Oversight Commission and independent police auditor with subpoena power. After years of inaction of this serious public health and safety issue, now is the time to move our community forward. Thank you. Carol Potter, we're past the time for action, and this is on this. And frankly, as a commissioner myself, I fear that an oversight commission wouldn't have the experience or power needed to follow through and create change. Therefore, I support a city prosecutor's office that's independent of the city attorney's office as the only real solution. Hazel Clayton, Altadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, I was appalled to hear about the August 15 police shooting in the back of another African-American male. According to the news, he was running away from the officer and there was no apparent threat. As the mother and grandmother of law-abiding, tax-paying African-American males, I can no longer be silent. More than ever, we need a community police oversight community to make police accountable for their actions. Therefore, I support the proposal for a community police oversight committee. Please do the right thing and pass this proposal. Thank you, Ms. Hazel Clayton. Din Lee, as a District 1 resident who believes that we need to do more to protect our fellow Pasadenans from unnecessary police brutality, I support a Civilian Oversight Commission and independent police auditor with subpoena power. I also want this to be just the start of an overall social reform to prevent the unjust negligence of marginalized people in our neighborhood. Thanks for your time, and Black Lives Matter. April, Pasadena. Like many residents of Pasadena, I was horrified but not entirely surprised to hear that the senseless death of another Black person at the hands of law enforcement. Anthony McLean, his family, and his friends and his community deserve accountability and justice, as do all victims and survivors of police violence. We need to know the names of the officers involved in this killing. We need them to be fired, and we need a proper and independent investigation. We need the Pasadena PD and the city of Pasadena to reckon with its history of law enforcement violence against its Black and brown residents. And we need to take big steps to move into a future that is free of this inequity and violence. We need an oversight commission that represents and is reflective of the entire community, the concerns and needs of all of us, not just a wealthy white few. Joanne Long, Pasadena. On Thursday evening, I watched the biased narrative video that the PPD released. Despite all attempts to make the shooting seem justifiable, it is very clear to anyone watching that Anthony McLean was gunned down in broad daylight, and this was murder. Hours after the PPD murdered Anthony McLean, they were in La Pintoresca Park interacting with his grieving friends and neighbors. Yet again, they showed us exactly who they are. There was no comfort offered, no humanity on display. They used tasers and pepper spray when they could have just walked away so the community could grieve in peace. But this is who the police have become all across America, and Pasadena is no different. Look at what they are doing in this country and tell me they are anything but out of control, violent, and dangerous gang. City Council had an opportunity to show that they understand what is happening, but yet here we are. Councilmember Madison says this is all just some political game to help the mayor's reelection. What an insult. They have not given us the independent oversight we have asked for because they simply don't get it. It is what it is. Brad Estron, Pasadena. I am a resident of Pasadena and reside in District 1. I am a pastor at Pasadena First Church of the Nazarene, i.e. PASNAZ, established over 100 years ago. Clinical psychologist and professor at Fuller Seminary. Over 75 years in Pasadena. I've been dismayed and grieved over the recent shooting here in Pasadena. I'm urging you, our elected officials, to create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members with a commission with subpoena power for the sake of accountability. There is no ambiguity in the communal ask to adopt a full community bill of rights.
Gwen Lisboa, Altadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, I wholeheartedly support police oversight. The Anthony McLean shooting has forced Pasadena to be in the news in a negative manner. You have a chance to turn this negative publicity into a positive one. Vote yes on a civilian police. Thank you. Linda Thomas, Altadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and Council, vote yes on the Civilian Police Oversight Committee. After the officer shooting with Mr. McLean, all eyes are on your actions. Do the right thing. Vote yes for the sake of the beautiful city of Pasadena. Lori Washington, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council, I love living in Pasadena. People always mention the lovely dining and shops on Colorado and the New Year's Day's events. But now I am almost walking in shame. The quote, why, end quote, isn't what people see now, it's the aftermath of the actions of those involved. This is your opportunity to come out on top, setting an example for other cities. Vote for and implement a civilian oversight commission without delay. I am saddened by the recent events. Kung Ming Lee, Pasadena. The Civilian Oversight Commission proposed by Mayor Tornick and Kennedy is spineless. Not only does it address little to nothing on the systematic issues of militarization, over policing of Northwest Pasadena that led to Anthony McLean's death, it doesn't fundamentally alter the relationship between the community, the city council, the Pasadena Police Department in any meaningful way. Disqualify nominees and appointees with financial, personal, political, business ties to real estate developers and police unions. Pull cops from conducting traffic searches. LAPD just committed to this. This practice, short of stop and frisk, is what killed Anthony McLean. Ban cops from responding to non-violent calls. We do not need armed officers to aid a mentally ill person experiencing an episode. We do not need armed officers to assist an unhoused neighbor if she's having health issues. Mandate trained mental health experts and homeless services to respond and assist those folks. Stop criminalizing Black people. Step up, Pasadena. I feel extremely humiliated to be a lifelong resident of this racist city. Caitlin Diaz, Pasadena. Our community is in mourning. Another Black man was murdered by Pasadena PD with no reason, no accountability, no transparency. The police has tried to control and shape the narrative as to why Anthony McLean was shot in the back 3 times. There is no justification for murders like these to happen. I urge the city council members to listen to the community's demands. The people of Pasadena demand police oversight, a community-based committee chosen by the community and not city council, with an independent auditor with subpoena power. There is no ambiguity in our ask to align a proposal with the Community Bill of Rights. Cicely Davis Anderson, Pasadena. Dear City Council members, I ask that you stop the political game playing and implement a civilian police oversight with an independent auditor. The country is watching to see how you will handle this latest officer-involved shooting. Surprise everyone, even the police union. Vote yes for the people. Norita Milburn, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, I support a civilian police oversight committee. The committee will monitor actions and hold police officers accountable. Everyone, citizens as well as members of the police department, are safer when there is independent police oversight. This proposal is a step in the right direction and a platform on which we can continue to build. I am hopeful that each member of our city council will stand on the right side of history. Please vote in favor of the proposal by the Public Safety Committee for a Civilian Police Oversight Committee. Thank you. Shalimar Grissom, Pasadena. Mayor, City Council members. I'm in disbelief. I can't believe that during a pandemic, we have an officer-involved shooting. I absolutely agree. Pasadena is long overdue in implementing a police oversight board. I also agree the auditor cannot be on the city payroll. Please band together, vote yes. Thank you. Nancy Stiles, Pasadena. I am the leader of a youth-serving nonprofit in Pasadena that Anthony McLean was part of as a teenager. I am horrified by the video showing the Pasadena police killing him. I have many questions, but the most pressing is, why was the officer's body cam who shot him turned off? Why was he shot in the back? I demand oversight of the Pasadena Police Department that includes subpoena power and is housed in a separate city prosecutor's office, not the city attorney's office, so there is no conflict of interest. The commission and the IPA should have explicitly stated authority to conduct and review investigations. Anthony's death shows us the deadly results of PPD's training, policies, and procedures. We need a safe, accountable, transparent, community-focused policing. Please act now and provide Pasadena with an empowered police oversight body so there are no more deaths like Anthony's. Katja Winther, Pasadena. Dear City Council members, I am disappointed that you voted on August 3rd against a robust model of police oversight that would have given the Oversight Commission some actual authority over the police department. The people of Pasadena will continue to demand that our City Council create an Oversight Commission that is empowered to hold the police department accountable for its corruption and violence, such as the recent killing of Anthony McLean. Today, I am writing in support of the development of a Community Police Oversight Commission made up of community members most impacted by police violence, who are selected by the City Council in an open, transparent, and public process. The city must also hire an independent police auditor who does not report to the city manager and who has subpoena power to provide true oversight in the review and investigation processes. Thank you for taking immediate necessary action to establish the Community Police Oversight Commission.
Marcia Reed, Altadena. Hello, Mayor Tornick and Council. I agree that police oversight is a very important component to help African Americans have trust. The independent, unbiased results can put the citizens at ease. I support the Oversight Committee 100%. Thanks, Anne Marie. Leah Bartels, Glendale. As a Glendale resident, I've been disgusted to see how low the bar is for the Pasadena PD to call upon other departments, including Glendale, Burbank, and Monterey Bay, for mutual aid when dispersing small groups of peaceful protesters who pose no threat to the community or to public property. On Thursday night, over 100 cars and officers were deployed, including a SWAT truck, to get rid of the nonviolent encampment at City Hall by any means necessary. It is exactly this kind of over-policing and militarized response that makes residents fear the police, which is why Anthony McLean ran in terror from a traffic stop. And it is exactly this kind of over-policing and militarized response that led that officer to shoot a man he couldn't catch on instinct. This department has not shown it cannot regulate its own use of force without additional, more effective oversight. Tornick and Kennedy's plan is toothless and will not create meaningful change. I beg the council to implement a plan with a true IPA with subpoena power. We don't need another layer of insider appointees, bureaucracy, and red tape. We need transparency and leverage over an abusive body that has gone too far. Sandra Anita Ware, Altadena. As a Black woman and parent of my 22-year-old son and my 26-year-old daughter, my heart is heavy because as a nation, some have restless nights when their sons leave home. Accountability can't be planned during the time of flight or fight. Fear causes reactions by all involved, and the end result is sometimes death at the hands of an authority figure. I've taught my children to comply when stopped by the police. They are not to voice their concern. That will be done in court. People have bad days. Bad days are carried with a person to work, school, wherever their travels take them. We need authority figures to be authoritative. Everyone has the right to be treated with dignity and respect. Everyone has a right to video or take pictures of anything they see. A majority of videos taken are of Black men, most with unfortunate end. I support the proposal for a Community Police Oversight Commission as presented by the Public Safety Committee. Thank you to the efforts of Steve Madison and Victor Gordo politicizing issues, but that's apparently not enough. Let's save a life. Andrea Mills, Pasadena. Dear City Council, I watch Anthony McLean videos posted on the PPD website. I'm frustrated and confused. The time is right now. Do not waste another minute for your own underlying agendas. Cast your vote in favor, in quotes, in favor for a Community Oversight Commission. I'm all in. Thank you, Andrea Mills. Azerline Demas Cox, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, the Demas family the Pasadena community for decades, and we have known Councilmember John Kennedy since he was a little boy attending Brown Memorial AME Church with his lovely mother and other siblings. We know the man that he has become and the work he does for the community. We are proud to write this letter asking you to support the proposal for a Civilian Police Oversight Committee as presented by the Public Safety Committee. We are seniors who live on Raymond Avenue, and after the officer-involved shooting on Saturday, August 15, we realized the importance of writing our council members to humbly ask you to support and vote yes on this important civilian police oversight proposals. We respect the police, and I believe the entire community want to trust them, but we must start with this proposal to build that trust. Let us get started on building community trust. Thank you. William Dixon, Pasadena. I didn't think we would get here again so quickly. Another horrifying incident of police violence. The body camera of the police officer, the shooter, and the closest conveniently turned off during the incident. In comments, Chief Perez shrugs this off as something which is easy to do and which happens all the time. If it happens all the time and you are aware of it, then why hasn't it been fixed? Why is there no accountability? The police department then releases a heavily edited and narrated video of the incident which smears the victim. These edits and additions are not intended to provide unbiased clarity, but rather are intended to steer us to a particular conclusion. Why edit and narrate? Why smear the victim who can no longer defend himself? Why not let the raw footage show what happened? Why release what amounts to propaganda? I'm not buying what you are selling. Despite all this, then watching this video, the only person we see who is violent, who shoots a man in the back, who kills someone, is a Pasadena police officer. Jazz Persing, Monrovia. The assumption that Anthony McLean had a gun is both unfounded and dangerous. From the footage, the officers clearly could have used non-lethal force to detain him, but instead shot him multiple times in the back, despite no evidence of a weapon on him. The fact that he kicked off his shoes before running away from the police does not indicate a person intended to harm police, but fearing for their life. Deadly force was unnecessary and troubling here, and I demand more oversight to prevent this kind of judgment call from happening again. Lauren Siegel, Pasadena. This would never happen to a white woman in Pasadena. I would never be stopped for not having a license plate. If I did, I would be issued citation and sent on my way. I nor a passenger would never have been asked to get out of the car for a traffic citation. This shows that an aggressive police force against Black citizens. The blatant disregard the police showed this man after he was shot in the back, where a taser could have been used, is terrifying. To kneel on his back while he was shot is criminal. To tear gas a crowd that is in shock, pain, and anger with children in the crowd is criminal. This would not have happened to a white man or crowd. The police chief was rude and disrespectful to the family when they arrived to see this horrific video, making comments about their family being confusing and needing to call the grandmother. This would never happen to a white family. I hope this council can see that the Pasadena police needs to change its tactics immediately. I hope the council has the determination to make sure that Black lives are respected. Anna, Pasadena. I do not say this lightly. Pasadena police have proven that even in this liberal city, systemic racism is alive and thriving. The information that has surfaced in the weeks subsequent to Anthony McLean's death has demonstrated that Black lives do not matter to this city, to its police officers, or to most of the city council. This city and all of its authorities have mismanaged the circumstances resulting from the wrongful death of yet another Black man at the hands of PPD. I watched in shock as city council members quickly gave their empty condolences to the family and proceeded to other things. Then Chief Perez decided to hold a press conference in which he showed the footage of the aftermath surrounding Anthony's murder. A group of families, including 5 young children, was recklessly pepper sprayed immediately after witnessing a death. There are no words to describe the strain that this vitriolic behavior puts on our city. Where is the counseling that those children deserve? Where is the care for a community that is experiencing this form of systemic oppressive trauma year after year? I urge you to postpone this vote until the demands of BLM Pasadena have been addressed. From Kathy Farrar, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council, I am advocating for an oversight committee. When my husband and son leave home, I'm nervous. It has become like the wild, wild west out here. I believe that an oversight committee would hold both citizens and police accountable when things go sideways. Thank you for your consideration. Kathy Farrar.
Sharon Culkin, Pasadena. Esteemed Mayor and City Council members, the recent and possibly avoidable shooting death of Anthony McLean pierced my heart as it did many members of our community. It's time for the council to adopt the Tornick-Kennedy oversight model and move forward in assuring the residents of Pasadena that there will be clearly defined alternatives to letting a suspect run away or shooting to kill. I respect the right for police officers to protect themselves while performing their sworn duties. It's equally vital that the men and women hired to protect and serve our community are well trained and accountable if they're to stop short of killing the suspects they want to question. I urge the council's unanimous vote tonight to adopt the proposed Tornick-Kennedy civilian oversight model. Thank you. Delia Fance, Altadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and Council, I am in favor of a police oversight committee. I cannot imagine why the city would not want this. With all that has happened, even in Pasadena in recent years, I would think that we would want someone that is impartial, who could shed light on who would be at fault. An oversight committee could potentially save the city millions of dollars. Thank you. I shop and dine in Pasadena, Delia Fans. Charles Poulion, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Terry Tornick and Pasadena City Council members, I support the proposal for a civilian police oversight committee presented by the Public Safety Committee. Councilmember John Kennedy envisioned the need for a Pasadena Civilian Police Oversight Committee many years ago. City Council has considered various oversight proposals, and yet here we are again reacting to another police officer involved shooting, August 15, 2020. Now is the time to be proactive and vote yes. As an African-American resident of the Pasadena for 56 years, I see the need for civilian oversight. Previous Police Chief Bernard Malikian recruited me to attend the Pasadena Citizen Police Academy, aka Community Police Academy, CPA. Chief Malikian expressed the need for citizens to have an awareness of police operations. It is not if an accident occurs, it's when one occurs. It was not a knock on fine PPD officers, but factors impacting both his officers and the community. I have a good perspective both sides of the issue. Citizens and police department members are safer when there is an incident, when there is an independent police department oversight. This proposal is a step in the right direction. Charles Poulion. Eileen Sneed, Altadena. Hello, Mayor Tornick and council members. A Pasadena Police Oversight Committee should have happened many years ago. My son should not fear the police, but he does. An oversight committee would at least make me feel more comfortable when things don't go as they are intended to. I believe that it would hold the guilty party accountable. Pasadena needs this ASAP. I trust that other areas will follow your lead. Thank you, in Altadena neighbor, Eileen Sneed. Christopher Moray. I'm a Black man married with 2 lovely children. I work, volunteer in my children's school. I take my family on vacations and we live the American dream. But my reality is sometimes hard because the very people I look to for safety and security are the same people I fear. I wish I were delusional, but I'm not. I'm scared for my young 12-year-old son. I must teach him how to survive in a society where I feel the police force was created by police Black America and not serve them. I don't let my son watch videos of Black men being killed by police. I don't want to desensitize him, and I don't want him to think it's normal for Blacks to be killed by the very people who should protect him. I don't believe an entire force is bad, but when you have police officers who abuse citizens, you erode public confidence in law enforcement. That makes the job of good police officers unsafe. My emotional appeal is to simply ask you to vote yes on the Civilian Police Oversight Committee presented by Councilmember John J. Kennedy, Chair of the Public Safety Committee. Jesse Seller, Pasadena. Hi, my name is Jesse. I'm a resident of District 5 in Pasadena. I implore you to please create a police oversight body made up of an independent auditor and selected community members. Please don't be scared. An honest police officer will not be scared of oversight, as they should have nothing to hide. Truly, accountability is a good thing, especially when the loss of a fellow human life is involved. Be the leader you dreamed of being when you started your career and make a difference. Thank you for your time. Teresa Taylor, greetings City Council. I wish to vote for Police Oversight Committee. I cannot understand why it has taken so long to get to this voting point. I have been in favor for many years. It is not to fault the police or the citizens. It is merely to act as a check and balance for our system. Your vote for would mean a lot. Thank you, Teresa Taylor. Rolanda Oliver, Pasadena. Hello, Mayor Tornick and City Council. 8 days after Anthony McLean's shooting, a Wisconsin man with his children in the car was shot 7 times in the back for walking away from the police. This Black man did not have a gun. I am in total favor of police oversight and accountability. I just feel that it is taking so long for some to agree. Many council people accept police union money, which is wrong. As a result, the receiver becomes a puppet. We all know that is true. With that said, vote from your heart or soul. Save the city's reputation. Give comfort to citizens, the people of color. Vote in favor of police oversight. The country is watching Pasadena, California, and now Wisconsin. Thank you, Yolanda Oliver. Brian Gantz, Pasadena. My name is Brian. I live in District 3. The status quo is not working and residents deserve real change. I support the creation of a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor with subpoena powers. My community and me deserve better. Don't want another life lost. I ask my elected officials to make history and create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members with a commission with subpoena powers.
Sarah Ann Hamilton, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, I know we need diversity, sensitivity training, and body cameras. I support those steps, but I also know we need a civilian police oversight committee one that is before you presented by the Public Safety Committee Chair, Councilman John Kennedy. I must believe that the Pasadena Police Department will appreciate this type of partnership and working relationship for the good of our community. All we want is fairness, justice, and equality for all. Please vote yes on the proposal before you. Thank you. Naomi Hirohara, Pasadena. As a lifelong Pasadenian, I am committed to the health and healing of our crown city. This is the time to deal with our conflicted history of racism and the tragic shootings of civilians at the hands of our police force. I respect the service of certain law enforcement officers to our community, but this service needs oversight and not by representatives appointed by the police chief. Let critics join the table because who else can keep the police department accountable? Investigations of force complaints need to be public. Unedited body cam footage in officer-involved shootings needs to be released immediately to the family. This is the time for Pasadena to be courageous and ensure the interests and safety of all its residents. Let's not only be reactive, but be at the front of this. I know you as our elected representatives can be part of this historic change. Dana Weaver, Altadena. Greetings, Mayor Tornick and City Council. An independent police oversight committee would hold police, An independent police oversight committee would hold both citizens and police officers accountable for their actions. I can't believe that it has taken years to get to a viable vote. Altadena residents spend a lot of time and money in Pasadena as African Americans. We are concerned if my husband or son is stopped by any police for any reason. Blacks have feared the police since slavery, and we are still baffled about the country's progress. Please support and vote for an independent civilian police oversight committee. Thank you. Christopher Lopez, while Pasadena resident. While I understand the specifics and nuances of the shooting of Pasadena community member Anthony McLean, they do not eclipse the justification of lethal force from the officer and the general systematic racism within Pasadena. How much blood needs to be spilled before systematic accountability and oversight to PPD is implemented? How much trauma must our communities experience before radical redistribution of funding takes place to fill our neighborhoods with resources for mental health and education? Take the energy and concern used to defend the PPD and preclude city officials from culpability and use it to listen to the community members in the streets, empathize with grieving residents, and reimagine city policies for a more just and equitable Pasadena. Stop pretending like status quo works. In the very least, I am asking you, our elected officials, to create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community for the community members for the commission with subpoena power. There is no ambiguity in our ask to align a proposal with the Community Bill of Rights. Maximilian J. Boyle, Altadena. My name is Max Boyle. I am a youth pastor in Pasadena and have been a resident of Pasadena for 9 years until recently moving to Altadena this summer. I've attended multiple prayer vigils and rallies on behalf of Anthony McLean this week, and it is clear that our city is in immense pain right now. The trauma, pain, and despair that our community is experiencing from the death of Anthony McLean will have long-lasting implications for generations if the leaders of Pasadena do not give justice to Mr. McLean, his family, and the Northwest Pasadena neighborhood. Unfortunately, this has not been the first time PPD has taken away a Black man's life from this community. Let Anthony McLean be the last time our community suffers trauma and death by the hands of the PPD. There needs to be accountability now. Allow community members to be part of the Police Oversight Committee. Grant the committee and IPA subpoena power, and keep the IPA independent of the PD and city manager. PPD has functioned too long without accountability from the ones they claim to protect and serve. Elizabeth Burials, Pasadena. Mayor Tornick and members of the City Council. We have lost another young man, father, brother, friend in our community at the helm of PPD. Per the police department press conference, the sequence in which the video recordings were released and the hearsay has only echoed the need for the role of an independent auditor. I am asking you, our elected officials, to create an oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and community people with subpoena power and adequate funding. As I and many others have stated before, Pasadena is not an exception to the systematic injustices experienced by Black and brown people in our Pasadena community. We need change. Blair Miller, dear council members, as a Pasadena resident who cares about the health and safety of our community, I urge you to support the creation of a civilian oversight commission and an independent police auditor with subpoena power. The events of the last week have shown just how important it is for there to be a credible, fair, and open process that the community can trust. Police hold the power of life and death in their hands. Because of this power, the police should have clear rules of engagement that are based in best practices. A transparent system of investigation and accountability is in the best interest of everyone in Pasadena. Thank you. Jasmine Boyle, Pasadena. My name is Jasmine Boyle, and I have been a youth pastor and resident in Pasadena for more than 10 years. Anthony McLean was shot in the back and killed while running from Pasadena police officers who made a traffic stop. So many issues with the police response in this situation. Over-policing in certain neighborhoods, body cam turned off, firing without warning, delayed medical response, and more. Our PD needs a community oversight commission that will hold the department accountable for actions like these. We need the strongest response now in support of true public safety, justice, and equity. An oversight commission made up of community members with an independent auditor, independent from PD and city manager, with subpoena power. It's just one step in the process of police reform in our community, but it is a significant and necessary one.
Danny Parker, Pasadena. The time for political posturing has passed. Please approve civilian oversight and an independent auditor for our police department. As recent events have tragically reminded us, lives are at stake. As always, the time to do the right thing is now. Please allow the substance and merits of this proposal, not protocol or petty personal differences, to guide your vote. Michael Sanders, Pasadena. I am Michael Sanders from the 7th District. I am upset about the wrongful death at the hands of Pasadena Police of Anthony McLean. I am upset at the over-response of the police to a traumatized community in mourning, the excessive display of force to peaceful protesters, the slow trickle of information from the PPD, and their misinterpretation of facts regarding the shooting. I am requesting that the City Council create a community police oversight commission made up of city residents and hire a paid full-time independent police auditor. The auditor would have subpoena power, select the commission staff, and report to the City Council. The commission's and auditor's duties would include holding public hearings, public review of the department's purchase and use of surveillance technology, and issuing quarterly and annual comprehensive reports on police officers' use of force or threats to use force, and on all officers who have had complaints against them for excessive force, racial profiling, or other abuses. These reports would include all disciplinary actions against sworn officers, the amounts spent to settle lawsuits against police officers, and the officers involved. Reports should be available to the public to the maximum extent permitted by California law. Kurt Gibson, Pasadena. As a youth pastor and leader in the nonprofit sector in Pasadena for 32 years, I'm tired of the narrative of police in Pasadena mistreating communities of color. As a white person, I know I am treated completely different than the students I've served. Anthony McLean was in and around our programs as a 15-year-old, and watching this video, I am reminded of how there are two different ways people in Pasadena are treated. I have no concern that anyone will ever shoot me in the back. Citizens' oversight of police must include those most affected by police violence. There must be an independent auditor employed by the city attorney, independent of any oversight by the city manager. This oversight committee would be toothless if it did not have subpoena power to gather information during investigations. Low should have a reserved seat on oversight. There's never been a better time to adjust the city charter. As one who has filed a formal complaint that led to the discipline of an officer and change in training protocols, I am shocked at how fast things turned to the state they were before the complaint. Julie McCune, Pasadena. Anthony McLean murdered 9 days ago by who? By a woman? No. The Pasadena City Council, mostly men, will listen to the voices of our community and then vote. We demand racial justice. All eyes are on the mayor, city manager, Pasadena police chief, city attorney, mostly men, and members of the city council, mostly men. Will you vote as representatives of your community, or is it your intention to act slowly until the community's attention fades away? I have little respect for officials who misuse, abuse our tax revenue. Body-worn cameras belong to us. We purchased them, right? Who decides how many guns, bullets, batons, tear gas, pepper spray, tasers will be on our streets? What does the Pasadena Police Department's budget reveal? What's being ordered for next year? Do you have a vision of a militarized police force? How are your plans for the implementation of restorative but justice practices? Has your leadership team attended any seminars with Ruth Wilson Gilmore? Are you not yet ready to transform criminal justice? We demand 50% women on the Civilian Oversight Commission. The grandmothers, mothers, aunts, sisters, and daughters are watching you. Be inclusive, tell the truth, prevent harm, earn our trust. Thank you, Julie McCune. Jason Bowie, Pasadena. Mayor, as a young black man growing up in Pasadena, I've been stopped more than 10 times for the kind of truck that I drove. I've been talked to with disrespect by the PPD officers. My mother has gone to the watch commander on my behalf, proving that I owned my truck. Why was I harassed so often by the same officers? I lived in Pasadena for more than 5 years, but broke my lease and moved out of the city when the officer failed to respond to my filed complaint. The watch commander made no effort to solve my issue. It is critical that we develop a police reform commission before we lose another life. At 39 years old, I am very fearful to drive in Pasadena. Something needs to be done. An oversight committee is necessary. Jason Bowie. Mary Bucci Butch, Pasadena. I am asking you, our elected officials, to create a citizen oversight commission made up of community members most impacted by police violence, selected by the city council in an open, transparent, and public process, and to hire an independent police auditor, IPA, who does not report to the city manager, and who has subpoena power, to whom the police chief also reports, and who has subpoena power to provide true oversight in the review and investigation process along with the commission. Yet again, one more Northwest neighborhood has been terrorized by police, and one more innocent black man has lost his life at the hands of a police officer. As a white person, a professor at Cal State LA, a past president of my neighborhood association in District 1, and a frequent user of La Pintoresca Library, I have seen over and over the way Pasadena police treat people of color differently than they treat white people. I see it directly at my neighbors, my students, my dear friends, my church members who are people of color. This mistreatment traumatizes all of us and is a blight on all of Pasadena. The time for police reform and for civilian police oversight is long overdue. Michelle Wu, Pasadena. My name is Michelle Wu and I'm a Pasadena resident in District 7. Last weekend, I was devastated to learn of the fatal police shooting which killed 32-year-old Anthony McLean. That Anthony McLean died at the hands of police in the midst of a community push for police oversight committee demonstrates the urgency of the task at hand. Each moment you delay in taking an unequivocal stance against police brutality, not only in your words, but also your votes, is a moment the life of a fellow citizen, a human with as much dignity and worth as each of you, may be taken away. Regardless of the nuances of each police shooting, which ultimately allows for the recklessness with which our police shoot black people, is that history has shown time and time again that there are few repercussions for doing so. We cannot allow this devaluing of black lives to continue. I am asking you, our elected officials, to create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members for the commission with subpoena power. There is no ambiguity in our ask to align our proposal with Community Bill of Rights. Ali Altsholer, Pasadena. Anthony McLean's death is evidence once again that body cameras are not a sufficient deterrent to police brutality. An officer turning their body camera off during a routine traffic stop, in quotes, is admission of malintent. Turning off one's body camera should be grounds for steep and immediate disciplinary action. Murdering someone for running away from you should be grounds for murder charges, cop or not. Pasadenans have this false idea of living in an idyllic suburb. We do not. We are not immune, and our officers, for as long as their jobs continue to exist as they currently do, need to be held accountable to the same standards as other citizens when they shoot to kill. Mercedes Bowie, Altadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and Council, as a young woman, daughter, sister, and cousin of 5 African-American men, they have been stopped and harassed by the Pasadena police. It is imperative to establish a police oversight committee to have fairness and impartial decisions regarding police reform. Please vote in favor of an oversight committee. Thank you, Mercedes Bowie. Banef Rahimi, Pasadena. Anthony McLean should be alive today. He did not need to be shot in the back because of a missing front license plate. I am a resident of District 5, and I am urging you, our elected officials, to create a police oversight made of an independent auditor and community-based committee with subpoena power. In order to garner trust among the residents of Pasadena, we cannot have elected officials select committee members. It must be community-based to avoid any suspicion of bias with the committee. Furthermore, we do not need armed officers to respond to minor traffic violations. As we have seen in many examples of police violence in our city, armed officers responding to routine traffic stops can lead to fatal escalation. Engineer our streets to be safer for all road users, especially our Black and brown neighbors. As a minority member of this community, I stand with the underrepresented voices who demand meaningful police oversight now. We cannot wait for another death at the hands of our own police department. We need change now.
Lydia Breen, Pasadena. My name is Lydia Breen. I am a resident of District 6. I am saddened by the death of Anthony McLean, and my heart goes out to his family. The video of Mr. McLean's shooting and the efforts to contain the protesters after the shooting only reinforced my belief that there are too many weapons on the streets of Pasadena, and most of those weapons belong to PPPD, the Pasadena Police Department, is overly militarized. While I support the proposal to appoint an independent auditor to oversee cases of police abuse, bias, and training, the auditor's responsibilities must not stop there. He or she must have subpoena power to demand a complete inventory of the weapons and surveillance equipment held by the PPD. This investigation must start with a request for an inventory of all the military-grade weapons donated to the PPD by the federal government. Across the country, these inventories have been notoriously lax. If you are sincerely interested in civilian oversight, the auditor must also look into the military-grade weapons that PPD has at its disposal, as for justification on their use, and know what happens when they are decommissioned or unaccounted for. Brenda Bullock, Mayor Tornick and City Council. My son has moved away from Pasadena because of the continued harassment he has endured. It is imperative that we establish some new rules and accountability for the officers in the community. The police department needs to take responsibility for their behaviors. Therefore, we must make police reform a civilian police oversight committee. Thank you, Brenda Bullock. Kelly Altadena. It is crucial to the health and safety of not only the Pasadena, but the Black community within Pasadena that there be effective police oversight by an independent investigator. The people our community deserves better. Pasadena can do better. Serge Nelson. Dear Mayor Tornick and council members, our democracy is controlled by the wealthy elite, and some sit on this Pasadena City Council. Politicians who are wealthy and who work for the wealthy need the police to protect them from the people. Take a moment to evaluate which council members on this council receive large contributions from the police union and which council members strongly advocate to derail the civilian police oversight proposal. We have smart attorneys who sit on this council, and they know how to manipulate words, twist, and shape the thinking of the hearers and justify their position. Remember, they are professionals, yet none of them walk in my Black shoes and know the blight of Black America. Police brutality is real. All officers are not bad. All people are not bad. But that is why we have the law of the land. Let the people play a role and help create a healthy community by establishing the civilian police oversight as presented by the Public Safety Committee Chair, Councilmember John Kennedy. Please vote yes, as you may not walk in my Blackness, but I ask you to search your soul and try to feel my pain. Vote yes. Thank you. Georgia Sanders, Pasadena. My husband and I are longtime residents of Pasadena. Like many, especially since the awful killing of George Floyd at the hands of police, we've become aware of how much reform is necessary regarding police in our country. After the horrible killing of Anthony McLean in the hands of police in our own town just over a week ago, we have been carefully watching the interaction between police and city officials in our community. Frankly, we are pointedly underwhelmed and even alarmed with our city that there has not been an appointment of independent police auditor, IPA, before now. We join with other voices in this community demanding, 1, a community oversight commission consisting of majority community members the most impacted by policing, an IPA with a full subpoena power and which is outside of the city manager and police chief's purview. 3, an IPA to host public reviews of the police department's purchases and use of surveillance technology. 4, an IPA that issues comprehensive reports on police officers' use of force, complaints regarding the use of threats of excessive force, racial profiling, and other abuses. Action now, no delay acceptable. Sylvia Wiggins, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council, I'm overwhelming. What do we have in place to protect the African American man? Where is police accountability? Please vote yes for an independent civilian police oversight committee. Thank you, Sylvia Wiggins. David Kahn, Pasadena. The killing of another black, letting an agency with such a horrendous record of violent murder oversee itself for its misconduct. What kind of world are we leaving for our children when this murderous department is permitted by our laws and government? Alan Fickle Pearl, Pasadena. I support the PLM demands in regard to the Police Oversight Committee. The killing of Anthony McLean was completely unjustified and demonstrates that Pasadena police badly need oversight and reform. How could this have happened, especially at a moment where BLM has been calling attention to these abusive nationwide? Pasadena must appoint a BLM representative to the Oversight Committee and must separate this committee from the police chief. The Pasadena City Council has the ability to make something constructive come from this horrific abuse of power. Rebecca Shays, Pasadena. I'm a Pasadena resident living in District 6, less than 2 miles from where Anthony McLean was shot. The fact that a black man was shot and killed by Pasadena police less than 10 days ago, that police have no shame in racial profiling and detaining a black man for a missing front license plate. Even now, in the midst of protests against racial profiling and police brutality, speaks to how deep this problem goes. PPD says that they have already done the training, but clearly they are not holding themselves accountable enough. Clearly, racism is pervasive in the department, and shooting a man as he runs away is considered acceptable by them. The only other answer is to fire those officers who demonstrate their inability to keep our communities safe by killing us, and to establish a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members in alignment with the proposal made in the Community Bill of Rights. You, as our elected officials, need to better hold the Pasadena police accountable. We need to actively search for examples of bias and racism in the department and root it out, not wait for it to manifest in more bloodshed.
Corey Harmon, Altadena. The Pasadena Police Oversight Commission should be made of civilian community members to provide a truly independent assessment of police policies and incidents. There should be no law enforcement officers on the commission and no appointees made by law enforcement. At least one appointee should come from the Black Lives Matter Pasadena organization to ensure representation of the Pasadena Black community. Topher Mathers, Pasadena. If civilian oversight was passed several years ago, we wouldn't be in a situation of boiling rage, frustration, and distrust we are currently facing. We must now move forward and begin the process of rehabilitating the public's trust in the Pasadena Police Department and City Council. You must move forward by voting on and approving a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and community members, not selected by City Council, for the commission with subpoena power. A sizable stipend should be included to broaden the ability of those with the least in the city to participate in this process. I believe oversight is about accountability, but we need to enact preventative policies so we're not responding to tragedy, but rather preventing it. Anthony McLean is not the first victim of escalation stemming from a traffic stop. Driving while Black is real. Several council members can attest to this. Removing armed police from responding to minor traffic violations, like not using a turn signal or making an illegal U-turn, is a preventative measure. Reimagine traffic safety. Create infrastructure so our streets are safe in the first place, and get armed officers out of traffic enforcement. Carlene Brown, Los Angeles. Police are not judge, jury, and executioner. In qualified immunity. Arrest killer cops. It's time for a community oversight committee that will hold police accountable. That committee should have the power to exact change. The alternative is protest and demands to abolish the police. We're done with defunding requests. Police have shown they cannot be trusted not to kill Black people. Recognize there's a problem. Acknowledge that Black lives matter and do something positive for the community and people who pay your salaries. Most importantly, stop killing Black people. Amanda Devine, Pasadena. I have watched the video footage that has been released of Anthony McLean's murder. The quote, gun, end quote, the police are referencing is actually a Michael Kors belt buckle that he was pulling up to run faster. Furthermore, in the video, Anthony kicks off his shoes. When have you ever seen someone kick off their shoes right before they're about to reach for a gun and shoot someone? He kicked off his shoes to run faster. He was afraid for his life. He was fleeing and pulling up his sagging pants. I demand empowered oversight of the Pasadena Police Department. This oversight must include investigatory authority, subpoena power, policy review, and reform authority, appropriate funding, multifaceted training, including civil rights, bans on members with conflicts of interest, and an enforceable disciplinary role. Please do not give us a glorified complaint board with no power to act. The independent police auditor should be housed in a separate city prosecutor's office, not the city attorney's office, due to the grave conflict of interest there. We have seen what happens with the PPD. We have seen what happens when the PPD do things their way. People die and are senselessly traumatized and hurt. Please show us you actually value Black lives and make these changes. Rollins Patagon, Pasadena. It is overwhelmingly concerning to find that a routine traffic stop resulted in a fatality of a citizen of our own. There are two glaring problems with the recent incident. One, the victim of the shooting was running away from police officers at the time he was fatally shot. If the victim was in possession of a firearm, which is still debatable, there was no immediate threat to the pursuing officer. Also, an officer firing a weapon in a residential neighborhood in the open is negligence. There could have been alternatives. However, this platform is not sufficient to go into those details. Two, PPD needs to be transparent on how body cams operate on patrol. Electronic devices can create a long file that can track actions or behavior such as turning on or off of a device. There needs to be accountability for failing to follow policy at the level of an infraction at minimum. Victims at the hands of the Pasadena Police Department: Anthony McLean, Christopher Ballou, Kendrick McDade, Reginald Thomas, and Margarita Perez. There is no denying the need of law enforcement, but we need a police department we can trust that works together with our community. Karen Hirsch, Pasadena. Dear council members, as a Pasadena resident who cares about the health and safety of our community, I urge you to support the creation of a civilian oversight commission and independent police auditor with subpoena power. After years of inaction on this serious public health and safety issue, now is the time to move our community forward. Thank you. Melissa E. Griffin, Pasadena. Pasadena needs creation of a community police oversight and a truly independent auditor. I appreciate that this proposal seems like it could move forward without delay and that it's vital in our community to have police oversight. The concern with the proposal is that it stays heavily tied to city officials and police oversight and brings potential questions about the ability as is desperately needed. Please take action on this obvious need for police accountability in Pasadena. Further, I encourage the City Council to begin reimagining the systems needed in our community to help Black Pasadena residents thrive. We must remove systems, structures, and barriers that harm Black community members in Pasadena. Creation of the Oversight Committee and a truly independent auditor would be the first step in bringing change to our harmful systems. Thank you. Jennifer, Pasadena. My name is Jen, and I have been a Pasadena resident for 7 years. I love this city and its community. I believe its leadership wants to do right by its citizens, but it's clear to me that not all citizens are equally counted. Living in a community with many racial minorities, I have seen the disparity in how our city is policed. And I believe relying on structures within the status quo to change the status quo are not enough. A police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members for the commission with subpoena power are a step in the right direction. This commission is needed to begin rebuilding community trust and righting the wrongs brought on our disadvantaged communities by PPD, such as the killing of Anthony McLean and many other injustices. Kimberly Williams, Pasadena. Dear Mayor and City Council members, I couldn't believe it. An officer-involved shooting in Pasadena. Marches, protests, anger, tears, shock, and disbelief. How do you sleep at night? My rest has been uneasy. My fear is the death of more African Americans. Don't wait another second. Be on the front page for doing good. Join me. Let's agree that it's time to vote yes for police oversight.
Samila Yarbo. Dear Mayor and Council, dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, as retired educator, community volunteer, member of the NAACP, and member of Metropolitan Baptist Church, I write this letter in support of the proposal for a civilian police oversight committee as presented by the Public Safety Committee. Councilman John Kennedy was one of my students, and he has always worked to create justice and equality for all, and his vision of understanding that this city needs a civilian police oversight committee is spot on. And I am asking the City Council to seize the moment. The time is now. Vote yes and show the community that you understand justice and equality. I believe that the Pasadena Police Department will come to appreciate the Civilian Police Oversight Committee, and hopefully an independent auditor will be part of the approved proposal. We are a community that must work together, and the proposal is a step in the right direction, which we can work to improve as needed. This is an historic time for our community, be on the right side of history, and again, I ask you to please vote yes. From Maria Cano, Pasadena. We desperately need a civilian oversight committee, preferably one with subpoena powers. Pasadena police need to be accountable to the public, just as every other public servant should be. Nicole Verdone, Pasadena. I would like to redeclare my support for an independent police oversight committee, especially after the death of our community member, Anthony McLean. I hope this committee can also contribute to redesigning some aspects of police training so that de-escalation is always the first response. Because of fear, Anthony McLean was not given his right to due process nor presumed innocent. Because of implicit bias, Anthony McLean's daughters no longer have their father. And because of current police training, our community is traumatized again, including the police officer who will have to live his life knowing he took the life away from another human. I hope we can come together to change this now. We can no longer wait. Thank you. Charles Hunt, Pasadena. In moments like these, improvement and change are possible only if those tasked to lead will listen, respond, and act in the best interest of the people they serve. My name is Charles Hunt, and I am a son, husband, father, and pastor in this city. The issues and questions surrounding the death of Anthony McLean, as well as other concerns, demand a response. The time is now to help this community feel heard, known, and cared for, not just beaten, used, and killed. In order for this community to be heard, we demand empowered oversight of the Pasadena Police Department. This oversight must include investigatory authority, subpoena power, police policy review, and reform authority, appropriate funding, multifaceted training, including civil rights, bans on members with conflicts of interest, and enforceable disciplinary role. Do not give us a glorified complaint board with no power. Do not wait to gather more information information. I stand with my community and demand safe, accountable, transparent, community-focused policing. Act now to provide all Pasadenans with an empowered police oversight body. You have the ability to listen. You hold the responsibility to respond. You have an imperative to act. Do not miss your opportunity to lead. Lola Mallory, Pasadena. Greetings, Mayor Tornick and council members. The police are the public and the public are the police. The police being only members of the public who are paid to give full-time attention to duties which are incumbent on every citizen in the interests of community welfare and existence. Robert Peel. If this is true, I would think the Pasadena City Council would strongly consider voting yes on a civilian oversight proposal that is presented by the Public Safety Committee Chair, Councilmember John J. Kennedy. Why is this important? At this point in time in history, it is required. Right now, the sea is raging and we need calm. It is easy to hold the helm when the sea is calm. It is hard to hold when it is raging. Tough decision during tough times. As a lifelong resident of Pasadena, I am calling on you to have courage to stand up and speak up for the voters you serve. Have the courage to listen to the people and the desire to do their will. God bless each of you. Thank you. From Christina Honchel, Pasadena. We need Pasadena to create a citizen oversight commission made up of those community members most impacted by police violence, selected by the city council in an open, transparent, and public process. Additionally, we need to hire an independent police auditor who does not report to the city manager, who has subpoena power to provide true oversight in the review and investigation process along with the commission. It's time to do the right thing for Pasadena. From David Cutter, Pasadena. As a Pasadena property owner and business owner, I am concerned about the health and safety of our community. I am very sad to see the police enact what amounts to extrajudicial killings. I realize police officers are in a difficult position, but that makes the need for serious community oversight all the more urgent. I urge you to support the creation of a civilian oversight commission and independent police auditor with subpoena power. We've had too much inaction on this issue. Now is the time. Please approve agenda items number 6. Move our community forward. Brad Griffin, Pasadena. It is time for Pasadena to create accountable community police oversight and establish a truly independent auditor. The current proposal needs strengthening in order to establish independence and community review. But accountability can wait no longer. We are living in the wake of a recent street killing of yet another Black man with no officer accountability. I encourage the City Council to begin reimagining the systems needed in our community to help Black Pasadena residents thrive and reverse the longstanding impact of systemic racism and white supremacy built into the fabric of this city. Jennifer Park, San Marino. Hi, my name is Jennifer Park and I'm a San Marino resident. I'm horrified at the murder of Anthony McLean by Pasadena police, and I'm concerned that there is and has been a severe lack of accountability and transparency in the Pasadena Police Department. I'm following the McLean case and have viewed the available video footage. I understand this is not all of the footage, nor is the main video released by the Pasadena Police unedited. It is in fact edited with narration by police. Where's the unedited footage? Why did the police officers escalate the situation? Why did the officers shoot Anthony, who was clearly running away? Why did paramedics take an extra 15 minutes to arrive after Anthony was already shot? Why did the officer press his knee into Anthony's back, allowing him to bleed out into the grass when clearly Anthony was injured and could not get up? This is sickening violence from the Pasadena police. I demand that there be a police oversight body with an independent auditor and selected community members for the commission with subpoena powers. There is no ambiguity. My name is Faith Ramasco, Pasadena. My name is Reverend Faith Ramasco. I serve as a pastor at PASNAS, located in District 4 and established in Pasadena for over 100 years. We've come to your collectively before, and you expressed that it was too soon to act to establish police oversight as outlined in the Community Bill of Rights. But now it is too late for Anthony McLean, just as it was too late for Kendrick McDade and Reginald Thomas. So like Moses and Aaron, who come before Pharaoh 10 times over, we come to you again. We demand empowered oversight of the Pasadena Police Department. This oversight must include investigative investigatory authority, subpoena power, police policy review and reform authority, appropriate funding, bans on members with conflicts of interest, and enforceable disciplinary role. The independent police auditor should be housed in a separate city prosecutor's office, not the city attorney's office, due to the grave conflict of interest there. The commission and IPA should have explicitly stated authority to both conduct and review investigations. The police chief should enact recommendations made by the community oversight board unless such recommendations are deemed illegal. Please act now to provide Pasadenans with an empowered police oversight body.
Jessica Aaron Blackshaw, San Francisco. My name is Jessica Blackshaw, and I was born and raised in Pasadena. My family and friends still live in the city. I'm requesting that the Pasadena create a police oversight body composed of an independent auditor and community members with subpoena power. Please align with the Community Bill of Rights. Julian Hines, on behalf of Planned Parenthood Pasadena and San Gabriel Valley, Altadena. Reproductive rights, LGBTQ plus rights, and racial justice are inextricably linked and reflect the communities we serve, our patients, and our staff. At Planned Parenthood Pasadena and San Gabriel Valley, we are committed to the internal work to identify and address the historic and systemic racism that permeates all institutions, including our own. We also have a responsibility to recognize and address the disparities people carry that result in health impacts beyond those we can address through medical services and education. As a public health provider that has been part of the community for over 86 years, we appreciate our working relationship with the city of Pasadena and with our police department. And as in all partnerships, we must be able to have difficult conversations and hold each other accountable in order for our relationship to be productive and rooted in our values. The safety and well-being of our patients and staff is our highest priority, whether that is inside or outside of our health centers. Therefore, we join the call for accountability and urge the Pasadena City Council to create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members for the commission with subpoena power. Anna Joy Griffin, Pasadena. Pasadena needs community police oversight and a truly independent auditor right now. This proposal needs to move forward immediately and it is absolutely necessary in our community right now because of our need for police oversight. Men and women are dying because of our lack of police oversight. The main concern with the proposal is that it stays heavily tied to city officials and police oversight and brings potential questions about the ability of the auditor and to be fully independent. Please take action on this need for police accountability in Pasadena. Further, I encourage the City Council to begin reimagining the systems needed in our community to help Black Pasadena residents thrive. The people of Pasadena are calling for the removal of the systems, structures, and barriers that prevent Black community members from thriving. Creation of the Oversight Committee and a truly independent auditor would be the first step in many steps to come to bring change to our harmful systems. Thank you. Sarah Hilbert, Pasadena. Hello, Pasadena City Council. I've watched with horror the obfuscation of the facts of this incident by city officials Chief Perez and the PPD. Moreover, I've watched as peaceful mourners and protesters have at numerous points been maced, harassed, and late last week chased off City Hall property and be forced to take all-night sanctuary at All Saints Church. And murder of Black bodies has now landed on my doorstep. These incidents have led me to even more firmly believe that we must absolutely have a civilian-led oversight commission to the Pasadena Police Department. The community will continue to demand that its city council create an oversight commission that does not simply make unenforceable recommendations to the PD, but holds the police force accountable for its ongoing violence and cover-ups. I strongly request that you seriously consider a commission that comprises community members most impacted by police violence and who are selected by council in an open, transparent, and public process. Brian Berry. Anthony McLean's death is a tragedy for our entire community. Brian Berry is a Pasadena resident. Effective civilian oversight of the Pasadena Police Department is sorely needed in our city. It will provide a mechanism by which these types of heartbreaking scenarios are analyzed in order to develop and provide policies. It will not bring him back. In addition, we should be discussing the root causes of hopelessness and desperation and asking why Anthony was in the situation he was in. Inequity, injustice, systemic racism, power controlled by the few. What are we doing to change the trajectory of his life, to prevent this scenario from happening in the first place? How are we supporting public education? What efforts are we putting forth to make sure that all families have access to high quality preschool childcare? What are we doing to provide opportunities for employment and small business ownership for minorities and women? And does everyone in our city have equality health care? Until we address these issues of injustice and inequity honestly, then we will continue to deal with the tragedies that they spawn. Subsequently, the oversight system will be tasked with dissecting these horrific incidents, but not preventing them. Mikola Ron, Pasadena. For years, we as a city have been talking about creating a Pasadena Police Oversight Commission. We've had task force, consultants, committees, focus groups, and more. Given the current context in our nation related to policing and our recent shooting by the police, it is time to stop debating this issue and just get to work. We need a community police oversight commission. It needs to be independent and not report to the police, city attorney, city clerk, or the city manager. It's not a statement against our current city leadership. I have the utmost respect for our city leadership and have confidence in Chief Perez. Our public safety, including policies, requires a wider, unbiased lens that has no potential bias of protecting the city instead of protecting the citizens. The community deserves answers from an independent body. As most of you know, I have been involved with these independent commission. Glendale, at La Pintoresca Park, which is a park for children. I play with children up there all the time. Little children, most of them are 5 years old or younger, because this is where their parents socialize. Some of these children are up at the park late, and it's not our place to judge. What is our place to judge is PPD coming up to a neighborhood park and spraying bullets into an area where there are frequently children. I know Nafisa Kaba's son, who was pepper sprayed by PPD the night Anthony was killed. He's terrified to go back to the park. I've talked to all the children that were there, and I've been with the kids when I myself could still see Anthony's blood on the grass where he was killed and in his memorial now sits. PPD could have killed a child, and they absolutely traumatized every child that frequents La Pintoresca Park. Police oversight is needed to provide checks and balances to PPD's over-policing of Northwest Pasadena. PPD is endangering the lives of children in this community, period. Mary Molnar, Pasadena. My name is Mary Molnar. I live in District 3. In my neighborhood, we are regularly bullied by gang activity. Fleeing suspects cut through our properties to evade capture to waiting getaway cars parked in our neighborhood. Suspicious transactions are conducted at all hours. Cars sped through. M80 fireworks are set off. Loud motorcycles rev their engines so loud that the car alarms set off each time they pass multiple times a day, daily. Publicly smoking marijuana at in-park vehicles, being under the influence in public, urinating in public, constant trash being thrown by passing cars or dumped on the street and sidewalk by those hanging out. We don't feel safe to confront these individuals who bring unsafe behaviors to our community, and we also worry about calling the police to help for fear that calling for doing so will result in events like the police shooting of Anthony McLean. Independent auditor with subpoena power to hold police in the city of Pasadena accountable. Police actions such as excessive force, racial profiling, or other abuses as written by the Pasadena chapter of the NAACP and NDLON. Linda Wright, Pasadena. Good afternoon, Mayor Tornick and Pasadena council members. I am a proud member of the Pasadena community family. I have an adult Black son that I want to have a full and safe life. I have taught him to respect law enforcement, and if the city council unanimously vote yes on the civilian police oversight proposal presented by the Public Safety Committee Chair, Councilmember John Kennedy, it will help ensure that it is reciprocal. The police are supposed to protect and serve. At least that is their slogan. We must remember that soldiers are trained to shoot to kill when they are at war. We are not at war with each other. We should all be on the same side in creating an environment that is safe for all. Again, I am asking you to vote yes for the civilian oversight proposal. Rosa Canida Ramirez, Pasadena. Hello, my name is Rosa Canida Ramirez. I am a District 5 resident and pastor in Pasadena that has carefully been following the McLean case. I watched the edited video of the Pasadena police killing Anthony McLean, and I am horrified at the way officers handled the case. Was it necessary for the officer to shoot Anthony, especially in a residential neighborhood? Pasadena prides itself on being a city that values our responsiveness, honesty, integrity, and accountability, excellence, open, clear, and frequent communication, innovation, diversity, and inclusiveness. If that's the case, where's the video of the officer finding the gun that Mr. McLean reportedly pulled out during the deadly pursuit? Why did police insist upon handcuffing Anthony while he was wounded and kept the body camera with my community of the Pasadena Police Subpoena Power, Policy Review and Reform Authority? Appropriate funding, multifaceted training, bans on members with conflicts of interest, and an enforceable disciplinary role. Please act now.
Sonia Burnt, Pasadena. I want to thank the City Council for listening to public comments and suggestions for improving the police oversight proposal currently be considered, and for revising that proposal to include having the city engage the independent police auditor out of the city attorney's office and to include subpoena power within the IPA's authority. I respectfully request that the council consider the questions and concerns in the letter I submitted, and which is scanned into the public file on this agenda item. In providing direction to the city attorney to draft an ordinance. While it may not be possible to resolve these issues, I understand the council will be seeking the best oversight model possible at this time. To the council members who continue to seek delays in implementing civilian oversight of the police department, claiming that the current proposal is being rushed for political reasons, please stop. Your motivations are suspect since you have received large campaign donations and endorsements from the Pasadena Police Officers Association. Please put your politics aside and your police bias aside and work with the other council members who are diligently seeking to move the city forward on oversight of the police department. Thank you. Jerlissa Farmer, Pasadena. Mayor Tornick, City Council. I support the proposal for a civilian police oversight committee. An independent committee will monitor actions and hold police officers accountable. Officer-involved shootings appear to be the norm when it comes to African-American men. Anthony McLean, and now a young man shot 7 times in the back as he walked away from the Wisconsin police. His children were in the car and he was unarmed. These 2 men are current reasons why independent police oversight is needed. Give your African-American people some hope. This proposal is a step in the right direction. Each member of our city council should stand on the right side of history. Please vote in favor of the proposal by the Public Safety Committee for a Civilian Police Oversight Committee. Thank you. Vinshanish. I worry about my husband and 4-year-old son. I support the proposal for a Civilian Police Oversight Committee and trust the Public Safety Committee's decision. As many of you know, Councilman John Kennedy envisioned a Pasadena Civilian Police Oversight Committee many years ago. The committee will monitor actions and hold police officers accountable. Everyone, citizens as well as members of the police department, are safer when there is independent police oversight. This proposal is a step in the right direction. Stand on the right side of history. Please vote in favor of the proposal by the Public Safety Committee for a Civilian Police Oversight Committee. Thank you. Treasurer Shepherd, Pasadena. Greetings, Mayor and council members. It is with pain, frustration, and a broken heart that I write this message to you all. As a lifelong resident of Pasadena, I know all too well the feeling of uncertainty felt when dealing with the PPD. It literally feels like a 50-50 game of life or death, service or disservice, humane or inhumane, practices that I did not sign up for. I acknowledge that many of the officers in the PPD are law-abiding, kind, and focused on the true duties of their profession, yet I cannot say that about all of the PPD, and that is a tough pill to swallow since this has remained the same for the past 30+ years. In recent years, our city has been haunted with entirely too many incidents that have required a third party to weigh in. That is a problem in and of itself. But in order to attempt to fix that, the city council must vote in favor of the Community Police Oversight Commission and independent auditor. Then we can begin the real process of healing the divide in police/community relations within our city. Please don't let another death occur before you take action. Kenichi Yoshida, Pasadena. To the city council members, my name is Kenichi Yoshida, an immigrant, husband, father, higher education administrator, and a faith leader of Pasadena. Through the clergy coalition community, I was made aware of the police shooting and killing of Mr. Anthony McLean the day after the incident. As I stood and prayed with the other clergy members of Pasadena at the very spot where Mr. McLean's body lay bleeding, I was angered and repeatedly asked the question to myself, why? Why another shooting and killing of a Black man by the police? Furthermore, I have watched the video submitted by the Pasadena Police Department. Why was the trigger pulled so quickly? Why did the police who chased Mr. McLean at least order him to drop his weapon? To me, the shooting was absolutely unnecessary. Because of this unnecessary reactive shooting and killing of especially Black bodies, I joined with many Pasadenians to demand empowered oversight of the Pasadena Police Department. Regrettably, August 15th is another deadly evidence of PPD's training, policies, and procedures. Your decision on this matter is urgent and demanded by the city of which you have been given oversight by its residents. Thank you. Christopher D. Nolan, Pasadena. As an African American, 20-year Pasadena resident, I submit these comments with extreme concern. I'm tired of seeing people who look like me unnecessarily shot and killed by officers we pay to protect and serve us. I was re-traumatized as I watched PPD video of Anthony McLean shot in the back as he ran from police and bleed out on our city's sidewalk. I watched in anger over the lack of will of our city to establish civilian oversight of our police department. Angry that we must rely on pro-law enforcement bias investigative systems. Angry that family members will likely not see justice for Anthony. Angry because this reveals the "my life does not matter" here. The killing of Anthony McLean has again revealed the deadly inadequacies of our current policing system, and it must change. Empowered oversight of PPD must be established now, and it must include investigatory authority, subpoena power, policy review/reform authority, appropriate funding, multifaceted training, including civil rights, bans members with conflicts of interest, has enforceable disciplinary power, and is housed in a conflict of interest-free structure. The current revised proposal does not provide all of these elements. It doesn't have to be this way. Please do the right thing. Chiara Tellini, Pasadena. The shooting of Anthony McLean can never be justified, in my opinion. On August 15th, a Black man was treated differently from the rest of us. As a passenger in a vehicle that was pulled over, he was asked to exit the vehicle. That is unusual. He was on probation, we have learned. So that might have explained his fleeing the officers that have a history of harassing Black members of our community. However, it does not explain or justify the police officer shooting him in the back. That is unusual. The footage that was released is edited and narrated to suggest an answer to all of our questions, but it is not raw or convincing or excusable in this time of racial unrest. An independent oversight to the city manager, the chief of police, or the mayor who has a son, now is a department head in Pasadena USD, of his own fired from the Los Angeles Police Department for force outside of policy. This is unusual. The public no longer trusts your oversight of the PPD and demands a fully independent entity to provide the public with a process that makes them confident and comfortable once again. Dan Sharp, open and negative exhibit either, please consider the following: investigations and conclusions made by police or city council in the past 5 years. Provide a mechanism for semi-annual release of such materials. 2, in case of an officer-involved shooting, release unedited audio and video footage within 24 hours after the incident. 3, permit Black Lives Matter Pasadena the right to nominate one member of the Oversight Commission. In parentheses, let's see, proportionately increase the number of appointees if commission size increases. 4, disqualify nominees or appointees of the Oversight Commission who have financial, personal, political, or other business ties to real estate developers or police unions. 5, City of Pasadena commit to immediately dropping charges against Nafisa Kaba, whose 11-year-old son was maced by a police officer moments after Anthony McLean's death. Chris Hamilton, Pasadena. Good afternoon, Mayor Tornick and council members. As a young Black man living and working in the community, I am concerned about my safety. As I reflect on the years of continuously seeing fresh examples of African Americans being killed and racial violence, which are followed with their protests asking for justice. I did not read that correctly. Allow me to start that over. As I reflect on the years of continuously seeing fresh examples of African Americans being killed in racial violence, which are followed with the protests asking for justice, we all watched the inhuman conditions of a Black man being murdered by a police officer. Earlier this year, when George Floyd begged for his life, uttering the now famous words, "I can't breathe." Yet, bystanders stood by in shock and watched his execution being performed by an officer pressing his knee against Floyd's neck. I can't help but be in fear of my life. Today, I am asking you to please vote in favor of the civilian police oversight proposal submitted by the Public Safety Committee Chair, Councilmember John Kennedy. Please vote yes. Thanks.
This is the last round for the three of us, so this is my last grouping that I have to read. Robert Bourne, Pasadena. The Pasadena Police Department must be accountable directly to the community they are charged to serve. There must be community oversight and must take place entirely outside the chain of command of the Pasadena Police Department. The Community Oversight Committee must have an auditor with subpoena power over the police department. The abuse of power and excessive use of force exhibited by police officers in their biased treatment of the Black and brown citizens is not just a problem in faraway cities. It is a problem here in Pasadena. The Pasadena Police Department is structured such that the discrimination against Black and brown citizens have been allowed to continue even after repeated national reckonings. Anthony McLean was not the first casualty of police violence in Pasadena, but the Pasadena City Council has the power to take steps towards ensuring he is the last. People are dying. Make it stop. Ray Briggs, Pasadena. I am proud yet concerned member of the Pasadena community. After viewing the various footages which documented the killing of Anthony McLean, I believe that at numerous stages of the event, this could have been avoided. First, the fact that Mr. McLean was a passenger in the vehicle and had committed no infraction of the law means that there was no justifiable reason that he was asked to exit the vehicle. And even though he attempted to flee the scene, at no point did Mr. McLean appear to pose a threat to the officers. Thus, the lethal use of force was unjustified and inappropriate. Our city cannot be a place of peace and safety for all those who live here when such injustices persist with little to no oversight beyond the Pasadena Police Department itself. Therefore, I demand that an independent oversight committee be formed to investigate such incidents involving the police and private citizens. This committee should be comprised of individuals from various communities that make up the city and not solely by appointees of standing city officials. Moreover, individuals who are formally involved in law enforcement or the criminal justice system in any capacity should be disqualified. Pastor Kerwin Manning, Pasadena. As a pastor of the city, I, with others, are responsible for the spiritual health and well-being of our community. Sadly, you are not treating citizens of Linda Vista, Bungalow Heaven, Arroyo Terrace, Craftsman Heights, Chapman Woods, Orange Heights, and Oak Knoll as one Pasadena. Recently, Chief Perez, in parens with your backing, declared, quote, "We have to be held accountable as a police department," end quote. He then said, in parens, with your approval, in quotes, "It's an independent police officer's decision at that moment," end quote. Does that mean, quote, "forget protocol and academy training," end quote? Maybe the chief and elected officials simply believe in the words of the 1969 Isley Brothers hit, "It's your thing, do what you want to do." This is the perception that we have when it comes to these unnecessary deaths due to Wild West police tactics towards citizens of color. No accountability, no protocol. Such policing is not acceptable and excusable. Will you still remain complicit, denying the vociferous demands of this community for civilian oversight, led by an IA with subpoena power? We are rapidly losing confidence in your ability to lead. We deserve due process for all citizens. McLean, McDade, and Barnes, black men, never got an opportunity to this right. Please do what we elected you to do, represent us. Fern Hayes, Pasadena. It's difficult to comprehend that another black man met his death at the hands of a Pasadena policeman as a result of a missing front license plate. I would like to discuss issues such as frequent neighborhood-specific vehicle minor infraction stops. Is this Pasadena's version of stop and frisk? Or debate should police policy allow shooting at someone who is running away from them? Or what are the penalties for turning off a body cam? But what is on the agenda today is creation of a Community Police Oversight Commission and an independent auditor IPA with subpoena power. Yes, many of the suggested revisions are good. However, the IPA must report to someone other than the city attorney, whose job is to defend officers in misconduct cases. Attorney/client privilege should not be allowed to become an issue. The IPA must be able to initiate investigations, not just review those of the police department. Evidence gathered and reported by the IPA should be used in disciplinary or personnel decisions, except where prohibited by law. Accomplish this without delay. And finally, council members should refrain from accepting campaign donations from Pasadena Police Officers Association. I will not support anyone who does so. Thank you. Ralph A. Framolino. Mayor Tornick deserves the Ruby Goldberg Award for his Police Oversight Commission proposal. There are so many moving parts, flashing lights, turning wheels, and magical levers that you think something important is being done here. It isn't. As long as you keep everything under the lid of the city manager's office, nothing will change. We need a charter amendment that will give the commission the power to subpoena documents or witnesses, as well as a direct line to the district attorney. If the council adopts this, there will be a lot of busy work and talk, but no meaningful movement toward genuine reform. The mayor is creating another rubber stamp and delaying tactic. That benefits the bureaucracy at the expense of the citizens. This is posturing to boost the mayor's sagging reelection campaign. John Lowe, Pasadena. My name is John Lowe. I've been the pastor of Epicenter. Pastor tells me to pray for those in authority over me. I have taught our church to do this, and I led our church to pray for you, the mayor, Chief Perez, and his meeting yesterday in light of Mr. McLean's death. In these complicated times where the role of police is crucial and essential and in which their work has become much more challenging, I believe that a Civilian Oversight Commission and an IPA of the PPD, which has independent investigatory review and reform authority from the city attorney's office, is crucial to restore trust in PPD's role, as well as to help the PPD hear our community more deeply. This conflict of interest must be resolved. I also believe that bringing in non-uniformed personnel to help the police with many of their front-facing roles can bring a helpful de-escalation in situations so that there not be unnecessary officer-involved deaths in our city. Anthony McFarland, Altadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, I am ready to make it clear that I support the proposal for a Community Police Oversight Commission as presented by the Public Safety Committee. After the officer-involved shooting event as a pastor and advocate for minority families, this has happened one too many times in our community. There must be some accountability. Councilmember John Kennedy envisioned the need for the Pasadena Civilian Oversight Committee many years ago. Now is the time to vote yes. Our community is crying for justice. The police department, Pasadena Police Department, will appreciate the civilian oversight and an independent auditor, as well as will learn to work together. I have researched for civilian community oversight in other inner cities throughout our nation, and it works. This proposal is a step in the right which the City Council will be able to improve. I am hopeful that each member of the City Council will stand on the right side of history. Please vote yes for the proposal before you submit by the Public Safety Committee. Sincerely, Pastor Anthony McFarland. Madeline Crowley, Pasadena. I'm devastated because of the Pasadena police killing Anthony McLean. Why did officers who are supposed to serve and protect insist on handcuffing Mr. McLean, who was gasping for air and kept in a face-down position, restricting his breathing? Why did the body cam footage of the officer who killed oversight of the Pasadena Police Department? This oversight must include investigatory authority, subpoena power, policy review, and reform authority. Appropriate funding, multifaceted training, bans on members with conflicts of interest, and enforceable disciplinary role. The oversight must be actionable. The independent police auditors should be housed in a separate city prosecutor's office, not the city attorney's office. The commission and IPA should have explicitly stated authority to both conduct and review investigations. You have the opportunity to make a change for the better. We don't have the opportunity to bring back Anthony McLean's life, and that is all on us. Please provide our community with an empowered police oversight body so that we don't lose another life. Karen L. Stokes. How many questionable, dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, how many questionable police-involved shootings must happen before Pasadena acts decisively to create Community Police Oversight Commission? On August 15, 2020, unfortunately, there was another officer-involved shooting, and the public is once again left with troubling questions regarding how use of force is being deployed. Police Oversight Commission, it can if the City Council will finally stop allowing the process to stop the process. Why the urgency? Because Pasadena is not like the fictional Mayberry, where local law enforcement grew up in the community, knew the town history, and most importantly, the townspeople. Rather, Pasadena has taken its place among the major city centers in the country. As a result, a large percentage of the police force do not live in the city or really know the people who comprise the neighborhoods that they are hired to protect. Protocol procedure is required. I support the proposal for Community Police Oversight Commission as presented by the Public Safety Committee. Please stand on the right side of history and vote yes. From Christy Zamani, Pasadena. Adopting a Citizens Oversight Committee should not be a contentious topic. It is merely a small step in the right direction. We have been on this road far too long, and it has costed us far too many lives. This is not something that can be delayed one more day. We need oversight today. We need oversight now. Black people deserve to live in a safe community, one where they don't fear police or feel targeted by the color of their skin. It is imperative that we listen and hear the countless voices that live with this fear on a daily basis. Let's create a city where everyone feels safe. As someone who works hand in hand with local youth, families, and other various nonprofits, I clearly hear the need and demand for the formation of a Citizens Oversight Committee. If we are the conscious and inclusive community that we believe ourselves to be, then this decision should be an easy one. I hope you take the time to listen, hear, and act in the best interests of our community and support a plan that truly advances an equitable and just system in the city of Pasadena. Christy Zamani, Executive Director, Day One. Juliana Serrano, Laverne. My heart aches that another Black man died in Pasadena at the hands of our police. As our elected officials, you must take advantage of every tool available to improve police-community relations and garner trust and respect. Listen to your constituents and come to the agreement today that police oversight should come to Pasadena. Create the IPA position that does not report to the city manager or city attorney, but reports directly to the city council. Create a citizens commission that is made up of community members who are most impacted by policing in our community and vote them into service through a public application review and selection process. Please do not stretch this conversation out any further. The time for action is now. We can't lose any more members of our community. The longer you wait to take action, the more. From Robert Weber, Pasadena. Dear City Council members, in light of the horrific and unnecessary disappointed that in the oversight continue to demand and for its corruption and violence. In the meantime, I'm writing in support of the development of a civilian oversight commission made up of community members most impacted by police violence, who are selected to hire an independent police auditor, IPA, who does not report to the city manager and who has subpoena power to provide true oversight in the review and investigation processes. From Edward J. Washatka on behalf of Pasadena's Organizing for Progress, POP. Pasadena Organizing for Progress, POP, reiterates its demand for civilian oversight as presented in the Community Bill of Rights. That demand calls for the creation of a Community Police Oversight Commission and independent police auditor reporting to the City Council. The current recommendation for oversight as presented, the recommendations for commission appointments and for IPA reporting to the City Attorney will not provide true independent oversight. Having the IPA report to the City Attorney will naturally lead to potential conflicts of interest since the City Attorney's function is to defend the city and its various departments. An IPA to the City Attorney cannot be expected to conduct truly independent work when the conclusions of police department culpability might be in conflict with the City Attorney's functional mandate to defend the city. POP rejects any reporting structure for the citizens other than directly to the City Council. POP will keep fighting for true independent police oversight and real authority to make the necessary changes to accomplish police reform centered on those most impacted by dangerous policing. For Martin Gordon, Pasadena. City Council, please grow up. The community is not amused by your posturing. Frankly, the community does not care. We have our eye on the prize. Citizen community oversight of the Pasadena Police Department with an IPA, Independent Police Auditor, with subpoena powers reporting to the city prosecutor, city attorney, city council, and an installed community lead oversight commission reporting to the city council. If this can be done by a vote of the city council and thereby get us closer to oversight, fight to strengthen oversight moving forward is over. We can go to the ballot to strengthen its powers if that is what is needed. Those council members that have gone on the record stating that they think that the Public Safety Committee is the citizen oversight elected committee and see no need for any form of true civilian oversight can stand up and be counted in opposition of civilian oversight and be judged by the people. People of Pasadena, remember this historic day. Stop the political infighting and start fighting for the people. Community oversight now. Vote yes on civilian oversight. Say his name, Anthony McLean. Janine Briggs, Pasadena. I am a 16-year-old student at Marshall Fundamental. This summer, I had the opportunity to participate in a program at UCLA where I increased my knowledge of social justice issues and became aware of how my peers and I can be agents of change. I became more aware of systems and dynamics that challenge our community and my responsibility to do what I can to change those. At this point, what I can do is to ask you to start an oversight board that is made up of community members who are elected by our community. This will ensure that there's accountability and it would show my generation that our city wants to be trustworthy and fair. Thank you.
Community input illustrates the dire need for effective police oversight in Pasadena. While many details need to be sorted, accountability and transparency are key. We commend PPD for releasing officers involved shooting footage early. However, we denounce the biased manner in which incident videos were released. Pasadena needs an empowered independent police auditor to answer questions like, why was a passenger in a traffic stop asked to shooting of McLean? Why did police handcuff and keep McLean face down, potentially accelerating his death? Where is a video of PPD finding McLean's reported gun? Thank you for amending the oversight proposal to grant the IPA subpoena power. This is an important first step. Right proposal. Reestablish the city prosecutor office, house the IPA within it. Expressly state the IPA's investigatory responsibilities. Amend the disclaimer on disciplinary and personnel decisions. Ensure robust oversight funding. Grant an enforceable disciplinary role. Ensure civil rights training. Restrict board members with conflicts of interest. Please read our email, engage the community, and act to keep all Pasadena's safe. Lives hang in the balance. Regina Major. My name is Regina, and I'm a longtime educator, resident of Altadena, alumni of PSD, and a parent. The vicious cycle of critical police event, community outrage, and elected official inaction. A community-based commission and independent police auditor with subpoena powers would enhance community trust, police accountability, and safety. Please do not wait any longer. Enact effective citizen oversight of the Pasadena Police Department now, especially in lieu of the recent shooting. We need change. For the sake of our children and families, Pasadena City Council, please be the change for racial equality. Thank you and God bless. Chris Walker, dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members. Most middle-class whites have no idea what it feels like to be subjected to police who are routinely suspicious, sometimes rude, belligerent, and brutal. As a Black man, we live ingrained in us. We sometimes allow that fear to cause us to run. I support the proposal for a community police oversight commission as presented by the Public Safety Committee. After the officer involved shooting on August 15, it is important the City Council approve the civilian police oversight proposal submitted by the Public Safety Committee and Chair Councilmember John Kennedy. Now is the time to vote yes. The Pasadena Police Department will appreciate the civilian community oversight and an independent auditor. We will learn to work together. Member of the City Council will stand on the right side of history. Please vote yes for the proposal before you submitted by the Public Safety Committee. Diane Maggie, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and council members, I wrote a previous letter to you in support of the creation of a Community Police Oversight Commission as presented by the City Council Committee. After the recent officer-involved shooting of August 15, 2020, I feel more strongly than ever that there is a need for this Oversight Commission to focus on the causes of these events and ways to prevent them. My proposal envisions an Oversight Commission that, too, from whomever can help us diminish the number of guns available in our community and how to control that. I have enormous respect for Pasadena's political leaders and for the Pasadena Police Department. I believe that they're addressing the violence that is happening here and searching for solutions and support if needed are critical parts of the purpose of the Pasadena. We are not confused about our ask today. We need to establish a police oversight commission led by community members that is supported by an independent auditor with subpoena power and is tied to real legal consequences for officers that abuse the law and murder those that they're supposed to serve of rights written by the NAACP and the NDLON, which we expect to be at the forefront of the progress that must continue to be made in order to protect the lives of the community you serve. The police killing of Mr. McLean should never have happened, and there's definite lack of confidence in the transparency of the investigation. We expect there will be consequences for those who use their badge to play judge, jury, and executioner, a job they are neither qualified for nor entitled to, as well as consequences for those who obstruct justice and transparency throughout the abuse and murder by civil servants who are elected by the people and paid by the people to serve the people. George Courts in Pasadena. Community police oversight in Pasadena is long overdue and should not only be passed today, it should be passed unanimously. Why are we waiting for? Mr. Madison suggested in a public safety meeting that the council have a retreat or that more reason longer. Mr. Hampton's newfound courage saying that none of this goes far enough is praiseworthy. My question is, Where was this courage 2 or 3 or 4 years ago? In debate over cannabis regulation, what became Measure CC? Mr. Gordo recommended passing the proposal and allowed for modifying the language it contained. Is that because there is a viewed as a because this is viewed as a less important issue? That one was passed unanimously by the council. Measure I and J to increase the sales tax, both ultimately motivated by fear. The council clearly hasn't had a sense of urgency with police oversight. It doesn't seem to be motivated by any fear. One can only assume that they would prefer that these two motions remain within the community affected by any lack of action. Unanimous action. Marcos, Pasadena. My name is Marcos, and I was born in Pasadena, and I'm in the 10th grade at a PUSD high school. It's outrageous that I, as a 10th grade high school student, have to worry about police-inflicted injustices in the world around me, when there are grown people with the responsibility to protect us that don't do anything about it, and it takes people of younger age to act on it and speak up because nothing is getting done. People of color are being murdered by police, and there's little evidence to justify these police actions. The commission would help determine if those actions were justified or unjustified. The police system is biased system that will always seek to protect itself. We need a sense of justice to our community because right now we feel that there's a lot of injustice and corruption. You are the grown people with the responsibility to protect our community. Please make the right decision. Michelle Nielsen, Pasadena. I'm a white homeowner and attorney living in District 7 and speak to my personal opinion. Anthony McLean should be alive today. This was a routine traffic stop. Running is not a crime. Having a gun on one's person is also not necessarily a crime. Body cameras are insufficient to ensure accountability, as shown by the shooting officer having switched his camera off and the accompanying officer quickly covering his camera when he heard gunshots. The community deserves to know the identity of the shooting officer so that we can ensure proper accountability from the department. That officer murdered a citizen who had not committed any crime. Pasadena is not safe with that officer working here. The shooter's employment must be terminated at bare minimum. This incident illustrates why we need robust community oversight of the Pasadena Police Department and a shift from funding police to either social services like a mental health response team. The current proposal to allow a prosecutor to draft municipal code amendments does not adequately address Mr. McLean's death or the budget issues it implicates. Pasadena PD stole Mr. McLean from his family and this community. This is unacceptable behavior from supposed protectors. Black Lives Matter. Brunel Anderson, Pasadena. Today, our city has an opportunity to stand for justice and equity. Pasadena needs to create a citizen oversight commission made up of community members most impacted by police violence, selected by the city council in an open, transparent, public process. Pasadena needs to hire an independent police auditor who does not report to the city manager, whom the chief of police also reports. IPA needs to have subpoena power to provide true oversight in the review and investigation processes along with the commission. The protests across the country are a call to action for all. We must do our part to challenge injustice locally, lift up this movement nationally, and establish a new path forward that we can all be proud of. This votes a chance to do what's fair for communities most affected by police violence. It's the responsibility of our Pasadena mayor, city council, city manager, and police chief to do whatever is possible within their authority and resources to address the injustices made visible in recent weeks. It's an opportunity to respond to the calls for justice and action nationwide and Pasadena. We call on you to adopt the Pasadena Community Bill of Rights. Sandra Mitchell, Pasadena. This is a critical time. Lives are valuable, all of them. I'm not a criminal, and as a senior citizen, I am afraid of our police. Shouldn't be this way. We need an oversight committee. I'll be more at ease. Thank you. Jim Reynolds, Pasadena. As a longtime resident of Pasadena and voter, I implore the members of the Public Safety Committee, particularly Steve Madison and Mayor Tornek, to establish a civilian police oversight committee. The time for meaningful police reform is now. And if the true purpose of law enforcement is to protect and serve the community, then the community deserves to play a role. Thank you. Len Tang, Pasadena. I'm writing in support of Civilian Oversight Committee. While it may not be the perfect solution, it is crucial and urgent that we act now to rebuild public trust. Failing to pass this would be a massive blow to the idea of police accountability and bring into question whether our city really believes that Black Lives Matter. Donna Sider, Pasadena. I'm writing as a resident of 39 years to magnify the voices calling out V. Gordo, S. Madison, who are standing in the way of this much needed PPD civilian oversight by politicizing the issue. We demand an end to allowing those with clear conflicts of interest to detain or try to derail this essential amendment. We decry the disregard of human life as seen once again in the taking of Anthony McLean's life. We are unified in saying no more. Alma Stokes, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and City Council members, I support the proposal for a Community Police Oversight Commission as presented by the Public Safety Committee. It is important that we have Community Police Oversight Commission now. It can be open-ended for additions or subtractions with more time for consideration, but it must be an independent auditor, not connected with the city manager or city attorney. The time is now for justice. The latest officer involved shooting demands it. This is one too many. Sincerely, Alma M. Stokes. Quincy Nolan, Pasadena. City council members and Mayor Tornick, I am 15 years old and have lived in Pasadena all my life. When I was 12 years old, I realized I was tall enough to be confused for an adult and be killed by police. I'm tired of seeing and hearing about Black people being killed by police, including in my own neighborhood. Please use your power to make it stop. You are here to protect us and you are failing. Me and my friends should feel as safe as non-Black kids go, as non-Black kids do in our neighborhood. My life matters.
Jane Ward, Pasadena. Dear City Council members, my name is Jane Ward. In light of the terrible and unnecessary murder of Anthony McLean by Pasadena police, I want to begin by stating that I am disappointed that you voted on August 3rd against a robust model of police oversight that would have given the Oversight Commission some actual authority over the police department. The community will continue to demand that its city council create an oversight commission that does not simply make unenforceable recommendations to the police department, but holds the police department accountable for its corruption and violence. In the meantime, I am writing in support of the development of a civilian oversight commission made up of community members most impacted by police violence, who are selected by the city council in an open, transparent, and public process. The city must also hire an independent police auditor who does not report to the city manager and who has subpoena power to provide true oversight in the review and investigation process. Randy Vandeventer, Pasadena. It is with a rapidly decreasing amount of patience and an increasing amount of desperation that I urge the City Council to implement a community police oversight commission and independent auditor with subpoena power immediately. Enough tabling of the discussion. Anthony McLean died while our city's leadership tabled this discussion. How many more human sacrifices must be made at the altar of not being too hasty? A monumental opportunity to show basic care for our neighbors of color in Pasadena stands before this council. Thus far, the majority of you have refused to seize it. Just because the measures that the community is calling for may be unprecedented or uncomfortably significant is no reason to shoot them down. The institution of policing in our country and in this city shows itself time and time again to be little more than a tool of the powerful to preserve and protect a status quo that leaves our neighbors of color vulnerable to violence and death. To do anything aside from implementing an oversight body with actual power of its own is to state with shocking clarity that Anthony McLean's life did not matter. Locate your humanity. Be bold. Enough is enough. Lena L. Kennedy, Pasadena. Dear Mayor Tornick and Pasadena council members, silence is no option. We must speak up and speak out. You council members must stand up and vote for justice. You cannot sit on the dais and make up excuses as to why we cannot. You must find a way and say, therefore, we should. We have segregation, determination, demonstration, integration, aggravation, humiliation, evolution, revolution, and where is the control? Yet you have an obligation to the community. Right now, I feel like we are in a ball of confusion with fear in the air, tension everywhere. If I may quote the Temptations, end quote. I happen to know Councilmember Kennedy very well, and I have watched him fight for justice his entire life. Some might say his proposal is not strong enough. I won't argue that point, but I understand he is trying to get something. I ask you to give us something. Vote yes on the proposal that the Public Safety Committee and Chair Councilmember Kennedy has presented. This is a start to move the agenda forward. I am prayerful that each of our sitting council members will cast a yes vote today in support of making change. Una Lee Joss, Pasadena. In solidarity with movements for Black lives, the family of George Floyd, and all victims of racialized police violence in our own city of Pasadena, I urge Mayor Tornick and all council members to stand on the side of our families and communities in aligning the city's proposal to achieving the demands set forth in the 2020 policy platform of the Movement for Black Lives, a coalition of 150 organizations across the U.S., which represents the interests of Black communities, including the Black Lives Matter Network, National Conference of Black Lawyers, and Ella Baker Center for Human Rights. This includes, as set forth in Movement for Black Lives, quote, community control, end quote, plank, quote, providing direct democratic community control of our city's law enforcement agency, ensuring that communities most harmed by destructive policing have the power to hire and fire officers, determine disciplinary action, control budgets and policies, and subpoena relevant agency information, end quote. Consistent with M4B, so that's Movement for Black Lives, community control plank, I also add my voice in support of the demands of our Black and brown brothers and sisters most harmed by destructive policing in our city, presented at the hearing by Black Lives Matter Pasadena and NAACP/ND Indalon. Thank you. Hashtag AAPI for Black Lives. Hashtag we belong to each other. Serena Diniega, Altadena. Dear City Council members, in light of the tragic and unnecessary murder of Anthony McLean by Pasadena Police and based on reactions and actions taken by official groups following the beating of Chris Ballou, I am disappointed that you voted on August 3rd against a robust model of police oversight that would have given the Oversight Commission some actual authority over the police department. The community will continue to demand that its city council create an oversight commission that does not simply make unenforceable recommendations to the police department, but holds the police department accountable for its corruption and violence. Thus, I am writing in support of the development of a civilian oversight commission made up of community members most impacted by police violence, who are selected by the city council in an open, transparent, and public process. The city must also hire an independent police auditor who does not report to the city manager and who has subpoena power to provide true oversight in the review and investigation process. David Chavez, Pasadena. Today, I am writing to state emphatically that the current proposal for police oversight and IPA does not meet the needs of our communities, and in fact is a pro-PPOA proposal by not allowing true investigatory and discipline power of policing. Many people in the Northwest community and beyond are grieving right now due to the murder of Anthony McLean by the PPD, who was shot in the back 8 days ago. Furthermore, the PPD, led by Chief Perez and with support from City Manager Steve Mermel, who both do not live in Pasadena, approved the use of multiple adjacent police agencies to attack residents on August 15th and 16th, and also lay siege to Black Lives Matter Pasadena activists who were protesting in front of City Hall on August 20th. The actions by city officials and the PPD demonstrate that true civilian oversight, an IPA, and the defunding of the PPD are necessary if the Black, brown, and poor communities of Pasadena are to ever have justice. Yet, this proposal does not contain these. We need community voted members, no police members, discipline power, an IPA not tied to city attorney's office. Ryan Bell, Pasadena. Dear Mayor and members of City Council, while we have been discussing what can't be done, another member of our community, Anthony McLean, who was a person, a human being who was loved by his family and his friends, was unjustly gunned down by PPD. Then, in response to a couple dozen protesters outside City Hall this past Thursday night, PPD responded with a massive show of force, including officers in riot gear and assault vehicles. Why? The video released last week does not show what Chief Perez and City Manager Mermel claim it shows. The only guns evident in those videos are the ones in the hands of police officers used to kill Mr. McLean. The proposal before City Council today is not adequate. It does not provide independent oversight and accountability. The key sentence is on page 3 of today's staff report. Quote, any information obtained or reviewed by the IPA, as well as any reports issued by the IPA, could not be used to impact any disciplinary or personnel decisions, end quote. You need to do better to protect our community. I just heard John Kennedy say, our police department does great work day in and day out. This is patently false. Please wake up and stop playing games. Gina Dance, Pasadena. My name is Gina, and I live in District 3. I have been very frustrated with this city council because of all the decisions and choices you made. As a young Latina, I feel as though the current city council does not value me. Meeting after meeting, my neighbors have asked for a police oversight body with subpoena powers, and for whatever reasons, you all have decided to ignore us. We march in the street, and still you all ignore us. The current system, the status quo, is not working and not protecting residents. How many other lives need to be lost so you all can wake up? To hear Anthony McClain was taken away from us by the people you all employ. To hear Anthony McClain was taken away from us by the people you all employ is horrific. Anthony McClain died alone and scared because Anthony McClain died alone and scared because the police decided to murder him. To see police stop by neighbors for a suspected crime is not the Pasadena I want to live in. It runs with racial biases. You need to create a police oversight body comprised of an independent auditor and selected community members for the commission with subpoena power. We need oversight, and we will not forget how you vote on this topic come elections. Jill Suzanne Shook, Pasadena. Dear City Council, I have been part of teams seeking to bring about police accountability for the past 15 years. I am grateful this day is finally here. Yes, deeply saddened about the death of one more of our neighbors at the hand of the police, just a few blocks from our home. Today, we may finally have some level of accountability if you take heed of the excellent points that Sonia Burnt has proposed in her letter to you to hire a part-time prosecutor, an IPA, who would work under him or her with authority to the full extent of the law. Our neighbors deserve this investment. The police union has invested in many of our city council members, given the impression that fair judgment on use of force cannot be truly independent. Now, let's invest in our community to rebuild the trust and prevent further police shootings that do not appear justified. Anthony Manusos, Pasadena resident. I want to thank Mayor Tornick and the City Council for taking seriously the concerns of citizens who want an independent police auditor with subpoena power. The tragic killing of Anthony McClain, only a couple of blocks from where Jill and I live, is another indication of the urgent need for a truly independent investigation of this and similar incidents. The slickly produced critical incident report by PPD seems intended to exonerate police, not to impartially present the facts. It begs the question, why did the police shoot a man in the back who was running away? Why did they feel that he was such a public threat it was necessary to kill him? I urge you to approve the IPA as soon as possible, preferably one answerable to a city prosecutor to avoid conflict of interest. How can an attorney hired to defend the city from lawsuits also supervise an IPA who might support taking legal action in response to police misconduct? We need a truly independent IPA to assure the public of impartiality and fairness, and to make certain that our police use a minimum of force and only when absolutely necessary.
Mayor, City Council, that completes the public comment that we've received here at the dais. There might be a few more straggler emails, but we haven't gotten them here. So we'll close the public comment. There was a email from Bert Newton that was received, but that duplicates something that we read before, and also one from Bob Nymack that was duplicative of what we read before.
Thank you, and thank you for the readers, and thank you to all the writers for an extraordinary outpouring of what can only be construed as heartfelt testimony, and a lot of it really very thoughtful, I think. So we listened to it for a couple of hours, and heard a variety of points of view. Let's hear from the council now.
Mr. Mayor.
Kennedy, followed by Mr. Hampton.
Well, I would like to echo what the mayor has said in reference to the numerous of our community who have expressed themselves concerning the agenda item of today. And I would like to just simply say, wherever you fall on this issue, it is important that you participate in government. And you have shown that you have a strong interest in this subject. Clearly, from my vantage point, the majority or supermajority of responders or those who have written in to have their voices be heard would like some form of community or civilian oversight of the Pasadena Police Department. I, like all of you, know that we cannot have a perfect model, but we can have a model that works for this community and this city. And so for there to be greater consideration, we'll call it, of the model that's before you, I would like to move this particular item, the creation of a Community Police Oversight Commission and independent auditor, as you have seen in the agenda report. And I would ask that hopefully a member of the council would second that, and then we could have additional discussion, modifications, hear from the colleague who has possibly another pathway forward. But I think it's incumbent upon us to do something that's meaningful, that does in fact respond. And as an African American, I'm happy that I think all of you are going to take this matter very seriously as you contemplate whether to vote for it or against it or offer amendments to it. I will say Anthony McLean's name because his name needs to be said. I will say that Black Lives Matter because it needs to be said. I will also say that we have an opportunity to set this city on a different trajectory, not just by letting off steam by passing this, but by really hearing the community that we can do better. And so, Mayor, I would again move the recommendation that is before the council and hope that I would be able to garner a second from one of my colleagues. I'd say to Mr. Masuda specifically, as a minority, someone who has experienced tremendous discrimination historically, unfairly, I think you understand as much as I do how it is if you're treated unfairly, and that you have to overcome that by proving yourself. You have to be a good American, and I know that you're a good American. I think that I'm a good American, and I know that you have some concerns of how the recommendation was modified. You shared with me and shared with your colleagues that you were moving in the direction of supporting something that was presented at a previous meeting. I respect that, Mr. Masuda, and I respect you, whether you vote up or vote down, because in some sense, I know that we have a common place of pain and suffering in our community. And when Japanese were interned, oftentimes the Japanese would share their property, ask African Americans to take ownership of their property, many times just on the voice, not on necessarily a paper contract, to say, when we come home, we believe that you're going to return our properties to us. So yes, I'm a little heavy-handed, Gene, because the pain is so great. because rarely in our community would you see anyone else but an African American killed by police. I make no judgment at this point on whether it's justified or not. We have a full investigation by the police department, by independent investigator related to reviewing the facts, and we'll have the district attorney. And if any civil rights violations were had, the Federal Bureau of Investigation will come in and take their look as well. I might tell you, Gene, one incident that just is seared in my mind that I think the whole council would benefit from hearing. Several years back while I was on the council, there was a call of someone in a house doing untoward things, whatever the untoward. Our police officers peered into that apartment on South Marengo and saw a white gentleman with guns, with money, with, didn't know for sure at the time, but methamphetamine. That particular white gentleman pointed the gun at our officer as he looked through the window, and the officer retreated and called for backup. And that gentleman who did that was arrested without incident, and is presumably, I'm not sure because I haven't followed the individual, is alive today. All I'm saying, Gene, is that we can find a way for common ground, I think, that would satisfy your concerns and get us something that the community can really believe in, that we are concerned about all lives, but at this moment in time, it's seemingly important to say Black lives matter. And I've taken arrows, you take arrows, all the members of the council take arrows. This is our time to be solidified and hopefully find a unanimous way forward to demonstrate to the least of these oftentimes in our community that we do care, that we want to see a better Pasadena, a more unified Pasadena. So again, I offer up the item on the agenda, and I'd hope that someone would second my motion. Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Mayor, I'll second the motion.
There's a second for purposes of discussion by Councilmember McAustin. Thank you. Vice Mayor Hampton is in the queue.
I'm fine. I actually just had a quick question. I wanted to see if we would, I guess, how we would take this action together. Will we take the commission as one piece of it and then the IPA as another piece and then vote on those as separate pieces?
Well, I think, Vice Mayor,
that was my.
Yeah, I think the motion is offered both pieces. If that's not successful, then we'll see where it takes.
Okay, thank you.
So Councilmember McAustin, followed by Councilmember Madison, and then Masuda.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank again all the public for all their comments. I want to thank my constituents who wrote into me in response to what they felt the commission should look like, which we can discuss later, but I got some very excellent comments about that. But to keep the focus on this fundamental question, you know, should we have a commission and this outline that's been presented before us. I don't agree with everything on here. There are a few areas I would like to have further discussion on and change, but I want to address, there's been a lot of pushback about the way that this was done, and you know that it wasn't done openly. And I just want to suggest that I think that it's my belief that this was offered by members of the Public Safety Committee as a start, and that this discussion we're having tonight and that we had last week and a couple weeks before that is exactly the public discussion we should be having about this, and this is the way it is supposed to happen. So I think we are doing it in the right way and in a public way, and somebody had to kickstart this. I mean, sadly, it was kickstarted by something it came forward in, I don't know, 2017, or I can't remember, John, what the report, but it's been a long time, but the members of the Public Safety Committee didn't make this up out of whole cloth. There was a format, you know, this was developed already. So I wanted to address that. I support this for discussion, but there are a few areas I'm really interested in us talking about further. And the one is who the independent auditor should report to. I like the idea of the auditor reporting to the city council. That's the ultimate decision-making authority, and as Councilmember Madison always says, we're the ones that can be held accountable through the vote. And, you know, if that's not going well, then we will, you know, pay the price. So because it's my understanding that that police auditor would be a consultant, we're not talking about hiring an employee. We're talking about retaining a consultant for a specific person, that we can easily do that and have that person report to the city council. Is that right? I don't know, Javon? I see you there.
Yes.
Oh,
This is
Michelle, I'm
Michelle.
sorry.
That's all right. Either one of us.
Yeah. So it would be possible to have that person report to the city council and work with the commission. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about the, can't remember what the phrase was, where this position would be housed. I don't know, not. So if the consultant is independent, what kind of city staffing then would they need? I mean, you know, you always say we're going to put it, there was talk about putting it in the city attorney's office or this or that. I'm like, why do they have to be anywhere within the city if they're an independent auditor that we retain just for these purposes?
Councilwoman Crossen, this is Javon. I think it depends on the scope of work that the council would envision for the auditor. So that would kind of inform the budget and also what type of work the auditor might do.
And you would also need someone to help manage the contract.
Yeah, the expectation in terms of this precise issue
Yeah.
is that there needed to be an identified hiring authority.
Okay.
That's why we sort of moved back and forth between the city manager and now the city attorney's office. But the reporting, the hiring of and to come back to another point you've made, my expectation at least, was that it would more preferably be a consultant rather than an individual,
right.
Because the range of expertise that's required is probably better delivered by a consulting firm with a variety of skilled people than an individual or two. And so the hope was that this would be a contracted consulting firm with all the range of expertise, that the commission, the Civilian Oversight Commission, would participate in the selection of that consulting firm, and that the reporting would come from that consulting firm to the commission and to the city council.
Right. And
really,
so to me,
identification of the city attorney's office was really just because we had to have a place to do the contract.
okay, but the council can contract with a consultant.
Well, the council can't be the hiring authority. I mean, that's where we start to get into tripping the wire over the charter amendment. But if it's a consultant contract that's hired by either by the manager or by the city attorney's office, the reporting can be designated even contractually to the city council and to the Civilian Oversight Commission.
So for example, the city attorney could be instructed to engage the consultant as selected by the commission and the reporting requirements set forth in that contract, which then they would not be reporting at all to the city attorney's office.
As a practical matter, the expectation is that the reporting would be to the commission and to the council.
Right. But to the extent that they have to have some kind of staff assistance or some help within the city council, I mean, within the city organization, can that go through the internal auditor's office? Or, I mean, is that just something that we need to think about?
Well, I think the resources would depend, that they need will depend on what the nature of the investigation is. In some instances, it would be the police department. In some instances, it would be the city attorney's office. In some instances, it could be any city department, but that would depend on the specific area of investigation.
But that's one of those items that we talked about, like the membership and organization of the commission itself, that those details, we can instruct staff to come back with recommendations or options on those various details, correct?
Yes.
That's the idea. So that's something that seems appealing to me, because I do think the city council that auditor should report to the city council and the commission. So separately, I did want to mention that in the draft that was presented today, it was suggested that the members of the committee have their training and a ride-along within 90 days of taking a commission seat. I feel quite strongly that anyone who wants to apply to be on the commission should have to take the training in advance. That taking the training, which is free. Furthermore, we can provide babysitting for, if necessary. We should do that to make sure that family members can be on it. That is a pre-qualification for submitting an application into the process, which is yet to be determined. So that's another suggestion that I would add on this. And well, actually, a lot of the other stuff is kind of detailed, so I don't want to get too granular at this moment. I'm happy to, but I think there's going to be time for that later. So those are two very important points to me. That it seems to me that an independent auditor contracted on a consulting basis as needed can report to the council and to the committee or commission, and that completing the training is a pre-qualification for application.
Thank you, Councilmember Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to sort of share my thoughts, and then I'd like to make a substitute motion. And where I'm coming from, and I won't belabor the point. I think the formation of what's before us by this sort of two-member self-appointed committee wasn't our finest hour. I think this is something extremely important for the whole community. And I think the city council really needs to create something as a city council. And there shouldn't be any vestige of this sort of back room where two members who happen to be politically on the same page at the moment, did this. And I think it is two pieces of paper, like I said, Mayor. You're right, it's about 3.5 pages. And it's problematic in its brevity. And it was also problematic to simply package up 5-year-old data and submit hundreds of pages. What was needed here was something more thoughtful, more focused, and more current in terms of the best practices. And, I think this proposal is not legally compliant with our charter. It creates additional problems in terms of the conflicts with the city attorney's office. It could be viewed as diluting the strong city manager form of government that we have. And so I want to offer a substitute motion so that we can focus on the right way to do this by consensus as a council, and do it the right way. Do it in the way that a progressive city like Pasadena would do. And I would hope that in the process we can still get the city manager emailed us during the meeting and indicated it was 10,000 an update the 4 or 5 year old data. Is it really not worth $10,000 to us to make sure that we're not missing some important evolution or development that's been met with success elsewhere? I think it is, but I don't want to wait. I think we need to move forward tonight. And so what I'm going to propose is 3 things. The first is, I think one thing that's come out of this discussion is that, you know, we have a charter that allows us to have a city prosecutor's office and a city attorney's office. And I was one who believed we should always maintain separate identity there. We should set the prosecutor's office does different things from the civil section of the city attorney. And policing is an area where there actually is a strong potential for at least the appearance of an improper conflict in terms of the prosecutors who are working side by side with the officers to investigate and prosecute and try criminal cases, and then the civil division defending those officers and having to give independent advice to the city council about whether errors were made or what have you. I've always thought that was problematic. And the charter says we have 4 direct reports: the city attorney, city clerk, city manager, and the city prosecutor. So my first part of this proposal, and to the vice mayor's comments, I'd be happy to break these up and discuss them, but I want to make them as one substitute motion and see if we have a second and we can go from there. The first would be that we formally reestablish, and we decide tonight that we are going to reestablish a separate independent city prosecutor's office to address that piece. The second piece would be a police advisory commission, where we would use as the model the advisory commissions that we regularly utilize in the city to advise the city council on important policy and you know, procedural matters. And my view is that the training should occur in advance. And if we all are motivated about this, we can make that happen. I would actually like to see, and this may not be feasible given budgetary restraint and also time, but I would think that we would be well served also to ask the members to go through the Citizens Police Academy. I think that would be an additional reasonable form of training that we could ask of them. I think if you talk to any of us who've been through that CPAC, it's immensely helpful. Whatever your viewpoints are on policing, whatever your life experiences are with police departments, officers, and the public justice system, it's immensely helpful in terms of appreciating what the department's mission is and how they go about it. I think 13 is too many. These meetings are going to be a handful as is, and I know, and I was really disappointed to not have a fiscal impact. Not that we shouldn't invest here, we should, but I think, you know, staff will have some concerns probably about the demands. So I would say we should have 9 members on this Police Advisory Commission. 1 council member would have an appointment. Each council member would have an appointment, including the mayor, and then the city manager would have an appointment, and that would equal an odd number, 9, which is, as we've all painfully learned, is a good thing to have, an odd number for any sort of deliberative body. I would also say they should live in the city, and I would prefer, although I can see where this might not be unanimous, but I would prefer that each member appoint a commissioner from his or her district. I think, like so many other issues, this is not, this is something where the entire city should have a voice and should weigh in and should care about what's happening. And then the third piece is the so-called independent auditor. And I think this is the place where we're sort of mostly lost in the forest, you know, as it were, for the trees. And I think this is also the place where we need to be assiduous about what the charter and the code allow us to do and how to best go about that. And I do agree, as Ms. McCostin was indicating, as the vice mayor, I think, has indicated, that the best approach here, and what we hear from, if not a majority, at least a plurality of people, is the most independent that we can do is to set up something that reports directly to the city council, that is not within the city attorney. That doesn't work at all under the charter. It takes us right back to those conflicts. It's not part of the job. And if any of our staffers, it would be the city manager's rubric, because he supervises the police chief and the police department. So I agree that we should have this auditor report directly to the council. But I want to be clear that report is a word that means different things. And if you actually study these things, as I'm sure all of us have, report is mainly what these independent auditors, inspector generals, what have you, what they do. They create reports about our public safety policies, practices, procedures, individual cases. And in that way, they elevate the city's best practices. So in terms of their reports, they absolutely should go to the city council, to the city manager, to the police chief, and to the police advisory commission. But in terms of the word report as who gives them direction, who they report directly to, that should be to the city council, not to the commission. I don't believe the city council should delegate that authority because of our accountability, because I don't know that it's legal for us to delegate that kind of authority. And so I would say that the city council, working through the city attorney's office, but as a fiscal intermediary, as we have done, for example, in one matter currently, where we've hired a former United States attorney and former deputy mayor for public safety in LA to advise the city council. We should use that model. And certainly those reports, and I would expect that individual would appear before the police advisory commission, but the real line of reporting would be to the city council. And so in that regard, I would say that both the police advisory commission and the independent auditor should be appearing before the public safety committee on a regular basis. And one of my concerns is this dilution that the proposal that was on the table does, and it's clear as day that this public safety committee would no longer be serving the same function, and I think that's a mistake. I think we can augment and enhance our efforts here by using the advisory commission, and all of our commissions in one form or another report to the full council through one or more of our council committees. So that's totally appropriate under our charter, under the code. And in that way, we have a tight, clean system that everybody can understand and not sort of a free-for-all. I think the subpoena issue, my own opinion is that it's a bit of a red herring, because under whatever system we were to adopt, if we were to hear that information that was lawfully permitted to be shared wasn't being shared, we would have a major problem with our direct reports. They would have a major problem with their direct reports, right to the point of whoever's responsibility it was. I think for the community, subpoena has become sort of a something that's emblematic of independence and of the ability to really engage in fact finding. But here again, it doesn't hurt once in a while to dust off the charter and look at it. The only persons that have the power to issue subpoenas are the city council. And I'm not sure legally that we have the ability to delegate that authority. But I would think that if we were working with an inspector general under the mode that I've described, that would be appropriate. And I could actually see where the subpoena power wouldn't be so important internally as it might be externally. with third persons. And even under the charter, the city council subpoena power is the provision, I think it's 504 of the charter. It's really crystal clear that when we have the subpoena power to compel the attendance of witnesses, to even examine them under oath, which I don't know that we've ever had to do in the city, and to compel the production of evidence and documents, that's really outward facing. That we don't have the need to employ those kinds of tools with our own employees, our own staff. We can simply direct the city manager, city clerk, city attorney to bring forth that information. But it could be helpful in, one can imagine certain investigations where there might be evidence that would be helpful in the hands of third persons, third parties, so that we would want to do it. So again, provided that we were clear that the independent auditor was reporting and taking direction from the city council, I think that it would be appropriate for us to delegate subpoena power to the extent that we're legally able to do that in the charter. And I think, that really brings us to this question, which is not at all, Mayor, all respect, it's not at all evident that from the 3.5-page memo, whether this was going to be an employee or a consultant or a contractor. I took the liberty of reaching out to the Inspector General for the County of Los Angeles. And although that office does not presently serve in this role, and it's a robust office that issues subpoenas, publishes reports, and is, I think, widely viewed as being extremely independent, that the Inspector General felt that there was certainly openness to our city using that office for this purpose. Now, there would be a cost. Again, we come back to fiscal impact, understood, but they would have to add staffing. But I think clearly it makes more sense to have an outside independent auditor, both for independence, expertise, and also in terms of managing the budget and the costs of the city, to not have a large group that may or may not be busy on any particular month. They would have the ability, for example, in that IG, to deploy quickly. So that is my substitute motion. I'm hopeful that I'll get a second. I will not speak to any one council member about his or her own background in asking for that. But I think this offers us an opportunity to move boldly and affirmatively forward. I don't think the community would fault us if we decide to adopt those three parts of my motion tonight in coming back with some fiscal impact and some specific recommendations about actually who the players might be and moving forward with that. So that's my motion, and those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just to be clear, the relationship of reestablishing the separate city prosecutor function, separating the offices the way they used to be before they were consolidated. Given what you've just described in terms of how the Police Advisory Commission would function and how the IPA would report to the council and the contracting authority to retain that, whatever that was, that firm or office. What's the relationship of separating the two offices to your proposal?
I think it's two or threefold. I think, first of all, there is a perception in the community that that creates inherent conflicts to have the city attorney's office handle both the defense of the police department and the prosecution of crimes where they're partnering with the police department. I think number two, if we use even as sort of the fiscal intermediary, the city attorney, that's another important inflection point and a point at which we would want to take that step. And I think finally, I just think we're talking about the justice system. We're talking about our exercise of the police power, and certainly the city prosecutor's office is an important part of that. And so I think it's an opportunity that we have to make a clear statement about reform in this area. And I'd be hard pressed to think anybody would disagree that given that our charter calls for a separate office, that it wouldn't be better both in substance and in appearance to have a separate city prosecutor.
All right, the only reason I'm raising it is that there's been no predicate discussion at all in terms of the history or the merit of separating them or combining them. And it doesn't seem that in terms of your substantive proposal of creating this police advisory commission and the IPA that reports to the council, it seems a little off point. It may be an appropriate reform, but it doesn't seem central or even connected to the other pieces of your proposal. And we haven't had any fact-finding or discussion or examination of the merits of one form or another. So it just seems to complicate this discussion to me further, if that's possible.
Again, I don't agree with your comments, but I appreciate them.
All right. So you've heard, is there a second for Councilmember Madison's substitute motion?
If I can be heard.
Is it a second, Mr. Gordo?
Well, I'd like to make comments.
Okay.
So, you know, the one, you know, getting back to the process, I've actually heard Vice Mayor Hampton, in the context of this discussion, raise the question of separating the prosecutor and the city attorney function as a form of even more transparency. And again, you know, when Vice Mayor Hampton raised it, you know, the lack of reporting on the part of the staff or bringing back information is part of what it makes it sound like this is some new concept. In fact, the concept that Mr. Kennedy has put on the table is a concept that I raised some time ago on the record. And we still have no analysis. And I agree with Mr. Madison that, you know, we have a two-page, well, two pieces of paper, three-page, 3.5-page memo. And, you know, this is a very sensitive area. You know, this community needs to heal. One. And two, the cry for transparency and oversight is very real and very important. And, you know, it goes beyond even the issue of the shootings. It goes to the heart of how we do business as a local government. And so I can understand why Mr. Hampton would have raised that. And I see why Mr. Madison is raising it as well. The reporting of the IG is important. You know, we are the elected representatives. I am concerned that that we, as a body, haven't had all of the information as a community. There's been very little communication. We spent more time talking about a process that was controlled by two members of the city council. And as I said, from the beginning, was divisive. From the beginning, two members of the Public Safety Committee were excluded, but it wasn't just two members of the Public Safety Committee. It was the entire community who was excluded from conversation. And that's simply wrong. You know, I value the input of Mr. Hampton and Mr. Madison and why they were not allowed to provide input in the development of a proposal. I don't understand. And why the community wasn't given the benefit of their thinking and insight. I don't understand. And so I think Mr. Madison is correct. the reporting of the IG has to include, and the direction has to include the city council. And as I'm also interested in the issue of the LA County Independent Inspector General as possibly an opportunity to have very quickly an independent Inspector General that reviews, including the shooting that's before us. We should have had something in place. We should have had something in place by now, and regrettably, we don't. And having the Office of the LA County Inspector General serve that capacity is something that should have been considered by the full council. Mr. City Manager, is this the same office that's also providing oversight already in Pasadena with skilled nursing facilities?
He just stepped out for a second, one second while he comes back inside. He's just in the anti-chamber.
Michelle?
What, I'm sorry, could you repeat it?
Am I correct that the Office of Inspector General for the county provides oversight for skilled nursing facilities? Wasn't that recently announced?
They do have an inspector general for that. It's a different person from, it's not like the OIR group. There is, I'm drawing a blank on his name, but there is an inspector general for nursing homes under the county.
Michelle, it is the same. It's not, the OIR is separate. This is the Inspector General. And I believe you're thinking of Max Huntsman.
Right.
Yeah. And he is the nursing home IG as well.
And so the important thing in this situation is that we be united, that we be deliberate, and that we be thoughtful, not rushing something through, but that we have the confidence to say to the people of Pasadena, we are going to have an independent Inspector General. And as we think through the best model for Pasadena, we could implement, if I'm hearing Mr. Madison correctly, immediately, starting with the case that's before us right now, the efforts of the county's independent Inspector General. And Mr. Madison, in your conversation with Max Huntsman, it sounds like there was support, or I should say a willingness to look at it carefully.
There was an open-mindedness about it. Obviously, he reports coincidentally to the executive officer for the county, but is really directed by and reports to the board. And obviously, in his words, the electeds would need to agree. But apparently there have been discussions in the past with that office about serving that role. So with Pasadena, that is, and there was an open-mindedness on the part of the board to hearing that.
And so what I like about this, and I am prepared to second it for purposes of discussion, is, it addresses a question of transparency in the prosecutor and city attorney's office, something that's been raised by Vice Mayor Hampton and others. It provides an opportunity for direct independent Inspector General. And Mr. Madison, I would ask that the motion be amended to ensure that this independent Inspector General can get right to work on the current matter that's facing the city, the matter of Anthony McLean, that that be the request of the city. You need to immediately request of the Board of Supervisors in Max Hudson's office to begin the independent review of the Anthony McLean shooting. And then if we choose as a city and as a community to use this as an interim step as we look at all of the models that may be permanent models that may be different, then we can of course take that action. But we should definitely act with deliberateness. I support Mr. Madison's motion, and we can have that discussion. And I would ask that Mr. Madison amend the motion so that there's immediate action on the matter now before us.
I'm fine with that. I don't know that we need to make that part of this sort of structural step that we're taking, but I'm fine with that. And certainly the council could direct that this move quickly enough so that this case, which we heard so much about tonight, could be part of the work.
Can I get clarification? Mr. Gordo, are you suggesting that the city would contract with the county to use the inspector general that they are using for the city of Pasadena, or are you saying something else?
No, I think what the city could, I'll defer to Mr. Madison, but the city could contract with the county as we've done in the past.
That's what I just asked. Are you saying to contract with the county?
To provide the services, if I'm understanding the motion.
That's what I was asking, and so you're saying yes. Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second.
Mayor, I have a clarification, would like a clarification on that. When you talk about the contract with the county, Steve or Victor, are you talking about just for this incident or hiring the county to fulfill the role of independent auditor?
My thought was that would be a very independent expert group that could serve this purpose for us on an ongoing basis.
So both?
Yes.
So you're saying both?
Yes, and but again, I want to be clear that the Board of Supervisors could say no, and that would be the end of the matter. I don't think they would, especially given the relationship that we all have with our member and the open-mindedness that I heard in Max's comments.
And I understand that to be directing us to return to the city council with further information on that, because this is a new concept that the terms of which haven't been discussed, et cetera, with the county. So I'm viewing that as direction to return.
So, Mr. City Manager, and you told us that you were going to have an independent review of the McLean incident. Have you initiated any contracts with anyone to do that yet yourself?
I haven't yet. My plan this week was to solicit proposals from consultants, but if we go a different direction, then we'll go as directed by the council.
But on something like this, don't we usually get proposals? And even if we were going to hire an independent auditor, wouldn't you go out to bid on that?
The last time we did it, we received multiple proposals and we evaluated them and selected one.
Okay, so Mr. Madison, what you're proposing is rather than going through that process, we just select.
No, that wasn't my proposal. I wanted to raise that option as one that I thought was deserving of serious consideration. But I'm reacting to Mr. Gordo's comment that if we want to get somebody on board this week, then you know, certainly we should and could do that. But my predisposition would always be to consider options.
Okay, then could you just, in terms of your substitute motion, could you just repeat the sort of the specific point, have the separating the prosecutor's office and arranging the police advisory commission as per usual with but with 9 members, like 1 per council district. And then could you just repeat the rest?
Yes. So, you know, again, my preference would be, but I don't think it's, you know, the linchpin of the motion is that the members of the commission would live in the districts from which they're appointed, that they do receive the 30 hours of training, preferably in advance, and that they also either have graduated or be enrolled in the Citizens Police Academy for a future session, when feasible. And then the third piece was the independent auditor that would prepare reports for the council, the commission, the city manager, the police chief, the community, but would take direction from the city council. And again, my sense would be through the public safety committee, and that he or she would have such subpoena power as the council delegated under the council's subpoena power.
Thank you.
Clarification.
Okay.
Clarification, please.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
This is directed directly to Councilmember Madison. Councilmember Madison, are you prepared possibly for us or for staff to go back and study the issue of separating the city prosecutor and city attorney into 2 positions, as it was one time under the charter and still is there under the charter, since that's not necessarily an agendized item, so they could come back to us on that issue, because when you just recapitulated what your 3 points were, that was not part of them. So I just want to be clear on that issue, if you would.
Yeah, I don't agree that it's not part of this agenda item about police oversight and how the city exercises its police power because of the centrality of prosecutions to the work of the police. And for me, I don't need much background on this. The charter calls for it. For many years, we had it. And then there came a point where, really out of expedience, the city just decided to not appoint a new city prosecutor. I thought that was a mistake then. I think it's a mistake now for a lot of reasons, including reasons that go to the heart of the discussion that we're talking about tonight. And at the end of the day, we're talking about reaffirming trust on the part of the community in the way our justice and police power is exercised as a city. So I see it as being totally consistent. And as Mr. Gordo indicated, the vice mayor has talked about this. This isn't, I'm not suggesting that we split, you know, public works into public and works. I mean, this is right at the heart of the issue that we're discussing.
Mayor, can we return to the queue, please?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. So if we can get, next in the queue is Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate what everybody has said. John, I want to thank you for remembering 120,000 Japanese Americans that were in internment camp, and partly was my parents and my grandparents. In fact, I wrote this week an email to a high school friend of my mother that just passed away, to her sons. So thank you for bringing that up. Mayor and Mr. Kennedy, I have some questions because I'm not really that far from your model, okay? So what I agree with what Mr. Madison said about the commission structure. 9 is fine with me, 13 is fine with me, but but 1 would be selected from each council district or council member, and that was on your original proposal. Are you okay with that?
I personally am, Councilmember Masuda.
Okay. And
Mayor,
then,
you're muted, Mayor.
The reason that there was an alternate suggested in this modified proposal is that there was some community reaction to the, and also Councilmember McAustin's reaction, that the standard appointment process of having one person per council member district was not a public or transparent process. And it would be, it was considered to be part of the same insider baseball that's been characterized as, not allowing for any establishment of, since there'd be 8 or 9 separate decisions for these appointments, there's no methodology to allow for the creation of goal setting for trying to achieve a better distribution. I mean, it could be for example, Councilmember McAustin's suggestion that it would be great to have 50%, a target, at least a goal of 50% women. That really couldn't be achieved if it's each council member just appointing somebody from their district. It becomes random. You don't know who's going to appoint a male or a female. The same issue had to do with representation in terms of minority representation, and that sort of thing. So the suggestion that was made in the revised proposal tonight, this afternoon, was to try to achieve some of that distribution goal and to open up the process so that by the time the people were appointed, the community would know the candidates, have a feel for the candidates, the vetting of the candidates would be more public, and they'd have a higher level of confidence in the candidates than if they were just the standard commission appointment process of one from each council member.
Mayor, I understand your explanation, and that's fine and good, but I really appreciated the fact that the first model would have more balance, because then we would be selecting someone that we think that overall there would be not just people that have concerns about our police department.
I'm sorry, in either model, the council would make the final selection.
Anyway.
Yeah, it was always proposed in this revised model tonight. It was always proposed that the council would be the final authority in terms of making the appointment. The suggestion was just that if it was a more public process, it could be a more transparent process, and the appointments wouldn't be just a matter of each council member picking somebody that they thought would be good for the commission.
Again, I want to support your model with Mr. Kennedy, except that's very important for me. And I like the fact that, it could be 13, it could be 9, but that's the portion of Mr. Madison's proposal I like. And then they say we were spending a lot of time on reporting, the auditor reporting to the council. What does that mean? Is that no longer reports to the city manager?
No, the auditor would not report to the city manager. Even when the original proposal had the auditor in the city manager's office, the expectation was that the auditor would report to the commission, to the new oversight commission, and to the council. It would just be housed and hired by the city manager, and now the recommendation is that happened to the city attorney. But now with the information that we've got tonight, it appears that there isn't a problem. There is precedent for having appointments, although done through the office of the city attorney or the city manager, for that matter. It can report the consultant contract, although it would be handled mechanically through some city department. It could report directly to the city council and to the commission.
Okay. And then the last question I have is about this subpoena power. Where is that now?
Well, in both proposals, the subpoena power, there is a subpoena power, because although frankly, as I agree with Councilmember Madison, that it's the subpoena power has become a kind of a community focus because it represents the independence that they seek for the auditor. The subpoena power, under only very extraordinary circumstances, and we had some letters demonstrating some illustrations of where the subpoena power could theoretically be required. But if things are operating in any kind of a normal universe, the information that's developed, whether the auditor is in the attorney's office or the manager's office, they shouldn't require a subpoena power to get the information that they need. They should have access to all the information that's being developed. But if it gives comfort to the community that that is a way to make absolutely confident that that the auditor could have access to all the records that they need to be able to make an informed recommendation, then it seems like a good idea in either model. But I think that Mr. Madison does raise the issue that would seem to me, although I'm not an attorney, that it would be even more extraordinary is the outward-facing example that he gave in terms of saying that there could be conferred upon the independent auditor the subpoena power to get documents or interview people outside of the city. So that's something, frankly, I hadn't even considered, but would be of value.
So, Mayor, let me just sum this up. If you and Mr. Kennedy would agree to the committee structure that you had at the very beginning, or Mr. Madison's structure of 9 and be selected by the council members, I will support it, your model, and that the reporting of the auditor will be going to the council, correct?
Yes.
Okay. John, would you agree to that?
No, we're not going to do the agreeing part. I just want to be sure I understand we'll come back around.
We would have to amend the original, not the original, but your current.
The current proposal. I understand. Thank you. But the sequence here is going to be that we're going to vote on the substitute motion first. So that's going to be the issue. But I want to have a little bit more exposition with Councilmember Madison, and I want to give everyone else an opportunity. And Councilmember Wilson has been waiting patiently, as has the Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
So Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to Councilmember Madison's proposal, the idea of splitting the prosecutor and the city attorney's office may be a perfectly valid and maybe a very compelling move. I'm not prepared to take a position on that just because, unlike Councilmember Madison, probably some others on this call, don't feel like that's been an area that I have much knowledge about. It sounds like an important move that would like to have the same deliberations that we've had on the formation of other oversight, whether that's the commission or the independent auditor. So, Steve, I'm not going to be able to support your motion, and I'd love to look at it at another time. In particular, it sounds like that's probably the most substantive difference now that the auditor will report to the council, and Councilmember Masuda just amended the membership count on the commission itself. Steve, are there other areas that you think are materially different from the mayor's proposal that I'm missing? I'm moving aside the separation of the prosecutor and the attorney.
Yeah, and this is subtle, but for example, when the mayor says the IPA would report to the council and the commission, not in my proposal, not in the sense of take direction from, certainly be a resource, provide information. The reports would go to all of those stakeholders, but I think we have to be clear that and not delegate to as a yet unnamed commission the ability to supervise in the sense that we normally mean the auditor. I think that's a council function that we're accountable for.
In with respect to the Public Safety Committee, I think the current proposal leaves it kind of vague about how these work together and what role the Public Safety Committee plays and what the council plays. So I don't know that your position necessarily is different. I just think it's in the mayor's and Councilmember Kennedy's proposal, it's just unresolved. Mayor, is that fair? I just don't know how you see the Public Safety Committee.
Yeah, the expectation was really just to avoid, and what the report says is that to avoid duplication.
Yeah.
So that the issue is that if the Public Safety Commission, if the Citizen Oversight Commission is meeting, twice a month and getting reports from the chief with regard to, detailed information about hiring practices, punches and kicks, uses of force, detailed information about the crime statistics. The expectation was that he wouldn't have to come back before the Public Safety Committee, the Council's Public Safety Committee, and repeat the same reports. Any substantive recommendation with regard to a policy or a change in important practices would come to the whole council. Wouldn't necessarily make a stop at the Public Safety Committee any longer. So it was really just a matter of not layering on another level of reporting on the same information. But when it came to policy, the council as a whole would not be abdicating, not assigning that responsibility to the Citizen Oversight Commission, but the Public Safety Committee would not be necessarily getting the same reportage, the repeated reportage.
And I think, I think you and Councilmember Kennedy intentionally left it a bit vague in the sense that we haven't figured out the mechanics, right? And I have a lot of respect for my colleagues who are on the Public Safety Committee, and certainly wouldn't want to lose the benefit of their participation. So once again, I think the separation of the prosecuting attorneys is something that I'm not prepared to sink my teeth in today. And I think it'd be a disservice to this whole effort in the community to merge that topic into this conversation today. So I would discourage my colleagues from doing that. I do think it's a bit of a disservice in no kind of irrespect for Councilmember Madison or Gordo, that I don't feel like this has been some behind the scenes formulation, only to the extent that what we're talking about was in the original report from 2016. And I hate to, once again, I said this before, not to steal a poetic license from you guys, but there's not a material difference between what you're proposing today than what was proposed in 2016. So I don't feel like there's some sort of, surprise proposal in front of us. And I do get a little frustrated in the sense that there's been criticism that proposal has been kind of developed outside of the public eye, and then it's not detailed enough at the same time. So I think we can't have it both ways. I really believe this was an opportunity to move the discussion forward. So I just think we should talk about it as we're going to be a revisiting of the 2016 proposal, which frankly, the only thing I guess I must say is, given the course of events in the last few weeks, having been a very new council person when that came in front of us in 2016, I can't help but regretting not taking action at that time. And I feel it's critical today, under the same circumstances, for this group not to make the same mistake. And I would challenge all of you to look for a path forward, as Councilmember Gordo said, so we can be responsive not just to the community, but the urgent need for us to take action that we didn't take 4 years ago. So I'm prepared to support, I think, Councilmember McAustin's motion to move forward, because I think it, once again, it'd be inexcusable. And once again, I'm very cautious about convoluting this discussion by bringing in things that are maybe important but not critical to getting us off the dime. I think it's time that we take action, and I'm eager to do so. So thank you once again to all the comments in the public sites. But I think it's incumbent for us to move forward and not revisit the regretful inaction of 2016. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Wilson, I just have to say I appreciate your comments. I had a couple questions about the IPA, just for clarity. The IPA in the model that we talked about in our last public safety meeting, which is taking the IPA out of the city manager's office and putting it in the city attorney's office. This IPA would have subpoena power, and would it have to come to the council to grant subpoenas?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's totally independent and is able to do the work he or she needs to do, or whatever the department needs to do, or how many people in this department. As far as the commission goes, I do believe that people should have the opportunity. They should not have to take those the training or the 30 hours of training prior to being selected to the committee. I think it should be within the time frame, appropriate time frame while they're on the commission, because that actually may prevent people that want to apply right now or whenever this commission is formed from doing so. So I don't think, putting it ahead is the best model. I think after gives opportunity for everybody. Also, Councilmember Austin had mentioned the independent review, just because it was mentioned, so I'm going to bring it up as well. The independent review for Anthony McLean. Mr. City Manager, could you explain to me how that works?
Sure. Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, I stepped out to confer with other staff. Could you repeat your question for me?
The independent review of the shooting of Mr. McLean. I would like to understand exactly how that works. How does the independent review process work?
Sure.
Just if you could give me like,
right,
you don't have to give me in detail, but I just want to kind of understand, is this independent reviewer already working? Are they already, I'm just trying to understand, like, how is that review handled?
Right, let me try to explain, and I'll ask Javon Rad to assist because he's been involved in these. Generally speaking, well, first of all, we don't have anybody on board yet to do it. We would hire an independent firm that's got experience doing reviews of similar incidents. They would review, primarily they're reviewing the administrative record and all the facts related to the case. Javon, help me out here. You got, I'll turn to Javon because he was in it more deeply. Go ahead, Javon.
Mr. Vice Mayor, generally what staff has done for the prior independent reviews is give the reviewer access to both, as the city manager said, the administrative review, which actually packaged within that is the criminal investigation, and that's when in past instance when the sheriff's department would do a criminal investigation, and here this time Pasadena police detectives would do a criminal investigation, move the matter on to the district attorney, who would make a decision on whether to file criminal charges. So that file would be sort of the first file that a reviewer might look at traditionally, and then separately the internal affairs review by the police department, which would culminate with a determination by the chief of police as to whether the officers acted within policy. And so those are generally the two larger sort of packages that reviewers might take a look at. And then basically just within that, it just could be what the scope of work might look at in terms of how deep beyond those reviews the scope might be.
And Vice Mayor, to add to that, typically, and if I may, Vice Mayor, and so typically in the cases that we've had previously, the third-party auditors offer up suggestions, recommendations, which are reviewed by the police department, and we either have a presentation to the Public Safety Committee or to the City Council, if memory serves right, on the review of the consultant themselves, and then as it relates to any recommendations, whether the police department accepts the recommendations or for some reason may not accept them. In most cases, in my experience, they've accepted the recommendations from the auditors.
So I bring this up because I want everybody to understand what this process is. Our police department basically puts paperwork together, and then they submit it to an independent review, and they look at that paperwork that the police department puts together, right? And then decide if the police department did it right. So I think that there is a belief that when we say there's going to be independent review, that there's actually someone looking at what the police department is doing right now in real time. And that is not the case. So it's an after the fact review of what has happened and what has occurred.
Can I interrupt for a minute, just Vice Mayor? I think, is it not true, Javon, that in some earlier investigations that the independent reviewer was in fact participating in real time?
They, Mr. Mayor, the independent reviewer for some of the prior reviews has been present during the chief's command staff review over whether officers acted within policy, but that would be after the investigation is completed, packaged up, and presented to the chief. I'm not sure if the Vice Mayor is asking in terms of what might happen weeks, months after an incident, if that's something different.
So I would like to know, why are we not having an independent review that is watching the whole process to make sure that everything is being done correctly, and if there's anything that needs to be changed right then in real time, that those changes aren't happening?
So one of the things that we'd have to structure, if that were something the council wanted, is—
No, I'm asking right now for this case. Not, I'm sorry, and I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to make sure that when you're answering in the context that I'm asking for, and that's the context of Mr. McLean.
Sure. And so, Mr. Vice Mayor, if this were a person retained by the council, at the direction of the council, that may present an issue with the charter. But if it were something the manager initiated, that might be something we may be able to work with.
But Vice Mayor, to answer your question, in the past, the work scopes have included a review of the thoroughness of the investigation, as well as a recapping, if you will, of the incident itself, and then recommendations that may improve the future operations of the police department. So, and that's my understanding of how these work in most other jurisdictions as well. There's a critical incident, an auditor is brought in to review the work of the department. Was it a thorough investigation? To some extent, it sounds like what you're saying is, who's ensuring the investigation sort of while it's unfolding in real time is thorough. And that is the responsibility of the entity doing the investigation. In the past, we have utilized the sheriff's department, but for the last couple of critical incidents, we've done them in-house because it actually allows us to proceed quicker and share more information with the public. So typically they are in fact after action reports, if you will, where they look at how thorough the investigation was. And so to some extent, while some of it may occur while the work is ongoing, ultimately to conclude their work, it has to reach the end of the process.
The reason I mentioned this is because I believe that it is fair for our community to know that there is a investigation happening that is independent, totally independent investigation that is happening on the side of the investigation that's already happened from the police department. And so if the city be able to do that, I hope that you do that. I don't think the city council actually needs you to actually do that and make sure that there are two investigations happening at the same time to make sure that your department is doing the most thorough investigation. I think that's what's owed to this community at this point. So with that being said, now I'm going to go back to the IPA in this model. If the IPA was to be brought on, would he or she, or whatever they go by?
More likely they.
Right, maybe
Consulting contract.
well, I mean, well, their department. So their department or their group or their team, would they be able to view these investigations in real time? For example, what is happening now? That's what I'm trying to understand that.
Mr. Vice Mayor,
So they have
absolutely.
that ability to do that.
We could structure it such that the someone that's brought in could be reviewing and seeing things real time. My answer to the mayor's question of practically the auditors have been present at the chief's command staff review at the end. That is true, but there's nothing. We could make it work where an auditor were more present as things were developing.
So I would like that to be part of the IPA's description of work, to be able to look at things in real time and not get after the fact information from the police department. Those are my suggestions. And as long as the independent auditor does not report, I mean, as long as it's totally independent and it is not in the same, I would say same line item or not line item, but same department as city manager, I would be supportive of that because I believe that is more independent, even if their contract's employee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember McAustin.
Thank you. You guys will remember that when we had this discussion last time, I was opposed to the city council members making direct appointments to any police oversight commission. I felt it was unduly politicizing the commission. And following our discussion, I sent an email out to my constituents. And I expressed to them that, you know, I was in favor of moving forward, but I had real concerns about, you know, the selection and how the selection would occur for the members of the, call it the committee. And I solicited their ideas and suggestions on how we might accomplish that without having direct council appointment. And again, I want to thank all my constituents for all their thoughts and suggestions. They're fantastic. But we have to remember why we're here. In fact, one of my constituents sent me an email and said, you know, what's the problem we're trying to solve? Why are we going through all this, you know, with the commission and the auditor? Why? The reason why is there's a lack of confidence. There's a lack of trust. And the community is demanding a closer relationship and more oversight. So they will have more confidence in the Pasadena Police Department. They'll have more input into the policies and procedures through this commission. That's why we're doing this. We're doing it because there's a lack of confidence in the community. And it's our responsibility to respond to that. So I'm responding, Mr. Madison, specifically to the points you brought up and your recommendations I'm sorry, substitute motion. So one of the points that came up very strongly was, of course, the pre-qualification, which I think it's a must. There's going to be a lot of weeding out that occurs. And I understand that the council itself wants to make appointments, but there is a way we can do that and be transparent. This is what the community wants. They want transparency. They don't want, 7 city council members and the mayor, privately meeting with people and then privately making an appointment. And a process has been suggested that I think will work very well. For example, when we selected Councilmember Andy to fill in, let's see, how'd you guess? Oh, to fill in, sorry, thanks, Mayor. To fill in for the mayor's place, there was a process. There was an application process. And so I don't see why we couldn't do something like that, where there could be an application form, people could fill it out, they could come to the city council chambers just like they did in that process. Everybody could see the applicants, they could see their resume, they could hear them say why they want to be on this committee, and that would provide the public an opportunity to see the applicants and to say, oh, okay, this is the caliber of people we're looking at. This is who it is. So, I mean, it has to be evenly done. You can't have, people bringing in PowerPoints and things like that. Anyway, so you have that process, but you have it publicly. You have them come to the podium, come to the Zoom. Everybody does it. And then it provides kind of a public interview process, and it provides just this opportunity for the community to be more involved and see the range of people that are applying for these roles. So I would suggest that we do something like that, and Mr. Kennedy, I hope you would agree that in addition, so subsequent to the interviews, sure, council members can then choose an appointee based upon those applications, and I don't feel in any way that they have to be by district. I think that they should just be the best people. And I think in addition to every council member having one, if you want to go with that route, that we should allow 2 or 3 spots for community organizations, ACLU or some other nonprofit or relevant organization in the community, that they can make a few appointments on their own. Other points that were brought by my constituents and myself, we have to see diversity in membership, and we have to have overlapping terms so that we always have consistency of membership. Some members that are serving 2 years and 4 years, so that we don't, like, every 4 years have a whole brand new commission. So that, I think, is an essential component. And see, I have one more thing here. Representation by communities most affected by policing issues. These are the folks we want to get on this committee. So that's what I'm promoting, and and that's what I've been told by my constituents that they want to see. Is it's a way to offer more transparency than, I mean, if there's something that you could say is done in secret, it's just like each individual council member coming up with a name, and I don't think that's appropriate in any way. So that's my suggestion. And I also want to add, because it was brought up, that to the extent that I think this commission will meet more frequently, and they will be longer meetings because they'll be reviewing all sorts of policies and procedures of the police department. There has to be a stipend or babysitting allowance or babysitting provided so that we can have plenty of family members without being, unduly burdened. So Mr. Madison, that's why, I don't support your recommendation for kind of going in the traditional way at all. I understand why you want to do it, but I see something that I think is more responsive to the transparency that the community is demanding.
Mayor, it's my motion on the floor. May I respond to Ms. McCostin? Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and these points are not frivolous by any means. I think,
I'll come.
If he's going to accuse me of doing exactly what he's doing now, let's have some fairness from my colleague, Mr. Madison, in the recognition that I would have been in the queue by raising my hand.
Yeah. This isn't the cue. Ms. McCostin directed her comments to me.
Kennedy, I'll come to you in a minute, but the point was made directly to Mr. Madison's motion, so.
Well, there have been instances of late that Mr. Madison has done exactly the same thing.
What does the ad hominem attack have to do with what we're talking
No,
about?
this is not an attack because you
Ms.
use.
McCostin, what I wanted to tell you is the problem I'm having with the.
It's not an attack, Mr. Madison.
All right, Mayor, can we please
Yes,
proceed?
just 1 second.
I'm
Mr.
just
Kennedy,
saying simply that I always defer to my colleagues, but Mr. Madison, because he's shrewd, he can do exactly what he claims that I've done, which is inaccurate. Out of bigness and trying to make something happen tonight that would be beneficial for the community that I live in, I will defer to Mr. Madison, but he doesn't respect me because I'm an African American.
Oh my
Go
God.
ahead.
Mayor, I am really getting tired of Mr. Kennedy's self-indulgent nonsense.
Well, let's not continue that vein. Why don't you make the response that you wanted to, Councilmember?
So, Ms. McCostin, the problem I'm having is it's this one of accountability, and I don't think I'm alone. So we bring people in as a group, we decide who to appoint, but I've certainly had situations where there are commissioners who I think are going to do a great job. They're going to go to the meetings, they're going to participate, and they end up not doing that. And there are good reasons for it sometimes, life, family, work, all the things that none of us on the council is at all aware of. What then? Do we then reconvene the council to discuss? I mean, there has to be some accountability, and I just don't feel like the community will be upset with us in adopting this significant reform because of sort of the shape of the table when we assembled the police commission. Again, I get that whole minds differ, but and I couldn't disagree more that every district in the city, I mean, you said just the districts or the communities that are most affected by policing.
No, I didn't. If I said just, I didn't mean just. I meant that there should certainly be representation.
Well, it sounded like you were saying more representation.
No, I didn't say. I didn't mean.
I reject the premise. I think the entire community is affected by policing.
No, I agree, and that's why I'm saying we should not limit the members to whatever district they happen to live in. We want the cream to rise to the top, and they will. The most qualified people, if two of them live, might live right next door to each other. That doesn't matter. What matters is the best people for the community.
Those very words have been used over and over as a euphemism for excluding people, often people of color, for example, from groups and representation. And I just think we should play this straight and make sure that the entire city is represented. And for sure, we should try to assemble the best team that we can in terms of needs, but I think we do a good job of that.
So we talked about, in the proposal, it mentions targeting goals for diversity, men, women, African American, whatever, a diverse truth. So I think that can be achieved.
I
Well,
do too.
There's there's a fundamental divide here. I think it's been articulated, and I have a suggestion on how we may resolve this. But let's give Steve, is that to complete your response in terms of?
Yeah, I mean, I have other comments, and when we come back to the motion on the floor, I'd like to address those, but I did respond to Ms. McCaustin's thoughtful comments. Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy.
Well, first of all, I would simply say that I don't believe I can support Mr. Madison's motion because I do not think that our discussion has been really centered around the bifurcation, which is certainly allowed to have the city prosecutor and city attorney office separated, meaning two different individuals serving in that capacity. Since I've been on the council, there has not been one exception where it has not worked well. As far as I'm concerned, other council members may disagree, and the mayor. So there's no factual predicate at this point, and even in this discussion, for separating out the two positions. Secondly, I think that based upon the heartfelt comments of Councilmember Wilson, Councilmember Margaret McAustin, and Councilmember Masuda, all of those issues that they have raised, I would not be opposed to. And I believe that if in fact Mr. Madison's motion fails, that I would seek to revive the initial motion that I made for all of the good reasons that I don't want to take too much time in sharing. But let me just say this. I think Councilmember Wilson's comments are right on point. They're thoughtful, and they could be easily incorporated into my original motion. Secondly, Councilmember Masuda's comments, right on point again, and heartfelt, and something that we easily can incorporate in terms of going forward to achieve an objective. And then as it relates to Councilmember McAustin, the only one proviso of what she said that I would strongly recommend that this male-dominated body adopt is that 50%, this is me, 50% of those appointed would be women, and that there would somehow be a way to have a tiebreaker, which may not be, have to be either a male or female, but we'd have a way to have an uneven way of breaking a tie. So that would be one little tickler I would say to Councilmember McAustin. And I think in the year that we have been celebrating the suffrage movement, this would be an advancement in a year where certain people in the United States are saying that women should have a fair opportunity. That would advance that. And certainly, I think Mr. Madison's recommendations, some aspects of it are extremely appealing to me. I think they're very thoughtful. I think he's sincere in making the recommendations. I'm glad he, as far as I'm concerned, has had an epiphany, but I think he's very sincere. I respect what he has said. I just don't support several aspects, and the major one is separating the city attorney and city prosecutor position. So I will not be supporting Mr. Madison's motion. However, there are elements of the motion that I think we can incorporate into the work that I've been castigated for participating in. And I thought it was really work ultimately that all of us would share in. And in fact, that's what's occurring, whether we are in a disagreement on some fine point or not. It seemingly is universally thought at this point that we must do something that we haven't done before to provide greater transparency and confidence to residents of color. So those are my comments, and to my colleagues, if I'm feeling a little emotional about this issue, it is in part a very emotional issue to me as an African American growing up in the city of Pasadena. So I don't intentionally mean to be disrespectful or dismissive of any of you. It's just that it's a very difficult issue for me to deal with. And I'm very grateful for all of the comments that I've heard from all of my colleagues. Thank you.
I would like to, before we go back to Councilmember Madison, who wants to have an opportunity to do some exposition on his motion before we bring it to a vote. With regard to the sort of outstanding issues as it relates to the membership of the commission, and there are two areas of disagreement. One relates to whether it should be by district or you know, in a more general way. I think the resolution to that is going back to the part of what the original proposal was, which is to have representation from each of the council districts, plus some citywide representations that might be from nonprofits or organizations, so that you could have the 8 members of the, you know, 1 from each council district and 1 from the mayor by district, plus 3 community members that would come from community-based organizations, and we do that on a rotating basis, identify the appropriate organizations. That would avoid Councilmember Masuda, the concern Councilmember Masuda has with regard to a stacked deck of sort of non-representative people. And I would like to incorporate, though, I think Councilmember McAustin and her constituents are onto something in terms of the method of vetting and gaining public confidence in the people that each council member would appoint. And the way to achieve that is basically to have the council members invite applications for the membership from their district, and then vet those applications, have those interviews in public, which is sort of a combination of what we do now when we have to appoint someone to finish out the term of a council member, the way we did with the beauty pageant when Andy was appointed. That allows people to have a public vetting, understand the job, and I think it will help alleviate concerns about the sort of insider baseball that have been expressed. I also think that we can have public goals in terms of what we're trying to achieve by way of demographic distribution and male-female targets. So I think that can be accommodated within the context of having council members preserve their right to have an appointee. And as to that issue of the before or after, whether everyone who applies should have the training beforehand, as a method of sort of a pre-test in terms of willingness, commitment, I'll say, to really serve. I think there's a practical limitation with that, in the sense that we want to get this, if we decide to go in this direction, we want to have a commission in place as quickly as possible. And I think, frankly, it's going to take a little while to organize the training and the curriculum and then deliver the training in a timely fashion. I'm afraid that if we make it a prerequisite of service, of being selected, I think we're going to attenuate the process in the first round too long. And so I would urge, I know Councilmember McAustin feels strongly on this issue, but I think the practical limitations of trying to move expeditiously and at the same time go through this public vetting and the application process and the training process, I think it's probably, at least in this first time round, is not going to be a practical solution. So that would be my initial response, having devoted a lot of time to engaging people on these issues. But now, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, I just think I want to go back to where we started about the process, in the sense that we're really in the details of how some of these mechanics work. And I feel like tonight we really should kind of send the ship out. And I really think there's some staff work on, we've had some great suggestions. I think we should be, to maybe Councilmember Madison's, a little bit more thorough around how we make, there at least are great ideas, and I think we should capture them. But I don't think the intent today is to lock down, I think a stipend's a good idea. I think we should capture that. I like the ideas that have come up. But I think tonight's goal is to figure out the general structure and, send the vote from the dock so we can really commit to the community that we are all, I think, on board with making these reforms and then putting a little bit more thought into some of the more detailed mechanics.
That's a fair point. Thank you. I just felt that since these issues have been, once they get put on the table, it's, I don't want them to be ignored, but I don't think we have to reach final conclusions on these issues. I quite agree tonight. So let's go back to, because I want to try to move the substitute motion ahead and to resolution. Let's go back to Councilmember Madison. Did you have some final points you wanted to make, Steve, in terms of?
If I could, Mayor, and I think the goal, and I'd like to think I share this, is for all of us to get on the same page and be able to move forward, even if, as Andy says, if we have to come back on some of the details. I would certainly be prepared to withdraw the first part of my motion. I think I was further out in front on that than I thought I was with my colleagues. So I would withdraw, subject to the second consent, the bifurcation of the prosecutor and the city attorney. I do think we should agendize that for a future discussion, though, because
I will do that. Yeah,
it does relate to the topics that we're talking about, and I just think it could be a better practice to reestablish that. Then I think, Mayor, like you, I'm sort of sitting here trying to compare and contrast. The commissioners is one piece, and there wasn't just the appointment issue, there was also the training. And I've heard some different viewpoints around the dais about when the training should occur, whether it should be required. I haven't heard really either acceptance or rejection of my idea that Citizen Police Academy would be an important step as part of that, not necessarily in advance. I do think, this is going to be a commission with a lot of heavy lifting. And I think advanced training should be attainable and would be desirable. So I'd like to keep that in my substitute motion. And again, maybe the goal, Mayor, here is to sort of have, like they do in Washington, a conference where we combine the two motions so that we can all come around something by acclamation. I'm certainly accepting of the compromise that you propose, as long as each member has an appointment. In fact, I think the County of LA has a similar system, obviously much different organization in both senses, only 5 board members and 10 million constituents or something like that. But I think on that commission, they have both distinguished, knowledgeable community members, but also some organizational reps. So I don't know if Ms. McCostin is willing to get behind the compromise that you proposed or not, of course. And then I think the final difference is just what I consider to be sort of around good hygiene with the charter and making sure that we're handling it in the right way. And it seems like the difference between the two proposals is I make it clear that the council is ultimately in charge, not the city manager, not the city attorney. In fact, the city attorney would be used as this fiscal intermediary, but I would have both the commission and the inspector or the auditor come to the city council through the public safety committee. I'm nervous about bystepping that important process. And I think to some, it could sound like we're sort of shirking our responsibility. We're basically saying, let the commission deal with it, and then the public safety committee doesn't have to anymore. And I think there'd be benefit to both the commission and the auditor coming before the council. I agree, we want to be measured in terms of duplication, but so I think those are the big differences, and I look to my colleagues as to how to resolve them. Or what I'd like to not have is a vote where some of us vote for police oversight and some of us vote against it, and then the same thing occurs on your motion. And I just don't know how important these these rough edges are to each member in terms of a yes or no.
Let me engage with you a little bit here, council member, because I think that's a useful approach. I mean, my objective all the while has been to be inclusive, not exclusive, in spite of what some may believe. But I think in terms of the practical reality, if we can agree that the membership of the Police Oversight Commission should be appointed by the council, all the members would be appointed by the council, and that there would be a combination of one council member from one appointee from each council member and one from the mayor, and then an additional number, I'll say 3 for the purposes of ease of discussion. So we wind up with the odd number that you were after. The 3 community-based members, also appointed by the council, and ask the staff to come back with some suggestions on how to open up the process so that we can achieve this transparency that I think Councilmember McAustin has been so keen on, and that I support in terms of not having it a more typical, well, just each council member just submits the name and it appears on an agenda. I think that would be satisfactory. And in terms of the training, the point I was trying to make is I value the training tremendously, and I think ideally it would be great if over time, if the members all had the opportunity to go through the academy. I mean, that's the sort of gold standard. But I don't want to make that a prerequisite to either applying or being appointed, because I think it's just too onerous. Some people simply may not be able to accomplish the academy, and I'm not sure the academy can accomplish them in the short order that I would like. And the only problem I'm having with the pre-training, the prerequisite training, and that's why we specified a time period, a short time period. I think we said 90 days was the suggestion, is that everyone would be trained in short order, but that it wouldn't be a prerequisite for application or selection. That was all I was trying to get to there, because I think we want to get this, if we decide we want to have a commission, we want to make sure that we have them quickly, and any impediment to that in terms of either the selection process or the training process would be of grave concern, I think. So that's all I was trying to get to there. Yeah.
One advantage, Mayor, would be that if it was required in advance, you would know that it was done. And I think, especially busy people sometimes have a way of committing to doing something and then not doing it, but that's probably a minor.
This will be so highly visible, I think people will step up and do what they've committed to. But I think that the membership and that, I mean, the fine details of that, I think we can work out.
Mayor, can I ask a question about the training, since I
Please.
also have felt that it should be in advance? I think we need to make it clear that it's, first of all, this is independent third-party training. This is not going to be training by the Pasadena Police Department, or it's going to be an independent group that provides this as a business. Excuse me. So during this interim, while staff is scratching out some of the details, maybe we can get more information about the time expenditure required for that training.
Okay.
In other words, how long does we know that this third-party training is available, how long does it take? Because I would very much like it to be done in advance, and as you point out, within 90 days, they can start their Citizens Police Academy or whatever. But we're also going to need to have sort of backup people, because sometimes, someone will have to leave the commission, and it would be helpful to have people trained kind of in the queue. So if we needed to call on other members to come in, they would already be trained.
Well, all I'm saying is, council members, that if you make it sequential, if you insist that all the applicants already go through the training, by definition, it's going to attenuate the process. and we haven't got the training defined. Some of the training I think will be by third party, but some of it I think will be by the Pasadena PD in terms of explaining their operation. But I think that while that training regimen is being defined, I don't think we want to have people stall and not be able to even go through the application process. You know, that by definition is going to stretch. Mr. Gordo, followed by Mr. Masuda.
You know, I appreciate Mr. Madison's comments and the offer to merge, and I accept that. I do think that we should, as a seconder, I do think that that agendizing the city attorney, city prosecutor issue is important. I think it's important for this council to have that discussion publicly. You know, one of the concerns that I've had for some time is, you know, in Los Angeles, I mean, this is about building trust. This is about building accountability, and finding a balance between the important role of the public and the important role that we are all elected to undertake. And one of the things that I've noticed in the city of Los Angeles is, you know, when constituents come to be it Mayor Garcetti or be it one of the council members, and they say, you know, I've got a concern, as we're being told now with the issue of most recent shooting. We've got a concern. I don't want this council or the people who elect us ever to be in a position of doing what they do in Los Angeles, which is, you know, go talk to someone else. Go talk to a body that is not elected, not accountable. And I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. And, you know, we ultimately are accountable, every one of us. And so what I like about Mr. Madison's offer to merge is it moves the ball forward. I think it's responsive to the issues of transparency. It's responsive to the issue of accountability, and it's responsive to the call on the part of the public to have more public input in the process. And I think those are important things to keep in mind. You know, when this came forward on I think it was August 3rd, I suggested that we contract someone not in the line of the city manager or the chain of command of the city manager and or the police chief in order to address the issue of true independence. And I think merging of these proposals takes us down that line. It takes us in the direction of not having, of having an independent look-see, if you will, an independent view that we can say honestly to the people of this city is independent of the city manager, the police department, but yet we remain accountable. That's the goal that I believe the people of Pasadena want us to meet. Independence, where we are informed as elected representatives, where we remain accountable to the people of Pasadena. But at the same time, we are ensuring that there's more transparency and balance in the process.
Great. Well, we're trying to move in that direction. Just 1 second, Councilmember Kennedy, if I could. So so in terms of the training, if we can try to move the training in a way that will get solid commitment from any of the people that want to be considered, and do it obviously early in their tenure before we really start having meetings. We will try to expedite that and make sure that happens. With regard to Mr. Madison's concern about the Public Safety Committee, the role of the Public Safety Committee, the objective was never to eliminate the Public Safety Committee, the Council Public Safety Committee. All we were trying to do was to eliminate duplication and not have staff having to meet repeatedly and present the same information over and over again. I think that I have no objection to important recommendations coming from the police, the Citizen Oversight Commission coming to the council through the Public Safety Committee. If that's your primary concern, and making sure that the Public Safety Committee is not taken out of the process entirely, all we're trying to do is eliminate the kind of in terms of ongoing reportage, not making it a discussion item, not having every item necessarily be discussed at the commission at their twice a month meetings, if that's the way they're meeting, and then repeated again at the Public Safety Committee. If that can be, what I would expect would be happening is a report out of the police, the Citizen Oversight Commission, that the Public Safety Committee would be vitally interested in seeing that information as it's developed. But I have no objection to the idea that the Public Safety Committee, the council's committee, would still be engaged in this process. So I don't think there's a lot of daylight there.
Well, and I think, if I may, Mayor, I think that could be worked out going forward. My thing is just that I wouldn't want the Public Safety Committee to feel hamstrung that they couldn't inquire about an auditor's report, or even the commission. And, as we do, I think each of our commissions reports their annual work plan and attendance and accomplishments up through the different committees.
Yeah.
I would think it would be plain to see that this commission should do so through the Public Safety Committee. That would seem most appropriate.
And in terms of the reportage of the reporting process, the reporting and the staffing, the IPA, and I love your phrase of identifying the city attorney's office as the fiscal intermediary. I think that's exactly, that captures it perfectly. The IPA would report, would be providing staff support to the Citizen Oversight Commission, and would be reporting to the city council. I think that's the essence of what I think you're trying to accomplish. Is that right?
With those clarifications or modifications, and I don't want to start a debate about which they are, I'd be prepared to withdraw my motion, my substitute motion there.
All right, thank you.
That's okay.
I guess I want to be sure I don't lose John's point. I'll come right back to you, Mr. Gordo. John, you're muted.
It's late. So all of you know that I've worked very hard, and hopefully with the input of all of my colleagues tonight, we see what is proving to be more of a collaborative effort, and it really deflects some of the criticism that it wasn't that. We're seeking now consensus, and certainly I or the mayor do not have to be the authors. We are the authors as a organization. And so hearing Mr. Madison, a way of going forward and his way of being conciliatory, I think I need to catch on to that and be big as he is being big at the moment. And I think we need to come together as a council and move forward and not the bickering back and forth, because too much is at stake. There's a real sense in our community that there's implicit activities that are going on that affects one group or several groups more than another. And we want to be the big Pasadena, not the little Pasadena. This is a great city. And so to the extent, Mayor, as the head of the council, that you can move us together, all of us together with a consensus, which you have done in the past and our previous mayor has done also, I'd be very supportive of this pathway that is coming together around the quote unquote, a proverbial horseshoe.
The virtual horseshoe, but that's right. Mr. Gordo, and then Mr. Makuda.
So I'm prepared to accept Mr. Madison's amendments. You know, I said at the beginning of this discussion, the important thing is that we act together, and ensure the public that we are going to be accountable, but at the same time, open and transparent. And I think Mr. Madison's pressing of the envelope is bringing us there. I am, you know, this matter of public safety is exceedingly complex. There are the issues of various investigations, internal affairs investigations. There's the issue of state law. There's the issue of potentially criminal investigations. And I think that 30 hours of training is not sufficient for anyone to understand all of those issues. I mean, we've probably spent 30 hours on our own discussing this issue long before the question that's before us came up. And, you know, it's extremely complex. And I think we've got to increase the training, both for the benefit of the public, for the benefit of the commission, and for the benefit of all involved. We've got to increase the training. I don't think 30 hours is at all sufficient. And it should be an ongoing training, because these matters are evolving, and they're evolving quickly. And so I would suggest that we leave open the question as to what the appropriate training is, that we ensure that there's ongoing training. And I also think it's important, not just for reporting purposes, but for direction purposes, that the council have the ability to direct the Inspector General and to make recommendations to the commission to look in advance at use of force policies, to look in advance at questions of traffic stops, to ensure that we are employing best practices, and to come back and to report to the city council and to the commission. And if we aren't employing best practices, the Inspector General, whatever we want to call him or her, should have the authority to give us recommendations, give the commission recommendations on better practices, practices that meet the goal of keeping the public safe, but at the same time ensuring that we in Pasadena, our police department, is as good as it can be. And so I would ask that the council also retain that authority, as well as the commission when there are questions about best practices, that there be direct authority to be able to give such reports ahead of time, before an incident occurs.
Well, I don't want to, with regard to 30 hours was suggested as a minimum training regimen. And that, to a certain extent, is a little bit unprecedented. We don't require planning commissioners to be trained, and I mean, we don't have a training requirement for any other commission, but here, because of the extraordinary complexity, we're recognizing it with at least a minimum training requirement. But I think you're absolutely right. On an ongoing basis, these commissioners are going to be gaining very significant expertise, which is the reason that Councilmember McAustin was talking about the overlapping terms, which is what the staff will come back with. With regard to the assigning, having the council give direction to the commission, I mean, that's also an existing practice where the council will ask various commissions to undertake reviews of substantive areas that we would like to have investigated. So there's nothing really extraordinary about that. That's the normal practice that the city council will ask the planning commission or the senior commission or the women's commission on women, status of women, to undertake specific analysis. So I think that's well established practice here. Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciated what everyone has said. I just wanted to finish up on this commission structure again, well, what you brought up. And I wanted to get some clarity on it because I'm not sure if you just said, well, we'll have each district will have people apply and then the council will vote on the people that apply.
No, I'm going to ask the staff to come back with some suggestions on how to make the process as transparent as possible. But in terms of the specific proposal, the idea is that there would be 11 commissioners, one appointed by each council member, one by the mayor, and 3 sort of at-large community positions.
Okay.
That's as far as I've gotten in terms of the details. But there is a desire to have a more transparent process, not the usual process of having every council member just put a name on the table without any public discussion or public vetting. But it will be the responsibility of each council member to make that selection.
I'm with you. Thank you.
Just for clarification.
Let's give Mr. Wilson a chance, and then back to Mr. Gorda.
Once again, I don't want to get too far into the details because I know there's a lot of details here to be worked out. And I know I've raised this before, and I think Councilmember McAustin mentioned it in terms of feedback from her constituents is, what's the problem we're trying to solve? And I think it's about trust and transparency. And I do think having some sense of, are we making progress in the sense of, do we need to make additional adjustments? And I think Mayor, Councilmember Kennedy, your proposal does suggest that, there may be a need to even consider charter reform. I do think we need to contemplate what the metrics are around, is this working? Because I just don't want, this is not a one and done type thing. I think it's a dialogue, it's a trust building exercise. And I'm sure, we won't get it right the first time. I think we only will get it more right over time. So I would ask that we think about at least establishing some sort of benchmarks or feedback system so that we know how much more work we still have to do. And I know there will be more work, and I just wanted to make sure we capture that, Mayor, in terms of open items that we want to feed back into this process.
Yeah, that's a perfectly valid point. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Gorda.
I just want to respond to your comment related to giving direction. My comment relates to giving direction in advance, ensuring that we're employing best practices, not limited to the commission. It's whether it's the Public Safety Committee or the full City Council, because this is a new model. And I want to ensure that the City Council and the Public Safety Committee or the Public Safety Committee, whatever we decide, has the authority to direct an independent review by this auditor and tell us, are we employing best practices in advance. Are we not, if we're not employing best practices, what are those best practices? And inform not only the Public Safety Committee and or the City Council, but the public and the commission. And so I want to be clear about that. It wasn't limited to the commission.
Okay, there's no problem with that at all, because the staff, the agenda report says that the first function listed would be serve as a best practices advisor to the commission. And your point, I think, is that it's not exclusively to the commission, but to the council, either through the Public Safety Committee or to the council as a whole about best practices. No objection to that.
That's the things that I'm suggesting, that we get ahead of it, not wait for an incident, but ensure that we are reviewing in advance best practices, best policies and procedures to try and avoid incidents like we've seen in the last 8 days in Pasadena.
Thank you. We all aspire to that. Mr. Kennedy?
Just in terms of moving us forward, Mayor, I was trying to find out from you and the merger and how we do that mechanically.
Well, what's happened, Mr. Madison has made that, and Mr. Gordo have accommodated that. Mr. Madison has withdrawn his motion.
Let me continue then.
Yeah.
I want to say that there's been a lot of banter that I believe is healthy. I didn't like it necessarily. Wasn't linear, wasn't easy, it was jagged. There are edges. The edges that I have may not be the edges that Council Member McAustin has or Council Member Gordo has. But we now, and it's not just because of the lateness of the hour, are demonstrating leadership individually and collectively because the issue is that serious. And I think hearing my colleagues, really hearing them, I think all of my colleagues are understanding just how serious this is, not just for me, but for all of us if we really love the city of Pasadena. So I just want to thank my colleagues for their input in the way that they've helped us reach where we are today.
All right, Vice Mayor and then Councilmember McAustin, Vice Mayor Hampton.
So I'd like a recap of where we're at. There's been a lot of discussion.
Yeah.
I just think before we vote, we all know where we're at with everything.
So my notes indicate that where we are in terms of modifications to the agenda report that we started with is that the modifications that we've got is that there will be staff will be instructed to come back with the necessary language to create a police commission and an independent police auditor. The Community Police Oversight Commission will consist of 11 members appointed by the City Council, 1 from each council district, and 3 at large from community organizations. And there will be some suggestions with regard to how to accomplish a more public process within the rubric of each council member still being responsible for making an appointment. So the idea is to try to find some way to have a more public vetting of the applicants, and then of course there has to be a mechanism to select the three at-large members from community organizations. The general purpose of the commission and the training are as were presented in the agenda report, that stands. There's clarification with regard to the role of the Public Safety Committee, that it will that the intent is that the Public Safety Committee will continue to maintain, but that we will strive to avoid duplication in terms of repetitive reporting. But we're not trying to preempt the role of the Public Safety Committee. The Public Safety Committee will remain. The IPA will be hired through the use of the city attorney's office as a financial intermediary. I love that. I wrote that one down. But that the IPA, which is anticipated to be a firm rather than an individual, will report to the city council and to the Citizen Oversight Commission. And the IPA would have subpoena powers as indicated in the report. And
subpoena power is independent of the commission and the city council, so the city council is not saying that you have these powers
we
today.
have it each time.
Just want to make sure. Okay.
And the additional point that I want to make, because I think it's an important one, and I left it out of my notes, I apologize, is that with regard to the investigatory role, there'll be exploration of how the IPA could observe the investigation in real time, as opposed to just the conclusions reached at the end. I think that was your point, and I don't want to ignore that. So we need to have more exposition on that.
Okay.
And then, and finally, that it doesn't have to be part of this motion, but it's understood that we will agendize soon a discussion of the potential re-separation of the city attorney and city prosecutor functions.
Within how many days?
I don't know. I don't want. Soon.
I mean, we got to commit to something. I mean, why say something
By October. No later than October.
That's fair. Okay. And then as far as the commission goes, so everybody is fine with 11 members and 3 being from the community organizations, which seems kind of weird to me. I think that it should just be either 11 people or 9 people. I don't think community organizations necessarily should have a personal input. I mean, I think that they have, there's people.
The council is,
I don't really understand that.
the council is going to select 3. The council is still the appointing authority for all of these people, but the idea is that 3 of the appointees from the council should be drawn from community organizations.
Oh, you mean the community organizations will be the ones who make the selections? And
Well, they can nominate people, and the council will vet them and decide whether they want to appoint them.
Well, what 3 organizations? I mean,
that's the process, Tyrone, that we have to come back with. We need to get the roster. We have to develop a roster of community organizations. We can pick 3 names out of the hat. We can change them every 3 years. I mean, we need to develop a process to do that. I don't have that process tonight, but the idea is that 3 of the members would come from established community organizations, in addition to those 3 would be appointed by the city council as a whole. We'll get nominated.
Let me just ask this question then. Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is, what do you mean by established? So if I established a community organization a year ago, and that's not considered establishment?
I don't know.
So
I don't have the answer to that. I mean, I think
that's the problem.
We have community organizations that have existed for 100 years here, and that are involved in this kind of activity. We have the Ministerial Alliance. We have the NAACP. I mean, we've got organizations well established and focused on these kinds of issues, and we should be able to come up with a roster that we can agree on, and a methodology of accepting their nominations and vetting their candidates and then making a selection.
I am not going to try to fight this issue, but I'm just saying, I think that if a community organization wants to submit any name, they could submit it just like we would pick the other 9 people.
Well, yeah, I don't have a process. I'm admitting that. I'm just saying that the idea is that 3 people would not be councilmanic district appointees. There'll be 3 community appointees from a list of nominees from community organizations.
I think.
I don't know what the exact process will be.
So what I'm trying to get at is, let's just be realistic here. I mean, are we going to say, oh, Black Lives Matter has an appointee?
No. Can I?
I'm just asking that question.
I'm not picking an organization now, Tyrone. I mean,
No, I'm just saying, so there's so many organizations in the city of Pasadena that's limited to 3 years.
To answer the Vice Mayor's question, I believe any organization will have an opportunity to present a name and the council ultimately makes the decision. And we don't need to debate this.
So so ultimately there's just 11 members. But
Yeah.
3, if the NAACP or if any other organization decides to submit a name, we will consider that name. And if we do not like that name, it's fine.
that's right.
Oh, I just want to make sure okay. I just make sure we're all on the same page. All right, that's good. Okay, so I am fine with this, and I think Councilmember McGostin had some questions, and I'm ready to vote when everybody else is.
Okay, we have hands from Councilmember McGostin, Councilmember Wilson, and Councilmember Gordo.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate the comments that have been made about the fact that this is something where we really are all pulling together in the same direction, and people have made compromises tonight, and we're all, I think, trying to do the right thing. But I have to take a moment to specifically thank Councilmember Kennedy for his work on this effort, because this didn't just happen in the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, as we've talked about. It's been brought up before. And as I think is very clear, he's very passionate and emotional about this issue, and it's very close to his heart. And it's not easy to promote an issue that is so personal, but so important in the larger sense. And I just want to recognize and thank Councilmember Kennedy for his efforts on behalf of the city of Pasadena in this regard. I know we've all worked on it tonight, but nobody here has done more than he has. And thank you for that, Councilmember.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson, I think, and then Councilmember Gordo.
I just wanted to, not to reiterate, Mayor, but on your list, had the concept of a stipend for the members and some sort of reporting or metrics around status factors. Once again, I know it's a long list, but I thought that those were 2 important items for several of us, and wanted to get those concluded. I also want to reiterate Councilmember McGostin's recognition of leadership of Councilmember Kennedy, as well as acknowledge the Vice Mayor, because I know this is a very personal issue for him as well.
Thank you. And yeah, I thank you for raising that, Councilmember Wilson. I didn't omit those intentionally. So there would be some discussion about what the metrics would be in terms of measuring success going forward, and also a discussion of whether a stipend or some sort of support service, childcare or otherwise, might be appropriate. Mr. Gordo.
Yeah, I like to also recognize Vice Mayor Hampton, who has, when this proposal first came forward, it was viewed very much as business as usual, because the recommendation in the memorandum, before this memorandum, was to have it in the city manager's office. And Vice Mayor Hampton and I and others in the community objected to it. And Vice Mayor Hampton deserves a great deal of credit for having the guts to say it. And the other clarification is, well, let me say this: the suggestion that the council and the committee have the authority to give direction to the IPA is not in this proposal. As you point out, Mayor, the memo says in conjunction with the commission. That needs to change. in conjunction, not just with the commission, but with either the council or the city council, must be able to give direction to the IPA to review policies and procedures, to advise the city council and or the committee whether we are employing best practices. That's not in this proposal.
I omitted that. I've already agreed to that, though. That's quite correct. That phrase that I had in the beginning about just commission needs to be amended. It needs to say council as well as the commission. You're absolutely right. And with regard to the appreciation being described, you know, I don't know what the expression is. Madison will know. Success has 1,000 fathers and failure only has one, or something. So, I think it's a
Parents these days, Mr. Mayor.
I think it's parents, right? I think that this has been a good night's work, and if we're ready now, I'd like to have the clerk call the roll.
Councilmember Gordo,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton,
Yes.
Mayor Tornick.
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. This has been an important night's work in terms of being responsive to a very intense expression from the community to achieve real reform. I think we've done that, or at least we're on the road to doing it. There's going to be some more work and some more discussion and fine tuning, but I'm proud of the council action tonight. I'm grateful for everyone's cooperation and demonstrating that when there are issues of overriding importance, that we really can pull together as a council and as a community. And I look forward to trying to work through some of the more fundamental problems that have been raised in the past couple of months. We have a closed session item, which I'm going to defer.
We have an
Clark, we don't
ordinance
have-
too.
Oh, I'm sorry. We got to deal with the ordinance, but do we have any comments on the closed session item?
No, sir.
All right, let's just deal with the ordinance. I forgot about the ordinance.
This is item 7.
Item 7, second reading.
Correct. This was introduced by Councilmember McAustin. This is an ordinance of the city of Pasadena, amending Title 6, Chapter 6.16 of the Pasadena Municipal Code to eliminate dog license fee proration. Councilmember Gordo?
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton?
Yes.
Mayor Tornick?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted without opposition.
All right, so we've completed our agenda. We're going to defer discussion on the closed session item because I think we're all exhausted. And I want to thank you all, and we will, of course, adjourn tonight's meeting with some introspective thinking and prayer for those that have been victimized by the pandemic that continues to haunt us, and to extend our sincere condolences to anyone who suffered a loss as a result of that. So please rise.